I remember one late afternoon, a flock of birds was soaring through a blazing red sky. At that moment, before a pack of wild beasts, a man was backing away in terror. "Stay away from me, I have nothing for you to eat." Even so, they still opened their massive jaws to threaten the old man, and their terrifying roars made him quickly raise his hands to defend himself. In an instant, the ferocious sounds vanished, leaving only tragic pools of blood behind. Sensing he was out of danger, the old man in the green robes peeked open his eyes and gasped. Just then, Rainia was standing tall before him, having just performed a technique. The green-robed man immediately asked who she was. At that same moment, the system suddenly announced that the Ashen Mage Rainia von Chias had been dispatched, and then she decisively held out her hand and unleashed her magic. Waves of power shot out, sending the beasts flying back 1,000 meters. In the past, Rania had made a pact with the stars to escape the Demon Lord. The beasts were now being mercilessly and relentlessly assaulted. Under that oppressive attack, they tried to resist by digging their sharp claws into the ground. The energy within her continued to spread as she activated the demonic scales. Of course, every deal comes with a price. The beasts continuously braced their legs, getting ready to charge. Rania stood perfectly still. A gentle wave of her hand was all it took to handle everything. As she finished them off, the entire area flashed with a brilliant light, a side effect of that pact. Now, only she stood silently in the deep forest. She stood motionless for a moment, thinking, I can't completely escape the Demon Lord. But it wasn't over. A beast, refusing to give up, stealthily attacked from behind. It opened its maw wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth to threaten Rania von Chias. Thanks to that, the rage within her grew even stronger. The Demon Lord's curse is still in my heart. Sensing her counterattack, the beast's face twisted in terror. And then she calmly pointed a finger to strike back, while Rania's heart seethed with criticism. Because of it, I can no longer go on adventures. Without a moment of hesitation, she finished it off in just a few seconds. A line of power shot out, making the very ground look like it would give way. Witnessing this, the man in green was utterly bewildered. What in the world was that? Once everything was settled, Rania coolly checked on him. "Are you all right?" The old man's voice trembled, unable to form words. "Yes." She then reached out her hand to help the man in green up, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much. May I know your name, so I can thank you properly?" Rania hesitated before giving a short reply. I'm Rania von Chias." A second later, she turned her face away to warn him. "This road is very dangerous, so be careful from now on." At the same time, Rania let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Hearing her words, the man in green gratefully agreed. "Thank you." Without saying more, she bid him farewell. "Well then, I'll be going." Before leaving, Rania carefully pulled her hood down to cover her face. "And so, I, Rania von Chias, have declared my departure from the battlefield." The sky, which had been late afternoon, instantly turned to night. Not long after the dim light of dawn began to break, Rania returned alone to her familiar village. "It's been so long since I've come back here." A member of the hero's party, the Ashen Mage Rania von Chias. The scene suddenly flashed back to the past. Roselle's cold voice inquired, "You want to defeat the Demon Lord?" Then a voice full of reluctance rang out. "Are you really going? You could be killed, and all of your magic could be negated." Despite this, Rania said nothing. Helpless, he continued, "You still want to go?" Finally, she gave her blunt decision. "Yes, master, I'm going." His deep-set eyes immediately fell, and he gritted his teeth, swallowing his pain. "I understand, you foolish apprentice. Bring the Demon Lord's head back here. If you can do that, I will accept you as my disciple again." With that, her determination and goal grew even stronger. 5 years have passed since then. "I want to bring the Demon Lord's head back for my master." With that thought, Rania walked up and knocked on the door. He stepped out, calling out in confusion, "Who is it?" Seeing Roselle, she slowly removed her hood. Then Rania smiled brightly and announced, "I've returned, master." Seeing her return safely, his eyes widened in disbelief. Without needing many words, Roselle understood the situation. "I see. So that's what happened." She silently admired him. "Master is amazing." He understood everything instantly. Suddenly, he covered his face in regret. "If I had known you were going to die like this, I would have tried to stop you." His direct words startled her. Rania's appearance had changed, so he didn't recognize her. He sorrowfully wiped away his tears. "You've come to deliver his last words, haven't you? There's no way that boy would have left behind just a staff like this. I was so worried at first, but then I felt so proud, because of all the victories he achieved. Especially when I heard the news that he defeated the Wai dragon, one of the 4 heavenly kings. I was truly happy." Rania froze, trying to speak up. "Let me explain." She emotionally reintroduced herself. "Master, it's me, Rania von Chias." However, Roselle didn't believe a word of it. "There's no need to try and make me feel better like that." To prove herself, she decided to channel her energy into the staff. Because of that, his eyes widened in realization. "This is Ran's gray mana," Roselle asked emotionally. "Is it really you?" She continued to confirm. "Yes, master. I've returned." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot past her neck from out of nowhere. That power instantly split a large wooden beam in two. Then he coldly turned his back and said in an icy tone, "Come in." Rania's joy returned, and she put on a forced smile. Once inside, Roselle Van Chias slowly recounted everything. He had written various different letter templates. To Roselle, the esteemed master of the Grey Tower. To Professor Roselle of the Alpha Academy. To the Honorable Mr. Roselle, master of the Ashen Mage. A constant stream of replies kept coming. The Ashen Mage has announced his retirement. Professor, do you know where he is? I'll get straight to the point. Our magic tower wishes to meet the Ashen Mage to appoint him as an elder. After saying that, he shouted in anger, "Look, I've received hundreds of letters from all over the place. Who would be as foolish as you to just suddenly announce their retirement? You made no contact at all, and I'm the one who has to receive this mountain of letters. I honestly thought you were dead, but now that I've seen you're safe." Roselle Van Chias made a firm decision. "Bring them here. I'll burn them all." Before he could, another letter arrived. Another one. The sender was the headmaster of the Alpha Academy, Aaron Van Tieren, and it was just an ordinary letter. The contents read, "To my dear friend Roselle, spring is arriving at the Ampia Academy, the cradle of learning. Are you prepared for the upcoming semester? I'm not writing this letter as a headmaster, but as a close friend. Roselle Van Chias, do you know where your disciple the Ashen Mage is? You have to know, right? The new students are the future talents who will dominate this era. The professors are on pins and needles. We have to find the Ashen Mage as soon as possible. At the very least, you have to tell me where he is." Without any hesitation, Roselle Van Chias held out a stack of letters and made a demand. "Burn them." Before she did, Rania pressed him, her voice low. "Are you sure, master? What if something goes wrong?" But he didn't seem to care at all. "What could go wrong? Stop talking nonsense and just burn them. There's still so much more." Roselle sighed softly. "So, how did this happen to you?" Rania scratched her face and grinned sheepishly. Well, as you can see, after I left the heroes' party, I got drunk, got into a fight. And then I ended up like this." She hesitated, wondering if that was the right way to explain it. Sometime before this, she had been brutally attacked. Completely exhausted, Rania collapsed to her knees, coughing up blood. Her opponent, however, was constantly generating a new and terrifying source of power. Rania gritted her teeth and fought back with all her might. She tried to counter with every last bit of her ability, but then her heart began to waver. "I'm still not quite sure." Seeing Rania hesitate, Roselle didn't push her any further. "Whatever, that's your business, but there must be some reason for it. Tell me your plans for the future. What do you intend to do with this second life?" She answered cheerfully and clearly. "Well, I'm not going back to the Magic Corps or the Hero Party. I don't know what I should do, which is why I came back here." In her hand, Rania Van Chias held a letter from the headmaster of the Apia Academy. Roselle Van Chias stroked his beard, staring at her without a word before speaking curtly. "Just consider it a personal favor for an old friend of mine." In Rania's mind, a clear image of the palace appeared. That letter was asking if she would come to the Apia Academy. The beautiful morning sun shone down brilliantly on the palace. A voice suddenly rang out. "You have a suitable candidate for the new professor position." Following that, the headmaster of the Apia Academy, Aaron Van Tieren, exclaimed in shock. "Really?" Roselle stroked his beard and affirmed confidently. "That's right. You could say this is one of the most promising candidates in the capital. You'll be surprised when you see this person's abilities, no doubt about it." Hearing this, Aaron thought to himself with delight, he must be talking about the Mage of Ash. I can't wait. Then he proposed decisively, "Then let's sign the contract right away." A moment later, Roselle Van Chias provided some information as he spoke. "She's the daughter I recently adopted. Her skills are very stable." Suddenly, Aaron cut him off. "What about the Mage of Ash?" He paused for a few seconds in confusion. What are you talking about? I don't understand." Roselle then continued, "The child's name is Rania. Rania Van Chias. She has a solid grasp of the fundamentals and excellent skills. She would probably make a good teacher as well." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "Unacceptable." Following that, Aaron flatly refused. "You've always championed fairness, but now you're proposing a relative. That sort of thing has no place at Apia Academy, the cradle of academia." Seeing the other man's expression, Roselle Van Chias frowned speechless. "He's so stubborn." He then went on listing his own merits. "I've worked for years without an assistant, remember?" Without hesitation, he firmly objected. "That's because you swamped everyone before with a ton of work." Aaron continued to reason. "That's why I'll choose someone who can put up with me." A moment later, he stood up and slammed his hand on the table for emphasis. "Do you understand how important this year is? This is a time when we must be completely impartial in our appointment of professors." Without a second thought, Aaron Van Tieren tossed a stack of papers towards him. "Look, every single person in here wishes to set foot in the academy." Seeing this, Roselle actually found it amusing. "Unbelievable. Well, that's all the more reason for you to choose my daughter." At this point, Aaron was simply exasperated. "You." Not long after, Rania quickly made her way to the royal library. She stood still, staring, and thought to herself, "Has it been 6 years since I last came? I only came because he told me to, but nothing has changed." Then Rania slowly walked inside. She carefully recalled every word of Roselle Van Chias's instructions. You'll soon be a professor's assistant, so you need to study diligently. Looking around, Rania felt a bit bored. Seriously, I have no idea what to do here. I finished reading all these books a long time ago, but since I'm here, I guess I have to do something. Suddenly, an exclamatory voice rang out, catching her attention. Why? The young man with the bowl cut cried out in confusion. I can't channel mana. Why? It's true the mana from the pen isn't flowing. From that, the class grew louder and louder, making the teacher angrily demand that they be quiet. But the young man didn't stop continuing to plead his case. Please look, the mana just suddenly disappeared. And then the girl next to him confirmed, mine too. Seeing this, a young man adjusted his glasses and gritted his teeth as he surmised. First time at the Royal Library. There's only one reason for that to happen here. At the same time, the kid with the bowl cut suddenly realized, looks like she's a new student. Rania, looking downcast, wondered to herself, the mana won't come out. All you need is a little focus. A second later, Ayla accidentally bumped into her shoulder. It's because of the fourth princess. Lady Ayla is in the Royal Library. The accidental collision sent all the books tumbling down. Rania asked with concern, are you okay? Sorry, I was lost in thought, she said, but the other girl just replied, coldly, it's fine. At that moment, Ayla's hand was slowly picking up a stack of papers. Rania stared at her without blinking. It was then that she was certain. The fourth Princess Ayla, a child beloved by the stars. Back in their conversation, Aaron casually mentioned, someone that great even wants to enter the academy. He reviewed each file with delight. I hear you've received the reports on the war situation recently. As soon as Rosal read about Ayla, he was impressed. Yes, it seems the knights on the front lines were defeated because the Mage of Ash retreated. That's why the princess has to start studying magic now. After a moment, Aaron asked curiously, where exactly is your student? The moment she guessed the other person's true identity, Rania became extremely flustered. Rania von Chias. Rania von Chias. There's no doubt about it. She's the fourth princess. Or was it 6 years ago? Every time she came to the library, she'd ask me to teach her. She's grown so much since then. Seeing her standing motionless, the girl asked bluntly, why are you staring at me like that? Rania immediately snapped back to reality, flustered. Ah, sorry. Then Ayla continued, that cloak. Are you a mage? Rania affirmed with certainty. That's right. Everyone who wears a cloak here is a mage, right? How pointless. And then she listened silently as the princess explained. When you recruit incompetent mages who have no problem-solving skills and can't even analyze spell diagrams, those useless people not like him. How many more have had to sacrifice their lives because of mages like that? As she listened, Rania carefully picked up the remaining papers. Ayla's voice was low and curious. You call yourself a mage, but do you really understand what that means? She thought for a moment before answering hesitantly, I think so. Upon receiving her answer, Ayla said bluntly, sorry for the trouble. Thanks for picking it up. Then she turned to leave without a second thought. Rania reached out, trying to grab the last piece of paper. Oh, here's another one. She politely handed it to Ayla, but something felt off. There was still one piece missing. And just then, Ayla decisively snatched the paper from Rania von Chias's hand. Isn't this a barrier circle? For a moment she refused to let go. A second later, Rania's thoughts zeroed in on the truth. It was a circle created by the skeletons. Right, Ayla froze, breaking into a cold sweat. Who is this woman? How did she know this was the ancient Seabal's corpse barrier just by looking at it? You destroyed the Knight's Order. This is a barrier that's incredibly difficult to dispel. Even the mages who aren't on the front lines are struggling to find a solution. With that thought, she confirmed it without hesitation. That's right. You know quite a bit. If you're not going to dispel it, can you let me? Though I doubt you can actually do it. However, things didn't go as expected. Rania said calmly and confidently, if I put my mind to it, I can dispel it in no time. Hearing that, Ayla's expression suddenly darkened. Rania asked, bewildered, did I say something wrong? You definitely did. But before Rania could say more, Ayla quickly pressed her. Then go on and try to dispel it. A second later, she snapped angrily. Since you look down on me so much, then prove it. Dispel it. Seeing Ayla so furious only made Rania more confused. Look down on you. When did I ever do that? She then began to cast her magic. Alright, if I just do this. A few minutes passed, but absolutely nothing happened. Rania was completely bewildered. Huh, why isn't it working? My mana. Seeing her struggling, Ayla spoke in a cold voice. Are you trying to use mana here? Do you have any idea who I am? Is it because of the constellation's limit, the power that grants me control over the mana of nearby mages? My apologies, just a moment. Before she could finish her sentence in a flash, Rania unleashed a technique that enveloped her entire body. Power radiated from the very ground she stood on. The entire area was instantly flooded with Rania's energy. The guy with the bowl cut stared, his jaw dropping in amazement. What in the world? The blonde girl was also stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Is that mana? But the princess is right here. After her display of power, Rania looked on with cold eyes. Witnessing this, Ayla clutched her head, completely stunned. Impossible. She can instantly manifest Seaball's barrier, Rania thought to herself. How should I put this? Dispelling it is the easy part. Explaining how I did it is much harder. The entire classroom was in an uproar. But Rania suddenly paused. No, wait. Realizing her opponent still wasn't convinced, Rania continued her demonstration. I'll let you see for yourself. Watch closely. She finally returned safely. A brilliant light shone through the portal, illuminating the room. Rania looked up from her book and asked, Is there still no news? Roselle recounted helplessly. He's quite stubborn. Even though the results weren't what she'd hoped for, Rania wasn't angry. She simply asked in a soft voice, The headmaster's name is Aaron, isn't it? He coughed lightly a few times before continuing. He is very dedicated to APIA, but sometimes he's too pig-headed. The stress has made him go bald. I guess I can't be an assistant professor anymore, Rania said coldly, turning a page in her book to show her dissatisfaction. So what now, if he won't allow it? He quickly tried to reassure her, Don't worry, we'll find another way. So, from now on, before she could finish her sentence, there was a persistent knocking at the door. Is anyone home? A professor immediately cracked the door open. Havel stood there, his face expressionless, and said, It's been a while, Professor. The professor gave a forced smile in welcome. Why? If it isn't Sir Havel of the Royal Guard, what brings you here? But he paid no mind to the professor's question, and got straight to the point. Is Lady Rania von Chias home? Roselle answered in a soft voice. My daughter is here. With that, Havel took out a new set of clothes and continued, I need to deliver this to her. It's from the fourth princess. Just then, she stepped out and heard everything freezing on the spot. The fourth princess. Ayla. In her previous life, the Archmage of Ruin Rania von Chias had been hired as an assistant professor at the APIA Academy. And now she was experiencing that feeling all over again. A gift to congratulate her on becoming an assistant professor at APIA Academy. Rania was speechless with confusion. Assistant Professor Chapter 4. The other morning, Havel went to the palace to report. Your Highness, I've sent the magic diagram to the front lines. Upon hearing the news, Ayla gave him special praise. Well done, Havel. However, he still hesitated. But, I'm still worried. She turned to him confused. What are you worried about? The anxiety on Havel's face was clear as beads of sweat formed on his brow. I'm worried about this Rania von Chias person, the defensive magic diagram of Seaball that she analyzed. I'm worried it won't be used correctly on the front lines. After speaking, he clutched the magic paper tightly, making worried excuses. I apologize for speaking out of turn. Ayla just sighed and let it go. It's all right. It's only natural for you to think that way. Then she rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. That's the main topic of today's meeting. I'm sure everyone will have a lot of questions. But he wasn't finished. Havel quietly added, I heard that all the Magic Tower Masters will be in attendance. Her whole body went limp as she replied, without a shred of energy. That's right. This in turn made him even more curious. Do you think that girl will be able to pass this test? And Ayla guaranteed it with conviction. Of course she will. Just trust in me. As she spoke, she stared into the distance with a glimmer of hope. Everything will go smoothly. Back with Rania, she was holding up the outfit in alarm. I have to wear, this Roselle demanded in a stern voice. The princess sent it to you as a gift, didn't she? Put it on and hurry up. Even so, Rania was still a bit skeptical. You mentioned a meeting with the Magic Tower Masters, right? Thinking back, he suddenly remembered. It seems they have seriously considered my recommendation. And I also heard that a new student will be accompanying the delegation from the Magic Tower. They're probably waiting for you. They're looking to find your weakness. Plus, the princess will be there too. You need to make a good impression. Now hurry up and put it on. At this, she could only sigh and comply. Yes, sir. As soon as she put on the outfit, she couldn't stop looking at herself in the mirror. Then she looked down and thought to herself, why in the world would she give me an outfit like this? It looks exactly like the outfit she wore when I taught her magic at the Royal Library. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of doubt in them. Could it be? However, Rania's judgment was incredibly negative. She thought he had too many and was just giving some away. A moment later, Rose called out loudly from behind. Are you done getting ready? She immediately turned and left. Yes, I'm leaving right now. Outside, the air was crisp and flower petals were falling. At that moment, Rose and Rania stood side by side before the palace. Seeing her pacing nervously, Twy remarked, You seem quite anxious. People from the Grey Tower will be here soon, so I can't blame you for being worried. After that, he chuckled and said smoothly, The way you're tapping is making me nervous too. Hearing this, Sally propped her chin up and replied with a mocking laugh. It seems you've gotten so old, your eyes have gone dim. This isn't worry, it's extreme comfort. You've guessed completely wrong. Hearing this, the old man gnashed his teeth in fury. Of course I'm old. I'm not about to waste my money on some magic potions and put my life on the line just to look young like someone I know. Despite this, the woman retorted nonchalantly, My face has always been youthful. Witnessing this, the other man was speechless. Have they forgotten why everyone is here? They're arguing again. A moment later, Sai cleared his throat and announced Professor Roselle Van Chias has arrived. Along with him was Assistant Professor Rania Van Chias. At their appearance, everyone curiously tilted their heads to look at her. So this is her. The power gap between the towers was established by Rania Van Chias, the master of the Grey Magic Tower, who possesses overwhelming power. If the Elder brought that monster with him this time. At that moment, Ayla smiled with immense satisfaction. She immediately stood up without a second's hesitation. Faced with the large crowd before her, Rania felt a little bewildered as all eyes turned towards her. From there, they began to judge her in their minds. What is this? That girl seems to be able to control mana, but she doesn't look particularly talented. She's more ordinary than I thought. She doesn't seem like someone we need to be highly cautious of. The rumor about her using mana in front of the princess must have been just a fabrication. The princess is Ayla after all. There's no way she could have used mana in front of her. Just then, bright sunlight shone directly into the meeting room. Rania slowly sat down, feeling quite uncomfortable. It's already so awkward. They're all whispering about me. Without further delay, Sai took the initiative to speak. Princess, let's begin. Ayla nodded in agreement. All right, let's start. With that, she turned to strike up a conversation with Rania. It is truly an honor to meet Assistant Professor Rania Van Chias. You don't need us to introduce ourselves, do you? Sally's casual demeanor, however, only made Rania feel more awkward. I have no idea who you are. Please introduce yourself. A moment later, the woman stood up and declared loudly, We are gathered here today to evaluate the competence of Miss Rania Van Chias. The Elder from the Grey Magic Tower will be in charge of basic mana and its application in the most fundamental foundation class. Finally, she inquired, as an assistant professor, you will have to participate in that class. Correct. Hearing this, Rania's face turned pale as she forced a friendly smile. You've got some nerve. But you're right. Next, Sai slammed the table and snapped. To put it briefly, it means you will be teaching the top new student, Lord Lang Grey. He is the next head of the Grey family. The Gletus clan holds power over the entire northern region. Do you have the ability to teach someone like that? Seeing her pale face, Sai let out a loud mocking laugh. You look terrified. Why don't you just back out now? Our lord is exceptionally talented. The more she listened, the more confused Rania felt. What is she talking about? Seeing her confusion, Roselle quickly reassured her. The White Magic Tower is teaching a new student. She's just bragging about him. As he finished, Wai stroked his beard in agreement. You have a point. Then he replied with a smirk. That's obvious. I may be old, but I can still judge people. A few seconds later, he continued to assert. Simply put, you have no faith in the abilities of this assistant Professor Rania. Sally, bewildered, asked harshly, What do you mean? He explained patiently, because the strongest new student is Benoa from our tower. No matter how good your student is, he can't defeat an entire criminal organization in the slums. He's a monster. A monster. It would be better to have our lord teach that northerner. Rania once again turned to ask Ben who. Roselle sighed wearily, holding his head. He's a new student at the Wai Magic Tower. Don't listen to him. Just as he finished, the woman shot up to object. Are you insulting me right now? Why? Toei didn't hesitate to confirm. You heard me right. Seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly tense, Sai quickly intervened. Please calm down, everyone. Roselle Van Chias frowned, observing every detail without a word. A moment later, his solemn voice suddenly rang out. May I have a word? I understand the affection you Tower Masters have for AP Academy, but why should this assistant professor have to care about your squabbles? I believe the ones who have the right to evaluate her are the students she will teach. Hearing these words, Rania closed her eyes, immensely pleased. That's right, Sally was no exception. Well, you have a point. With that, Roselle took out a stack of different papers. This is my proposal. I propose that the placement test for the students be conducted before the entrance ceremony. This plan wasn't something she had expected, and Rania couldn't help but be shocked. A placement test. A confident, clear voice rang out. I propose that Assistant Professor Rania be one of the proctors for the exam. If she can complete that duty, then she will be recognized as having sufficient competence to teach the students. Receiving such an important nomination, her eyes suddenly widened, and she stammered, Professor. Something this important. At that moment, Rania was crying internally. You should have given me a heads up. What do you mean making me a proctor? That's terrifying. A while later, they gradually moved to the entrance of the Homan Forest. Sai announced loudly, I will now explain the placement test to you all. Hearing this, the students were all surprised. What didn't? We already take an entrance exam. If we have to take a placement test, there must be a lot of really skilled students. I can already hear my scores dropping. And why is the test in Homan Forest next? He sternly announced. All of you pay attention. Students who are not registered to participate are requested to leave. High-ranking students and proctors, please gather here. Regardless of how focused everyone else was, Rania let out a long, casual yawn. Suddenly, a student cried out in alarm. Hey, look over there. Those 4 are the strongest new students. The princess is there too. They say the princess is the most powerful mage in history. The moment they appeared, their intimidating auras instantly spread everywhere. Not only are they skilled, but they also have the magic towers backing them. Why did all those monsters have to show up in our generation? This really sucks. The constant chatter buzzing in Rania's ears was getting on her last nerve. Man, it's so noisy. Aren't you guys sleepy? And so Rania also looked over curiously. Sai held a piece of paper in his hand and continued. Everyone is gathered. The bright sun shone down on the sign. I will explain one more time. After that, the placement test for the top students will begin. Hearing this, Rania clutched her head, thinking desperately, I really want some coffee. Seeing that everyone was listening intently, he continued in a serious tone. I will now explain the placement test for the top-ranking students. First, let me briefly introduce her. This is the newly appointed assistant professor Rania Vanchayas. Her clear voice rang out. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Seeing Rania, a red-haired guy pointed in confusion and asked, Is that Professor Roselle Vanchayas' assistant? The person next to him answered, Uncertainly, I think so. And now, Sierre created a powerful magic circle. I will explain the procedure for your placement test. The test will be held in the Homan Forest. Students will be assigned to one of 4 sectors in the forest. At the center of each sector is a magical stone block. A student's score will be based on the time it takes for them to touch the stone block in their assigned sector. A certain level of offense and defense is permitted. However, if the proctors deem that a student has exceeded the permitted level, they will intervene. And most importantly, please remember not to go near the mana spring at the center of the forest. You all know why, don't you? After hearing this, Rania rested her chin on her hand, confused. What? Then why on earth hold the test here? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, he adjusted his glasses and gave a sinister smile. Come to think of it, we still haven't decided which sector Assistant Professor Rania should proctor. Since the assistant professor started later than the others, I'll have her take care of the last sector. Seer said casually, as if it were nothing. It'll be the north sector. There shouldn't be any problems. I trust you'll do a fine job. Hearing this, all the students gritted their teeth, worried for her. They were sending the newcomer to that sector. Without any further discussion, he had made the decision himself. Alright, the placement test for the top-ranking students will now begin. As soon as they heard their assignments, a guy with a buzz cut quickly left. I'm heading out first. See you later. Another girl waved back. Goodbye. At this point, each group stood neatly within their own magic circle. Rania still hadn't processed it all, muttering to herself, I'm going to the north sector. Just then, Sierre suddenly called out Assistant Professor Rania. As she turned, she had a bad feeling. This guy keeps smirking at me, but she maintained a perfectly normal expression. Yes, what is it? He played the part of a helpful colleague. I have a few things to explain about the north sector you were just assigned. With that same smile, he added with a smirk, that sector is special, just like you. Benoa from the Y-Toai Magic Tower and Lang Gray from the White Magic Tower. Those 2 students were assigned to the north sector. Think you can handle it? You don't really think you're up to the task, do you? The interests of the magic towers are all tangled up in this. If one of them gets hurt, their tower won't just sit back and watch. Despite being pressured, Rania was determined not to give up. I've waited for years to become Professor Roselle Vanchayas' assistant. I won't let some nobody take that position from me. But he wasn't finished. Sierre softly added a request. Those 2 students are both skilled combat mages. Please take special care of them. So much for professional courtesy. After hearing him, she frowned and gave a curt reply. You're right. I'll be going now. He's looking down on me so much. Looking at the people around her, Rania could only sigh and judge. This place is full of morons. His scheming eyes and calculating gaze never left her. Back at the palace, Sierre eagerly reported, Tower Master, the test has begun. Toai replied coldly, I know. Then he clasped his hands as if in prayer. Toai's finger kept pointing at Rania's file. As he read, sweat poured down his face. I was going to wait patiently for the test results, but something strange is distracting me. Rania Vanchayas. It turns out she's Benoa's proctor. I think I was the only one who noticed back then. Because before this, the Y-Toai Magic Tower had investigated the amount of mana in people who could store curses in their bodies. But even so, I couldn't determine how much curse energy that girl had stored or what kind of magic formations they were. Even I, a master of a magic tower, couldn't figure it out. With that thought, he made a decision. For now, let's just enjoy the placement test. Whatever happens, it won't affect the test results. He even dared to confidently guarantee it. Even if he is the White Tower's student, there's no way he can defeat that monster. He could already imagine the stupid look on the White Tower Master's face. Returning to the north sector of the Homan Forest, Benoa had set foot in a dangerous place. Soon, a crimson magic appeared from the ground, clinging to his leg. He immediately recognized it as shadow-weaving magic. At the same time, the figure of Lang Gray slowly appeared. Seeing the scene before him, he froze speechless and filled with doubt. Is he the one that old geezer from the Y-Toai Tower was talking about? While dealing with the obstacles, Benoa kept remembering what Toai had ordered. Do you understand, Benoa? Show them that you are superior to the White Tower's student. However, he felt a sense of disappointment. This is no different from the usual demands I get. Suddenly, Benoa sensed something amiss behind him. He quickly got into a defensive stance and shouted irritably, "Stop hiding and come out. Warriors don't play hide and seek." Hearing that, Benoa charged forward at lightning speed, and a stream of shadow-weaving power was instantly released without hesitation. He quickly threw his axe in a counterattack. Its precision sent the axe blade flying straight toward its target. Faced with that immeasurable power, Langray suddenly froze, breaking out in a sweat. In an instant, all the energy Benoa had released vanished into thin air, and even he himself was slightly affected. Benoa quickly retreated, thinking, "That thing is heavier than I thought." Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was distracted, Langray tried to get away. "He's gone." But it wasn't over yet. Benoa gritted his teeth in annoyance. Then he held his head high and acknowledged, "He really does look like a combat mage." He dove from above with his axe in sheer determination. With the weight of 1,000 pounds, the force of his attack came crashing down. Langray quickly deployed his ability, creating a protective barrier. The impact unexpectedly pushed Benoa back, and it was then that Langray silently acknowledged his opponent's true strength. Damn it. That rumor about him tearing a troll to pieces probably wasn't just talk. Fighting him head-on is going to be tough. And then, Benoa's face grew serious as he vowed, "But I haven't lost yet." The oppressive energy radiating from his hand intensified. Benoa snapped one of his own fingers and uttered a single solemn word: "Sacrifice." Instantly, a terrifying surge of power enveloped his entire body. Watching from the sidelines, Rania remarked to herself, "Wow, these kids are pretty impressive, just bursting with energy. I like it. Their tower master talks so much nonsense. I wasn't sure if they'd live up to the hype, but they seem pretty capable. That one looks like you could throw him right onto the front lines." No wonder the White Tower Master chose him as his #1 disciple. But the one the Toei Tower Master sent. Even for a real fight, this is going a little too far. The stars. What are these creations said to be the truth of this world when one reaches the pinnacle of glory? The stars grant mages power in exchange for a price, and that exchange is the very foundation of their magic. The scales of balance. An extraordinary skill that requires a profound understanding of equilibrium to wield. Because of that, very few mages possess the immense magical energy needed to operate it. However, for those unable to make a pact with the stars, mages devised a new system, a replica of the scales of balance. Unlike the fair exchange of the scales of balance, these conversion scales demand a sacrifice, and the price they demand is always a part of the user's own body. Facing this intense battle, Benoa frowned, thinking to himself, "I never expected to win this without a scratch." With that thought, he snapped another one of his own fingers. Sacrifice is a natural part of this. Benoa gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain. The ominous aura spread towards Langray, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. What is this sickening feeling? Seeing his opponent slowly transforming into a demon, he tried to find a way to escape. His instincts were screaming, "That thing is incredibly dangerous. I have to run now." He frantically scanned his surroundings, looking for an opening. "I need to retreat and find a better chance." He smirked, a plan forming in his mind as he began to fall back. But just as suddenly, Langray changed his mind and charged straight ahead, putting all his weight into the attack. No matter what, a warrior never retreats. Seeing this, a satisfied smirk appeared on Benoa's face. "I didn't expect you to run, you savage." In the next moment, Langray dove straight down. Just as his attack was about to land, Benoa conjured a protective shield. The two forces collided in a brilliant flash of power. Langray, watching from afar, narrowed his eyes. He's clearly changed something, but that method is anything but normal. Hearing this, Benoa scoffed in disagreement. "Normal? Who are you to decide what's normal and what isn't?" With that, he stared down at his magic-infused hand, his resolve unwavering. Benoa prepared to use his sacrifice technique once more. As the power grew, Langray felt an increasing sense of dread. What is this awful premonition? The demonic power within him was swelling by the second, but he refused to back down, even charging forward to meet it head-on. Not wanting things to go too far, Rania stepped in to intervene. "That's enough. Stop fighting." Seeing someone interrupt their battle, Langray gritted his teeth. "What's going on?" Benoa was just as confused. "My body. It won't move." A moment later, she appeared before them with a warning. "Assaults are not permitted to go this far. If you continue, I will be forced to restrain you." To stop what was happening, Rania had been forced to use a binding spell. Then she chided them sternly. "Weren't you two paying attention during the briefing?" Rania then quickly gathered the energy around her. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed it, completely dispelling Benoa's dark power. Feeling the power directed at him, Benoa looked back in shock. She purified my shadow magic, but she wasn't done. Rania then used her power to heal his mangled hand. Her expression suddenly softened. Finally, Rania made a decision. "Now, I'm going to heal you. Let's start with your hand." As his hand began to heal, Benoa flinched, completely bewildered. What's happening? Then he felt her energy enveloping his leg as well. What is going on? Even then, he couldn't believe what was happening. She broke my pact with the conversion scales. and completely nullified its power. How is that possible? And then Benoa began to wonder about Rania's true identity. Just who is she? Once everything settled down, the sky cleared. It was then that Langray lowered his head and admitted, "I lost." He clenched his fist, speaking frankly. "I admit it. I knew I couldn't get away, so I figured, if I could destroy your arm, your shadow magic would vanish. But your shadow would have remained even without your hand, wouldn't it?" Benoa glanced at him and replied curtly, "You guessed right." Hearing that, he bowed his head in acceptance. "In that case, I lose. I admit defeat." But Langray couldn't help but wonder, more importantly, are all the proctors this powerful? I still can't believe she could use a binding spell while both of us were going all out. She can't be just a normal proctor. After cleaning up the mess, Rania stroked her chin thoughtfully. What a pain. Why would they put two high-level applicants in the same zone? Is the Academy trying to get rid of one of them? I'm pretty sure they're both worthy of being accepted. Is there a way to let both of them in without it being unfair? Seeing the worried look on her face, the two boys watched her confused. "Miss Proctor." Suddenly, an idea struck Rania, and she exclaimed, "You two follow me." A short while later, the three of them were deep within a desolate forest. Benoa walked cautiously, stammering, "Isn't this the Mana Spring?" When they arrived, she crossed her arms and smiled in satisfaction. A moment later, Rania grinned and proposed, "Go for a dip in the spring for 1 minute. Benoa, if you can endure it for 1 minute, I'll pretend I never saw you use that forbidden magic. And you, Langray, if you can last for 1 minute, I'll ask Professor Roselle Van Chias to place you in the top class. That should be enough to satisfy that ego of yours, right?" Still Langray hesitated. "But I heard that if you get too close to the mana spring, the mana inside your body will go berserk." Rania immediately shot that down. "No, that only happens if you're submerged up to your neck. Besides, we're pretty far from the center of it. At most, your blood vessels will swell a little, your lungs will fill with blood, and there's a tiny chance of death, but it's not very high. If you're lucky, you'll probably survive." Hearing this, the color drained from both of their faces, their spirits completely crushed. And then they both started to size each other up. "Are you gonna do it?" Benoa answered hesitantly. "I'm not so sure." Langray's voice trembled as he agreed. "I'm not sure either." After a moment, he rested his chin on his hand, thinking it over carefully. Finally, Benoa made his decision. "I'll do it." Seeing his resolve, Langray's spirits lifted as well. "Then I'll do it too. A warrior of the North doesn't accept defeat so easily. But that doesn't mean I'm arrogant enough to think I'm the best." Even Benoa was at a loss for words, seeing Elsie's copycat attitude. "Whatever, let's not waste any more time." Rania crossed his arms and announced in a serious tone, "All right, let's begin." They both stepped into the cold stream. The first step had been taken. Benoa celebrated internally. Easier than I thought. But things didn't go smoothly. They were suddenly hit by some kind of pressure that made them grit their teeth in confusion. Not only that, but his throat began to tighten. "What's happening? I can't breathe." Langray was no exception. Witnessing the two of them being physically tormented, Rania just calmly counted. A second later, she opened her eyes and reminded them, "If you can't take it, let me know, all right." And then Rania calmly sat back to enjoy the show. By now, veins were bulging on Langray's face. He gritted his teeth endlessly, coughing up blood. Beside him, Benoa was still clutching his neck, enduring the pain. Only she was perched serenely on the cliffside, toying with the rippling water, and with them. Meanwhile, Havil's group had ventured deep into the outskirts of the Demon Spring. After a while, they stopped panting heavily. He gently wiped away beads of sweat and wondered, who were those summoners from before? "How in the world are we supposed to fight them?" The young man next to him immediately exclaimed, "Who would have thought those four would be so strong?" A moment later, Havil clutched his head in confusion. Even for an inheritor of gray magic, being that strong was just overkill. Just then, an ominous blue aura spread through the forest, making them all uneasy. "Hey, doesn't this place feel weird?" He clutched his neck, speaking with discomfort. "My body feels strange too. I can barely breathe." Seeing this, his friend quickly realized the problem. "Hey, stop right there. This way leads to the Mana Spring." Havil exclaimed in shock. "What? Let's turn back. If we go any further, we might end up coughing up blood." No sane mage would be wandering around there. The sky was still as clear as it was at the beginning, and Rania was still casually counting the number approaching 50, 45, 46. Each number she counted was another wave of pain for Benoa. 47. Langray was no exception. He gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring menacingly. 48. By number 49, both were becoming exhausted. However, her expression remained innocent as she counted. 50. Then 51. 52. At that moment, an immeasurable power enveloped Langray's body. It made him suddenly recall what his master once said. "What do you feel before the terrifying blizzard of Mother Nature, fear, and hopelessness? Do you know what they call those who overcome it? Great warriors, the true warriors of the North." Every time a number was spoken, the madness within Langray grew stronger. 57, 58, 59. By now, he was straining so hard his eyes were bloodshot. Soon the count reached 60, and Lang Gray reached out his hand, as if pleading for help. At this point his body was completely exhausted and he collapsed. Rania quickly caught him, and Lang silently praised him. He's got some impressive endurance. I was planning to pass him if he could last 30 seconds, and he was at a disadvantage. He endured it with his entire body, and even dared to take 3 more steps. Then she glanced over at Benoa with an intrigued look. It seems this one is even more reckless. He looks just as strange too, even using a sacrifice to endure. To prevent things from going too far, Rania pulled him to shore herself. I will acknowledge your determination. We're done here, come on up. The moment he touched the ground, Benoa's entire body couldn't move either. This kid passed out cold too. She crossed her arms, staring at the two of them, and thought to herself, come to think of it, a long time ago I also tried and failed. She thought a bit flustered. The question is. A second later, Rania lifted her head, lost in a distant thought. What if I tried it now? The reason this forest is called the Homan Forest is because of the ancient Homan tree that the ancient dragon mage gifted to Apia Academy. Beneath the tree is a spring filled with mana. Simply put, it's a place where a large amount of mana has gathered. With that said, Rania very carefully placed her foot onto the surface of the spring. She walked step by step without any hesitation. As you get closer, the mana here will resonate with the mana in your body, and that resonance quickly turns into oppressive pressure. After that, Rania began to hesitate. Was this the spot? At that moment, the reflection of Rania from her past life appeared on the spring's surface. My blood vessels were screaming. When the resonating mana crushed them, I went insane. The hallucinations were relentless. From that, she asked herself, 7 dozen years have passed since then. How much can I endure now? It's true that I attacked the Demon King's army's territory and withstood their demonic energy, but this is a mana spring. I'll get a taste soon enough. A moment later, Rania's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. In no time, the spring's water had risen to her mid-torso. I've already reached the middle of the spring. She smirked slightly. I have to admit it. Thanks to this challenge, Rania felt truly satisfied. Everything I've been through wasn't meaningless. Not long after, Rania returned and reported the situation. As soon as he received the news, Sierre stood up and slammed his desk in fury. What is the meaning of this? You're saying no one from the northern sector passed the test. He gritted his teeth, unable to accept it. At this rate, I'm going to be blamed for the test. Faced with Rania's silent reluctance, Sierre only grew more irritated. What's with that look on your face after failing both of them? Are you trying to provoke me? Following that, he crumpled the paper, blaming himself. As the one in charge, this is going to be my fault. Before it could end there, Roselle suddenly stroked his beard and spoke up. It's not that no one passed. At that, Sierre immediately cut in. If you're planning to defend her just because she's your daughter. Before he could finish, the old man quickly interjected. I trust you've read the report. Afterwards, Roselle slowly pointed out the strengths of the two students. Lang Gray displayed an excellent sense of perception and strong mental fortitude. Benoa is skilled in both magic use and combat. You could say they both deserve a proper education. Therefore, both students were recommended by the proctor for the advanced class, were they not? And then he decisively presented a piece of paper filled with a powerful aura. This is the headmaster's approval for those two. Both were evaluated based on their individual skills, without any influence from the White Tower or the Y2I Tower. Therefore, the two of them will be placed in the same class. Isn't that all thanks to you? Hearing this, Sierre was choked up with emotion, unable to speak. A moment later, his voice came out trembling. Yes, as you say. Upon receiving the good news, his spirits immediately lifted, and he announced in a clear voice, this meeting is now over. Seeing this, Rania couldn't help but admire him. Living like that must be exhausting. At that moment, Roselle clasped his hands behind his back, tilted his head, and praised her. Well, then your performance during the placement test was excellent. Rania chuckled. That was actually pretty fun. The way they use magic is quite similar to me, but they mostly rely on basic attacks. If you're a mage, you should be using magic. From that, Roselle guessed they must be support mages then, but she still wasn't satisfied. No matter how you look at it, I don't like it. If those kids had enough magical skill to survive on a battlefield, they wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Seeing her complain, the old man sighed helplessly. This kid. Doesn't she realize she's the one who inspired the entire support mage class? But Rania just kept her head down, sighing. Before she could even finish her sentence about the mages, he gently shooed her away. Stop grumbling and go down to the infirmary to see how those two kids are doing. Hearing that, she immediately agreed. Yes, I'll go right now. Rania was now walking down the hallway. Her heart felt a bit uncertain as she thought, the infirmary should be around here, I guess. Just then, she ran into two people, Toai and Sai. Rania sighed, confirming her suspicion. Yep, this is the place. A moment later, the woman scowled and confronted her. You're Rania von Chias, aren't you? How dare a proctor who can't even properly supervise a single test show her face here? Seeing Rania's lack of reaction, C sneered. What are you looking down on me? Even though this is Academy grounds, I am still the master of a magic tower. A common mage like you should show me some respect. But what did you do? You scowled at me and acted like you owned the place. Her expression turned menacing. Looks like I'll have to teach you some manners. Then Sai forcefully stomped on Rania's foot. She belittled her at the same time. You have no achievements to speak of. You barely scraped by to get this position. I'm only doing this for that old man's sake. Feeling utterly disrespected, Rania glared back, filled with indignation. Suddenly, she turned and stared intently at Wai Toai, making him curse inwardly with fear. That crazy hag. Doesn't she know who she's dealing with? I have to stop her before things get worse. Wai Toai awkwardly tried to intervene. Hey White, that's enough. However, this only fueled Sai's rage. She even began to unleash her power. The moment her energy flared, he immediately panicked and yelled, "Damn it, that woman's completely lost it. What are you doing, White?" And then that energy shot directly at Rania. Despite this, she remained calm, her face darkening as she stood to face it head-on. As the spell was released, Sai gloated, "You don't need to shout like that. I know how to control my own power. Who do you think I am?" Just as she finished speaking, the ceiling suddenly collapsed, leaving her stunned. The entire space was thrown into chaos. Sai whipped her head around her mouth, agape in alarm. Suddenly, she snapped furiously. "Hey Wai Toai, don't just hijack my spell like that." Wai Toai, still confused, wondered, "What's going on?" He didn't bother to explain, instead marveling to himself, "I can't believe it." She easily hijacked White's spell and doubled its power. I didn't even notice she'd activated all the enchantments she had prepared. Meanwhile, Sai still hadn't grasped the situation, relentlessly criticizing, "Why would you do that? Hey old man, I'm talking to you." Upon seeing Rania's appearance, Wai Toai cleared his throat. With that, he sighed and turned to leave. "What good does it do to throw a tantrum here? Don't tarnish your own image." Sai only got more indignant. "Are you mocking me, hey?" A moment later, Wai Toai awkwardly reminded her, "You were worried about your student, weren't you? Let's get going." Rania watched them with a stern expression, but didn't make a move. And just like that, the two of them were gone, leaving behind the woman's critical remarks. "Why are you always like this? My pride is being insulted here. Are you even listening to me?" He felt completely helpless. "I knew I shouldn't have gotten involved." Once they were completely gone, Rania let out a sigh of relief. "Still, it's true that I led those two to the mana spring. I was already prepared to take a punch or two." Thinking back on it, she couldn't help but feel bitter, but she really shouldn't have stomped on my shoe. Then, looking at the broken ceiling, Rania felt a pang of guilt. I've really gone and caused trouble now. Outside, cherry blossom petals drifted down into the courtyard. At that moment, Rania slowly stepped into the room. A guy with slicked back hair suddenly appeared beside him, making the guy with the bowl cut jump in alarm. This confused the first guy, who asked, "What are you so jumpy for?" Then he carefully explained, "I ran all the way to the mana spring just to hide from her." The guy with slicked back hair was still confused. "I thought you were in the west sector. I heard she got the highest total score of all terms combined." "Who knows, man? Just don't stare at her like that." Just then, Lesti Ilino appeared. All eyes seemed to turn towards her. After all, she was the heir to a magic tower. Hearing their whispers, Lesti Ilino mumbled to herself, "The mana spring." She lowered her head, frowning in thought. 2 days earlier, in the west sector of the Hom Forest, Lesti had single-handedly taken care of a pack of wild beasts. This happened to be witnessed by 2 other students. No way. She's completely controlling 10 magic beasts at once. She's on a whole other level. Seeing Havel staring too curious to leave, his friend urged him on. "Come on, let's just give up and move to another sector." Though they were being careful, she had already detected their presence. A moment later, Lesti closed her eyes and focused, activating her scrying ability. Instantly, a white bird appeared and circled around. The bird then shot high into the sky to survey the area. From its vantage point, she deduced that all the other participants in the nearby area must have given up. "Well, I guess that's a wrap." Suddenly, Lesti's eyes flew wide open as if she'd noticed something. Just then, Rania came into her field of vision. Rania Vanchayas, the proctor for the North Sector. Seeing her disheveled state, Lesti Ilino's jaw dropped in astonishment. "But why is she soaking wet? The only source of water in this forest is..." She watched as Rania left, completely unharmed. She found it even harder to believe. "No, it's impossible. Even Lord Rania Vanchayas wouldn't dare go to the center of the mana spring. There's no way she could have done it." On her way back, Lesti Ilino couldn't stop thinking, and had to ask, speaking of Lord Rania Vanchayas, if it weren't for Lord Rania Vanchayas, Lesti would be considered brilliant. But, when you compare the two, it almost feels sacrilegious. But Lord Rania Vanchayas, Lesti Ilino, just isn't good enough yet. Compared to Lord Rania Vanchayas, no matter how hard she tries, no one in the Grey Tower can even hold a candle to her. Returning to the present, her expression grew darker and darker. Before long, it was time for class to start. A shocked voice suddenly rang out. "Who's that? This is basic mana and exchange methods. That's not Professor Roselle Vanchayas." At her desk, Lesti Ilino was concentrating intently. Rania spoke in a serious tone. "Good morning. I will be teaching in place of Professor Roselle Vanchayas today. I am Rania Vanchayas, the assistant professor. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Hearing the familiar name, Benoa rested his chin on his hand. Rania Vanchias, the one from the rumors. The professor said she only got in because of her family connections. That made Elle a bit suspicious. Professor Roselle Vanchias had never needed an assistant before, had he? He was known for doing everything himself. Facing the vast classroom before her, Rania quietly called out in her mind. Professor, she recalled not long ago when Roselle had entrusted her with a task. Go teach. I have to attend a meeting with the other tower masters. You go teach in my place. She had smiled, delighted. Is that really a good idea? After Rania gave a brief introduction, Lesti Alino suddenly fell silent. Right after she placed a syllabus on the desk, then she stated the requirements. For today's lesson, I want all of you to work on the question sheet I've distributed. If you have any questions, just ask me. In an instant, a hand shot up. I have a question. Seeing this, she immediately paused. We've only just begun. All right, go ahead and ask. Lesti Alino with a straight face requested, could you please show me how to solve question 30? Question 30 is about the theory of the Libra scales, right? Only Professor Roselle Vanchias can solve this one. Is she trying to find fault with me? This should be fun. With that thought, she carefully reread the question. However, some students below were snickering. Look at her pretending to think. She's trying so hard, she's gonna fail spectacularly. It's her first day, so she probably doesn't get it, but Professor Roselle Vanchias' class is way out of her league. Without rushing, Rania continued to recall his earlier advice. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Don't just assume the students think the same way you do, and especially don't. Say things like, just do it, and you'll understand without any explanation. As soon as he finished, Rania quickly retorted, but I always understand things by doing them first. Hearing this, Roselle pointed a finger angrily. That's exactly why. Those kids are not like you. He then added frankly, and also, don't hold yourself back on my account. Hearing that, Rania was delighted and agreed immediately. Yes, sir. So you already knew everything. Suddenly, she recalled the moment she fought Sally and froze up. He said not to hold back, but I definitely shouldn't cause any incidents. After a moment, Rania made her decision. She would just take it slow and teach. I don't know the answer. Upon hearing her reply, Lesti Alino looked disappointed. It seems I placed too much hope in Professor Roselle Vanchias' judgment. At that moment, the surrounding students started whispering amongst themselves. What's wrong with her? Is she just putting on an act? Then Lesti smugly advised, I suggest you try a little harder. We all know you got this position through connections, but you should at least learn the basics first. If you can't even do that, then I guess it was too soon for you to become a professor's assistant. Hearing these words, Rania was silent for a moment before making a suggestion. If you want to know about the Libra scales, I can materialize it in detail for you. At that moment, the morning sun shone brightly down on the palace. In front of Apia Academy, the principal's office was extremely crowded. From a distance, Roselle witnessed them bustling about restlessly. How long is he going to make us wait? Seriously. Facing this scene, he stared in astonishment. Why are so many people gathered in front of the principal's office? They stood with their arms crossed, frowning and demanding answers. How could this happen? Because of her, the students in my class are all in a daze. They couldn't stop complaining about Rania. Is your class the same? So does that mean they really saw that new teaching assistant materialize the Libra scales? Suddenly a bald man raised his voice. Come on, there's no way she could have materialized the Libra scales that easily. We've all communicated with the stars, haven't we? But to materialize the Libra scales, one needs to have an extremely clear understanding of every single step in the entire communication process. How could a mere assistant possibly do that? However, there were still some among them who acknowledged her abilities. No, but it seems they really saw it. This would be easy to resolve if we could just verify it with our own eyes. Seeing her being constantly criticized, Roselle held his head in his hands, exasperated. Rania Vanchias, what in the world have you done? I think I can imagine what happened. To avoid the commotion, he quickly tried to slip away. I'll come back later. Hearing this, Aaron cursed inwardly. Why would that assistant start the class with something like that? Shocking and stunning the students to that degree. It's completely improper. That damn Roselle caused this mess, and now he's nowhere to be seen. I have to get this situation under control. And so he stood up, slammed his hand on the table and proposed, everyone be quiet. If you doubt that assistant, then you should verify it for yourselves. I, using my authority as the principal, will have Miss Rania Vanchias teach an open class. Just then, a stack of papers suddenly flew everywhere. Lesti stopped short and turned to look. In no time, the sheets of paper were scattered all over the ground. She stared at the mess in bewilderment. Immediately after, Sinvi asked with concern, Master, are you all right? Let me get that for you. Right away. The little girl used her power to gather every sheet of paper and stack them together. Lesti just had to stand still, and in an instant, the papers were neatly arranged in her hands. Even as Sinvi helped her, she couldn't escape her thoughts. With just a clap of her hands. No, it was a hand gesture even simpler than that. By now, Lesti Alino was secretly impressed by that teaching assistant who had so easily materialized the Libra scales. She must have used a trick. At the same time, Langray carefully picked up the last piece of paper and started a conversation. You didn't have to take things that far, you know. Now she has to teach an open class. Why do you seem so dissatisfied? Lesty irritably snatched the paper and shouted, "Don't talk like you know everything," and then it fell right on Benoa's foot. He spoke up at the same time. What? Then don't make your feelings so obvious. Benoa asserted that anyone could see her hostile attitude. If you had been in the Northern District during the exam, you wouldn't be able to act like this. Hearing that, Langray sighed in agreement. Exactly. Making her prove herself in an open class is meaningless. Seeing him agree for the first time, Benoa teased, "Since when does a barbarian know how to speak logically?" Langray quickly retorted, "Calling a girl a barbarian is way too harsh. Lesty, don't listen to him." Seeing him try to deflect, Benoa snapped in anger. "Don't you know I was talking to you?" At that moment, Lesty looked incredibly timid and confused, not uttering a word. A second later, she raised her voice full of attitude. "Shut up. What would students from other towers like you possibly know? We from the Grey Tower have our own standards, absolute standards we live by." As she walked, Lesty thought worriedly to herself, she must be frantically preparing for the class right now. Since all the professors and tower masters will be there, her luck and tricks won't work anymore. Go on and try your best, Rania Vanchayas. Not long after sunset arrived, Rania returned to her room alone. The special maid praised her. "You're working so late, aren't you? So diligent. Here's your coffee," she replied, flustered and awkward. "Professor." "Yes, thank you." Everything on the table was arranged with impeccable neatness. At the same time, Rania was a bit puzzled. "Professor, do you often teach open lectures like this?" With that thought, she picked up the folding pointer. Rania's eyes were heavy with contemplation, wondering if this would be all right. Facing her was Ayla's affectionate gaze. "You're doing great." A moment later, Rania blurted out in surprise, "Did I just say that out loud?" The other girl chuckled, affirming, very clearly. Looking at the coffee on the table, Rania began to feel a little smug. A student bought me coffee after the very first class. Not only that, she was incredibly optimistic as she drank and thought, does this mean my teaching isn't half bad? I think the class was wonderful. And then Ayla happily recounted their fateful meeting. "The first time we met was during the placement test. To meet again in class. You still have that same style about you. Even when you get lost, you just keep moving forward. You remind me of someone." Hearing this, Rania hesitated, trying to guess, then quickly stood up and replied, "Princess, thank you very much." Rania didn't hesitate to push back, probing for her meaning with a radiant smile. "So that means it's okay for things to continue like this, right? Thanks to you, I feel much better. I'm going to head back and prepare for the open lecture now." Seeing Rania's spirits lift, Ayla also smiled, satisfied. "All right, I'm looking forward to it, Professor Rania." A few days later, on the day of the open lecture, an announcement was posted about a special seminar on the topic of mana exchange. A long, dense list of regulations followed one after another. At that moment, whispers began to spread. The Academy has never held a lecture like this before. Really? Did the headmaster actually approve this? I heard an assistant professor is going to be the one teaching. Are you serious? I don't think the professors are going to just sit by quietly. Not long after, Sally scoffed dramatically. "Oh my, I kept smelling something old and musty. Turns out it was coming from right here." Hearing this, Wai Toai ground his teeth and taunted her. "So you can smell your own stench, can you?" As expected, she flew into a rage. "What did you just say?" The two butted heads, bickering endlessly, as if they had no self-respect. "To dare and show your face at this lecture after that squabble. You really have some nerve." Sally quickly shot back. "Why do you care? As a tower master, it's my duty to be here." Witnessing this scene, Lesty and Benoa were at a loss for words. He spoke up helplessly. "You got dragged here too," the other grimaced and gave a short reply. "Yeah, and then?" The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. That immediately made Lesty realize it was about to begin. Rania's figure swept past everyone. Her appearance inadvertently gave Sally and Wai Toai a reason to stop their argument. In her hand, Rania held a thick stack of important documents. Even so, the students below looked at her with eyes full of contempt, but she said nothing more, coolly picking up a piece of chalk. In front of the countless observing students, Rania decisively began to write the lesson on the green board. And yet, the entire class was watching her with rapt attention. And then, Rania's cool voice began the introduction. "Today we will have an open lecture on the fundamentals of mana exchange." On the board, she had clearly written the words, "I am Rania Vanchayas." Rania offered a friendly smile, trying to win them over. "I may still have many shortcomings, but I ask that everyone please focus and listen carefully." The moment Rania's voice rang out, the crowd grew excited. They all spoke at once. "She's starting." At the same time, the old woman rested her chin on her hand, a look of utter contempt on her face. Just a piddly little assistant professor thinks she can teach an open lecture. She should know her place. A second later, Sally added more fuel to the fire. "Well, she has the headmaster backing her. All the real mages are here. Let's see how she plans to fool us. For people like us, this is nothing more than child's play." By now, almost all eyes were on Rania. Even so, she stood with her hands on her hips, full of confidence. Rania calmly looked down at the students below, without a trace of fear. And then, her resolute voice cut through the silence. "Hello, everyone. Are you all aware that there are 3 steps required to activate a spell? Hearing this, the old woman immediately scoffed. I was expecting more than this, but she's just repeating the basics that even a 5-year-old would know. This is not a good way to start. Then Sally's eyes narrowed as she thought to herself, right. Even if she's powerful, it's useless. The real issue is that knowing something and teaching it are 2 completely different things. Everyone here has centuries of experience in both practicing magic and teaching. How can a mere child like that possibly catch up to what took us ages to accomplish? Just as the thought ended, Rania closed her eyes and focused on regulating her power. Seeing her hesitate and say nothing, the crowd began to murmur and clap mockingly. Ah, she thinks that meaningless gesture can actually. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted, causing some to gasp in astonishment. Wait, that's impossible. One of them slightly lifted his glasses to observe more closely. Is this what the students said they saw? However, a bald man slammed his hand on the table in defiance. Using cheap tricks in the classroom is unacceptable. Hey, don't stand in front of me, I can't see a thing. The light shone directly into Sally's line of sight, leaving her stunned. The power spreading from within Rania was an extremely high-level spell used to commune with the stars of Libra. Witnessing the magnificent spectacle before their eyes, everyone was left nearly speechless. A moment later, Rania continued, I will now demonstrate the first step to activating a spell. To be specific, it is the step of drawing the magic diagram. She demonstrated each symbol clearly, first blue, then yellow, appearing one after another, leaving everyone in awe. She didn't stop there. Rania, without a hint of modesty, displayed the full extent of her abilities. Everyone watched with wide eyes, observing every single detail. So intricate, to execute such a difficult diagram so perfectly. Still not finished, Rania proceeded to demonstrate the second step, offering a corresponding payment of mana. She carefully began to gather energy in her magical hands, not too much and not too little, but just the right amount. It was the precise quantity of mana needed to bring the 2 sides into balance. Soon, all the energy sources had intertwined. As she spoke, Rania acted. Finally, one must direct the spell with absolute precision. Without a hint of hesitation, she shouted the incantation in a loud, clear voice. Incinerate. At this point, Rania had diligently guided them through every single detail. These are the 3 necessary steps to activate a spell. In that instant, the entire hall fell dead silent. Even Lesti Alino couldn't believe this was real. Beside him, Sally had to silently admit that her eyes were not deceiving her. The spell is incredibly stable. I can even feel the star's mana within it. That means she has complete and absolute control of its power to use as she wishes. When a mage uses a spell dozens, hundreds of times, the light of that star will begin to remain within it. It's an extremely extraordinary phenomenon signifying that the spell has been elevated to a new level. It is called absolute power. So that's what it was. Ayla was incredibly pleased and satisfied. I knew she wouldn't disappoint me. Following that, Rania stated loudly, I'm sure everyone here is already well aware of these 3 steps. We walk the path of magic, but why do we call it that? As the name suggests, it is a path. While walking it, we have also been honing it. We read every book within reach to master it, and we spend countless hours proving our mastery. The deeper she delved into the issue, the more everyone seemed to realize a fundamental truth, and I was no exception. Her voice continued to ring out. I only need to explain this much because we are all fumbling around in an endless space. We must not forget the foundation of the path we have chosen. This is our foundation. At this point, it seemed like everyone was beginning to change their perspective. Sai clenched her fists intently, absorbing every single word. Is she just going to repeat the same point over and over, return to the core, and master the basics? That's what you want to say, isn't it? This isn't even in the books. Noticing her strange attitude, he cautiously glanced over. Having been hit where it hurts, Sai angrily slammed the table, making her displeasure obvious. This pathetic lecture. Seeing the unstable situation, he quickly spoke up to intervene. Tower Master. Thanks to that, she avoided causing a scene. Her brow just furrowed as she said nothing more. Finally, Sally closed her eyes and clapped in agreement with Rania. It was the first time he'd seen her side with Rania, a difficult fact that couldn't help but bewilder Lang Gray. Seeing that the Tower Master also stood up without a moment's hesitation, the girl sitting behind them gasped, her jaw dropping in astonishment at this rare sight. At that moment, Ayla also clapped, utterly satisfied. Have broke out in a cold sweat, completely stunned. Only Lesti remained serious, lost in thoughts she couldn't express. At that moment, Rania stood alone under the glorious light of her power. Even she was doubtful seeing herself being acknowledged like this. Finally, Rania let out a faint, gratified smile. In that instant, she placed her hands on her hips in delight and spoke. What I have just said is the content of today's lesson. The basics of mana exchange. I will conclude my lecture here. Now, inside the Grand Academy Castle, the students were excitedly chatting amongst themselves. That's Rania Vanchayas, right? That's right, she's so beautiful. Damn, I should have gone to the open class. Her poise was too perfect, even if this is just a rumor. And after that, Professor Rania walked anxiously beside Rose, her thoughts a tangled mess, feeling as though all eyes were on her. I wonder what I did to suddenly get called to the headmaster's office, but then he started rambling about handing the academy over to me and even said that I'm the future of the mage world. His attitude has completely changed. Just then, Rania slowly glanced to her side, leaned in close to him and whispered softly, "Sir, you seem very happy." Hearing this, Rose smiled gently. "Do I?" Going back in time a bit, Sai had solemnly acknowledged I must recognize what deserves recognition. "I just don't understand why you didn't come to me when you possess such incredible ability. But we are human and can make mistakes due to misjudgment. In the name of the White Tower's master, I will turn those mistakes into opportunities and welcome you to the tower. Please consider it carefully, it's not too late to join." Even now I remember how both the headmaster and the masters of the White and Waitoe towers tried to pull that off. Not to be outdone, I shrugged and replied, "Unlike someone else, I recognized your power from the very beginning. I could feel you were no ordinary person through the spells within your body. Due to someone's ignorance, you were attacked. But if you come with me to the Waitoe tower, I guarantee that will not happen. I believe it's a much better offer," Rania replied, feeling helpless. "Yes." At this point, Rose curiously took the initiative and asked Rania Venchias, "What do you think? Do you want to go straight to the Grey Tower? I want to see the looks on those old geezers' faces." She firmly refused. "No, sir. I don't want to see them at all." He laughed loudly and then gently reminded her, "I understand. I bet they are very eager to meet you. You never know when they might show up, so always be on your guard." Rania politely pledged, "Yes, I will be careful." The scene shifts to a bleak and cold snowy mountain region. Inside a castle, Langre's father was reading a letter in his hand with a deep sense of longing. "To my dearest father, are you doing well? It's been 1 month since I joined AP Academy. Every day I realize there are so many things I need to learn, and I have seen how arduous it is." Meanwhile, Rania stood at the lectern, giving serious instruction. "Do it like this." When the spell activated, he confessed, stunned, "It's really difficult. I can't understand anything at all, absolutely nothing. But what makes me feel better is that I'm not the only one. It looks just like a painting." "Father, the path of learning magic is long and arduous." The scene changes to an office where she tiredly threw a book onto the desk. "This is awful. Since when did this room get so messy?" Looking at the mountain of books, Rania sighed in frustration. She clicked her tongue, making an excuse for herself. "Whatever, I've been too busy and haven't had time to clean." With that one excuse, Rania let out a sigh of relief and sat down in her chair, enjoying some private time. "I just realized it's been a long time since I've had time for myself." Now, she reflected thoughtfully that she had withdrawn from the front lines and had no reason to meet them. "My habit of constantly yielding due to stress has lessened, and teaching isn't as bad as I thought." No one asked any questions, which proves the class went well. After that, Rania decided it was time to relax and rest. Just then, Lesti Ilino knocked politely on the door. "Assistant Professor Rania, may I come in?" she grumbled to herself. "Damn, why now?" Seeing the door already ajar, Rania composed herself and asked patiently, "Yes, what is it?" She bashfully bowed her head without saying anything. She hesitantly stepped outside and closed the door. "Do you have a question?" Rania panicked, blaming herself. "Crap. What's this kid's name again? Lesti Ilino?" "Lesti Ilino. Lesti Ilino." Lesti began to speak haltingly. "There's something I need to tell you." She told herself, "I need to say it." Lesti recalled a memory and silently told herself she had to apologize to her for what she had done and tell her that I had forgotten the joy of learning and it returned to me through her class. "I want to say thank you." Lesti Ilino bravely prepared to speak. "Last time, suddenly an arrogant group of people stormed over. So this is your room. Assistant Professor Rania, we were looking for you." Tower Master Julian pushed her aside and feigned concern. "I was quite impressed by your open class." Rania looked him up and down, recognizing him as the mage from the ancient tower. The other tower masters coldly remarked, "I'd expect nothing less from a disciple of Roselle Vanchias. I think you have a rather fresh approach." Hearing this, she was annoyed and thought sarcastically, "It's been 5 years and they haven't changed a bit." Rania replied politely but coldly, "Yes, thank you very much." But they wouldn't let up, continuing to shower her with praise. "The magic you displayed in that class was truly a sight to behold. To have reached that level at such a young age. I sincerely look forward to what you'll be able to show us in the future." She cursed inwardly in frustration. "Just shut up. We haven't seen each other in 5 or 6 years, but nothing has changed. You're still trying your best to win me over. I didn't think these old fogies would drag themselves all the way out here." Just then, a puzzled Rania turned her attention behind her. "What's that girl doing, Lesti?" Ilino clumsily bumped into one of the tower masters. Then the stack of books in her arms suddenly tumbled to the floor. Lesti let out a terrified gasp. She panicked and bowed her head as he glared at her. I'm so sorry," the tower master sneered caustically. "You really are a useless one." Hearing this, Lesti, Ilino began to tremble with fear. Witnessing this, Rania frowned with displeasure. The man turned to her with a syrupy offer. "Now, Assistant Professor Rania, will you accept the offer to become a new tower master?" Rania refused point blank. "Excuse me, but I'm busy at the moment, so I must ask you to leave for today." The tower master froze, completely stunned. What did you say? She smiled deftly, diffusing the tension. This is an institution of learning, not one of your towers. The students should take priority here, don't you think? Rania beamed her tone, dripping with implication as she saw them out. Please do, be careful on your way home. Feeling as if they'd been chased out, they left in a huff, muttering under their breath. Then Lesti Eilino timidly spoke up. Professor Rania thoughtfully gave her directions. You should take that way to get to the main staircase. Then you won't have to run into them again. The girl started to speak gently. Professor. Rania quickly slipped into her office and waved. I did say I was busy, didn't I? So let's talk some other time. Goodbye. Without further comment, she slammed the door shut. Lesti stood outside, stunned. What did she mean? When she said she was busy, wasn't she talking about helping me? Meanwhile, inside the office, several drops of blood fell to the floor. Rania grimaced, realizing her mistake. I completely forgot. She clutched her chest, trying to fight it off. It's happening again. The scene shifts to a desolate battlefield on the front lines of Kilmus Canyon. Thousands of soldiers lay strewn across the ground. Just then, their resolute leader roared out an order. Hold the formation even if it costs you your lives. Keep fighting. Among the ranks, an exhausted young soldier clutched his weapon and stared at a giant monster, sighing in despair. How much longer will this battle drag on? Can we even survive in this hellhole? I'm so tired. I just want to rest. The moment the words left his mouth, something shot past like a gale of wind. It shattered the stone monster into a million pieces. The young soldier gasped in astonishment, and upon recognizing the familiar sight, he cheered excitedly. It's an arrow from the sharpshooter, Lamia Archer. Lamia is here. Seeing this, the entire unit erupted in joyful shouts. Archer Lamia. Just then, she muttered in annoyance. This is so irritating. Lamia composed herself, drawing her bow to fire again, using a demonic fusion arrow now. What a waste. In an instant, a flaming arrow shot forward. Seeing their opening, the warriors fearlessly gave the command. The divine archer is here, charge. The young soldier sank to his knees, stunned. Can we actually win this? A second later, he felt a healing aura emanate from his left. The boy looked up in disbelief. This light. Seeing the gentle woman, he cried out in a burst of emotion. It's Saintess Sarah. Next, the boy's gaze locked onto the final person, and he saw another familiar face. He cheered joyfully. It's Cersei, the hero's party. The man executed a masterful slash, making the soldiers roar with delight. The hero's party has arrived. Time passed, and the tense atmosphere gave way to quiet. Now the warriors were cheering triumphantly. We won. Spread word of our victory. We've defeated them. The hero's party is incredible, Kai. Just as he was lost in a memory of the past, Sarah called out his name. She draped herself over him, whining coquettishly. Are you even listening to me? The stench of those undead is soaked into my clothes and I'll never get it out. Don't you think I need some new ones? I've already worn this outfit twice, you know. Lamia frowned at the display and interjected. Ahem, knock it off. This battle would have been over much sooner if we'd had that half-dead mage with us. Sarah added with a contemptuous smirk. Well, of course he has his uses, but I'm sure he's about to drop dead any day now. Without my help, there's no way he could endure that curse. The scene shifts to the city at night, where Rania is taking a solitary walk. She shuddered, asking herself, I don't know how I've been able to withstand it. Suddenly, a wave of pain hit her, and she clutched her chest in agony. Damn it. Again. This goddamn curse. She touched her chest and used her power to suppress it. A second later, the black markings surrounding her heart slowly began to dissipate. Rania sighed, gazing into the palm of her hand. I have no idea how I've managed to suppress it for this long, but this isn't a permanent solution. She frowned, muttering, Damn it, why do I have to suffer like this? Rania mocked herself tiredly. I managed to buy some time by sacrificing my own life force to hold back the Demon King, but in return this curse was embedded in my heart. Ah well, this is a mess of my own making. She focused, trying to get her bearings. I think his house should be somewhere around here. Just then, Rania spotted her destination. Ah, found it. She glanced around and mused with a sigh, still as gloomy as always. Inside, Katie was startled, his attention drawn to the entrance. The door creaked open unexpectedly. The man spoke with curiosity. I wonder what esteemed guest has decided to visit at this hour. It seems you've picked up a strange new hobby since we last met. Kadi turned to greet her. Rania Vanchias. Rania shot back, annoyed. Do you think I wanted to end up like this? There's no need to be so nasty to a friend you haven't seen in a long time. After observing her, Kadi made a sharp assessment. Your appearance has changed. Your very soul is different. And on top of that, you have a curse embedded straight into your heart. Kadi cut straight to the chase. Just what in the world happened to you these past 5 years? Rania Vanchias recalled a time when the neighborhood was bustling. A few weeks earlier, in a small alley, belongings were strewn across the path and drunkards were passed out on top of the ruined heaps. Inside a tavern, Rania Vanchias was cursing furiously. Damn it. She buried her face in her hands, asking herself, why am I being treated this way? The Ashen Mage, former member of the hero's party, Rania Vanchias. She was once known as the greatest mage in the kingdom and the successor to the Grey Tower of Magic. I gave up a brilliant and promising future to embark on a 5-year journey, and yet Rania Vanchayas drank sullenly. Damn it. He looked at his staff in shame. I never imagined I'd be kicked out of the party. I'm too ashamed to face my master. Just then, Rania Vanchayas spotted a striking girl with red hair. He stared in horror at his enemy. No way. That woman is the succubus queen Bosleb. What is she doing here now? The creature sang a melody as she walked through the alley. Bosleb cheerfully opened the tavern door. She turned and called out sweetly. This way, warriors. They were completely mesmerized by her, their minds clouded. She walked in slowly and reminded them in a friendly tone, please stay calm and enter in an orderly fashion. Bosleb gave a satisfied smile, turned and muttered greedily, looks like I'm going to eat my fill today. Just then, Rania Vanchayas stealthily approached the location. He stopped as the succubus beckoned invitingly. Come on now, don't miss a step. Without a word, Rania Vanchayas channeled power directly into his arms. He firmly cast his spell and charged forward decisively. Startled, she spun around. Bosleb scrambled to dodge the attack. The door slammed shut, and all the hypnotized men collapsed at once. From inside, she demanded loudly, wait, who are you? But Rania Vanchayas didn't care coldly, using a chain-casting skill. He aimed his magic right at the succubus's face. Enhance formula counter spell. Rania Vanchayas dispelled her technique. Counter shield. Realizing what was happening, Bosleb worriedly thought, he dispelled my illusion magic and shattered my mana shield. She stumbled backward and asked in confusion, who the hell is this guy? Seizing the golden opportunity, he gently snapped his fingers. Then Rania enhanced his power, terrifying Bosleb. Weakness. He bound her to the wall. Restrict. Rania Vanchayas snapped his fingers again, finishing with a punishing blow to her stomach. Wounded Bosleb coughed up blood from her mouth. She collapsed in pain. Rania Vanchayas dragged over a chair and calmly said her name. The succubus queen Bosleb. He sat down casually and greeted her. You haven't changed a bit, have you? Remember me, panting. Bosleb suddenly recognized her opponent. Now I remember. This guy. She sneered contemptuously, which only made Rania Vanchayas angrier. Aren't you that virgin mage from the heroes' party? Realizing her mistake, Bosleb quickly changed her tune. No, Rania Vanchayas, right. He warned her irritably. You're lucky you remember. Otherwise I'd beat you until you did. She feigned weakness, whimpering. Are you really going to hurt a helpless lady? Is that something a member of the heroes' party should be doing? A helpless lady? I'm just dealing with a demon who preys on the life force of common folk. I'm already holding myself back. Just let me go this one time. Rania Vanchayas refused flatly. Not a chance. Terrified, Bosleb tried to stop him. Wait. She fearfully revealed a weakness. Only holy magic works on me. How can you kill me without a holy practitioner? Or, do you have another way? Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. Then Rania Vanchayas walked closer, intrigued. She knew he was hooked. The succubus smiled brightly and affirmed. See, so, doing this is pointless. His fighting spirit flared as he challenged her. Let's test that theory, shall we? Let's see if you can withstand a full power mana strike. Here I come. Grit your teeth. Seeing how persistent Rania Vanchayas was, she screamed in terror. Wait, are you insane? Bosleb thought in horror. This guy is serious. He really wants to kill me. I have to get out of here. Just then, the wall suddenly exploded. Dai smashed through the wall and walked in, asking Bosleb, are you all right? She joyfully called out Dai's name. Rania was shocked, recognizing his opponent. A dark knight from the Demon King's army. He pointed his sword and demanded, I followed your distress signal. Did this man attack you? Rania Vanchayas carefully assessed him. He's radiating demonic energy. I'd guess he's commander class. Wait, a commander class? Dark Knight came all this way to rescue her. Just because she couldn't drain the life force from a few men. Without hesitation, Dai charged forward to attack. Rania expressed his annoyance. Even for a superior, this is a bit much. Rania Vanchayas opened his palm and a magic circle formed around his arm. He swung his arm frantically, performing the ritual. Double spell cast, reinforced shatter spell. In a flash, his opponent was blown back and stunned. The attack pierced straight through his armor. Stunned, Dai was thrown backward. Witnessing this, Bosleb was bewildered. He took down Commander Dai in an instant. How can a mage like him use close combat skills? Who is this guy? She bit her lip in fear. If this keeps up, I'm really going to die. Just then, Bosleb remembered something important. That's right, the gemstone. She recalled the moment she was given strict instructions. Don't ask what this gemstone is. Just fill it with the life force you drain. Bosleb mused. I've been collecting life force or mana for decades just as I was told. If I use this, I might be able to stop that monster. At the very least, I can buy some time to escape. As soon as she finished her thought, she decided to take out the gemstone. Seeing the black marks surrounding the gem, the succubus exclaimed in shock. She lost control as it backfired on her. Rania sensed something was wrong and quickly spun around. Damn it, what is that? He described the scene in confusion, a black mist. Just then, the black aura swiftly enveloped Rania Vanchias's heart. He clutched his chest in pain. Stunned, Rania Vanchias coughed up blood. He doubled over, coughing violently. After observing his surroundings, Rania Vanchias astutely confirmed it. There's no doubt about it. This black mist. It's the same monster I encountered 3 years ago on the Waitoi battlefield. A grotesque creature made of accumulated curses. The Demon King. There's no way I could forget the being that placed this curse on me. He gritted his teeth, wondering, why is his mist here? Why would a succubus have it? Staring at the dense black mist, Rania Vanchias was stunned for a few seconds. He frowned, certain in his assessment. There's no doubt. This black mist is the Demon King. The thunder curse accumulation that defeated my party. Warily, Rania Vanchias asked himself, who is this woman really? Instantly, he felt a strange sensation run down his spine. I can sense 3 spells. Rania Vanchias focused his judgment. Appearance modification, mental corruption, and one more that I can't quite identify. Despite the danger, he clasped his hands with steely resolve. Whether it's the Demon King or not, I can't let it capture me. I'll use every spell I have. I will destroy this mist. At that moment, the succubus, as if possessed, began chanting a series of mysterious spells. Rania Vanchias stood firm, making a vow of exchange. A spell for a spell, a curse for a curse. I'll show you that the last 3 years weren't for nothing. Then she gathered all her strength and unleashed a powerful burst of cursed mana. Rania Vanchias fired a bolt of lightning at the woman. The next second, the room flashed with light, sending everyone outside flying. After the battle, everything outside fell silent amid the billowing smoke and rubble. Inside stood the figure of Rania, who had been transformed into a woman. She looked around in shock. Both of them had vanished. Disappointed, Rania reached a hand toward the light as all the spells she had prepared dissipated. These black skeletons were suspiciously easy to deal with. They posed no threat to my life. The first time I faced the Demon King, I had to trade half of my lifespan. She clutched her head in disbelief. It's real. Rania was astonished as she noticed the rapid changes. My chest has gotten bigger, my hair has grown longer, and my hands are fair and incredibly slender. Isn't this a woman's body? She screamed in fury. That Bosleb woman, what did she do to me? Rania looked down at her palms and lamented helplessly. Damn it, this is so annoying. My body is in this weird state, and the Demon King's army is probably still lurking around here somewhere. I need to come up with a counterattack. She closed her eyes and reminded herself that from now on she had to stockpile spells again. Rania summoned a golden scale, the scale of Libra. She stood before it pensively. Just then, the scale of Libra spoke in a calm voice. State your wish. Rania pleaded urgently. I wish for what the curse consumed to be converted into stockpiled spells within my body. After hearing her, it calmly replied, a trade is proposed. She casually offered, with 90% of my mana. The scale of Libra coldly declared, the offering is insufficient. A limit will be applied. Annoyed, Rania had no choice but to accept. Stupid constellations as always. The cost-to-benefit ratio is as terrible as ever. Fine. It firmly confirmed. The agreement is complete. As soon as it spoke, a new power swiftly entered her body. New patterns appeared on both of her arms. A series of complex spell chains were added. Chain casting formula enhancement, high-speed chain casting. Rania cautiously pointed her finger. As soon as the glass shattered, a dark aura suddenly billowed out everywhere. Confused people on the street turned to look panicked and covering their noses. What is this spell? Is that foul smell coming from that building? Is it demonic energy? Just then, soldiers began to issue urgent warnings. Civilians, get away from that building immediately. The surrounding people heard this and asked in surprise. Everything was fine. Just a moment ago. What happened? And what was that building used for in the first place? Looking around, Rania was startled to discover that a perception-distorting barrier had been cast over the entire building. She frowned and mysteriously called out a name. Sabal. Rania silently contemplated its origin. That barrier must have come from one of the 4 heavenly kings, the skull, the succubus queen, the Waitoi knight, and a gem that can release the Demon King. She rubbed her chin seriously, telling herself she couldn't ignore this. Rania spread her hand with a weary look. And then, there's the weirdest part of all. She wondered in confusion, why was my gender changed? If their goal was to kill me, there were far easier ways to do it. So why this? Rania's thoughts were a tangled mess. She calmed herself and continued on her way. Worrying won't do any good, since I can't get any answers right now. The real question is, how do I live with and adapt to this curse? Because it's not like I can break this curse anytime soon. Returning to the present in the inn before her, Rania shrugged and recounted, and then I went back to my master and almost died. I was shocked when he suddenly started scolding me. He's so mean, isn't he? Kadi cut in. No, wait. He calmly sprinkled something into a bowl and asked probingly, a swarm of black bones. You attacked that smoke. Kadi immediately retorted in disbelief. Rania Vanchias, don't talk nonsense. It's not nonsense. Can't you see what's happened to me? He said, with genuine sarcasm. From what I've heard so far, it sounds like you've had 5 glorious years. she retorted unhappily. What part of that was glorious? Realizing something, Kadi suddenly snapped his fingers. He smiled and transformed into a young man. It seems you've had more amazing experiences than the rumors suggest. I'm surprised you managed to suppress the curse by converting it into mana. Kadi took out a vial of liquid and announced helplessly, I'm not sure I know a way to turn you back to normal. He put it back in the bottle and reluctantly offered a solution. But I can stop the curse from eroding you further. Every drop of the divine liquid was filtered into the bottle. Looking at the potions on the table, Rania picked one up doubtfully. Is this one bottle enough? Kadi explained honestly. Well, these potions aren't a long-term solution, but at least you can manage without a healing saint to help you. She spoke unhappily. Why bring her up? She's just an idiot. Anyway, I truly thank you. Rania's tone changed as she asked, You know something about this curse, don't you? Kadi's blunt reply made her click her tongue in annoyance. I can't tell you. Rania scoffed sarcastically. Go ahead and be all mysterious. Such a bad habit, he instructed nonchalantly. You can drink one a month. She sighed in. Thanks. All right. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Rania hesitated, then made a good faith offer. I mean, I'm not going to take these for free. So if there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. Kadi considered it and said, I don't really need anything in return. Just then, he remembered something and brought it up. There is one thing. For the past few days, I've felt something snooping around in the sewers. She reported keenly I sent a disciple to investigate, but... Hearing this, he excitedly jumped in. You have a disciple. What's his name? What has he been up to? Rania smiled and introduced him. Instead of calling me master, it would be more accurate to call me his guardian. I taught the kid magic myself. His name is Benoa. In a dark, musty basement, a mysterious black aura suddenly appeared. Benoa slowly advanced toward the pack of wolves. He quietly reminded himself, I promised to meet Chloe tomorrow. I'd better finish this now. Without another word, Benoa began to annihilate the wolves. Sacrifice. He focused his gaze on his prey. Benoa swiftly attacked one wolf after another. In just a few minutes, he had taken down a mountain of them. As he fought, Benoa mused, I thought she'd lost her mind when she made me soak in that mana spring. But it's having some unexpected benefits. I can use less mana and still get better results than before. After clearing them all out, he let out a weary sigh. Just then, Benoa sensed movement behind him. He turned and glanced in that direction. At that moment, a mysterious dark figure was slowly approaching. Observing his surroundings, Benoa noted warily that the sewer was full of wandering undead. And yet, someone was deliberately lurking about, not even bothering to hide their presence. To be on the safe side, he quickly summoned his power. That means that person released these things. Then Benoa launched a fierce attack, the Waitoi spear, which shot rapidly toward the mysterious person. That person casually leaped high into the air. Realizing this, he exclaimed in astonishment, What, you dodged it? You're even faster than that northerner. Then Benoa cracked his knuckles and prepared to go all out. I need to use everything I have. He focuses his power on the mysterious person. That person is Rania. Using her accelerated speed, Rania gracefully evades the danger. Benoa, stunned, prepares to fall back when she reaches out her hand. No way. I can't do anything. He realizes his own helplessness at this distance. Just then, Rania gets ready. She decisively flicks Benoa's forehead. Rania speaks with satisfaction. Good. You've improved a lot, but you're still missing the basics. First, don't attack anyone you don't know. Stunned, he calls out her name. Wait, Assistant Professor Rania. She sighs helplessly. Good grief. Benoa asks doubtfully, Why are you down here? Rania explains with a yawn. Your master told me to come down and clean up this mess. He continues in disbelief. Master, you mean old Caddy from the magic potion shop. She snaps her fingers in confirmation. That's the one. Rania casually clears a path and then shares honestly. He and I have known each other for a long time. At this, Benoa asks curiously, How old are you? I mean, you two don't look like you're the same age. She answers hesitantly. I'm 27. Actually, I'm 21. Rania then asks with concern, Why is there something you want to say? He quickly denies it. No, nothing. Then Benoa boldly probes further. Can I ask you something? What did you do before coming to the academy? He wonders confused. She's an incredible fighter. Her movements are so unique. A scholar who has researched their whole life could never move like that. Instead of a mage, she's more like a rigorously trained warrior. Rania hints at her past. Let's just say I was in a very dirty place for a very long time. Just as she sees a wolf approaching, she sternly brushes the topic aside. That's enough small talk. Let's finish this training session. Rania looks at the pack of wolves and pinpoints their location. Looks like that's our destination. As soon as she finishes speaking, she focuses and chants an incineration spell. In a flash, the entire pack of wolves is reduced to ash. Benoa wonders in confusion, what kind of spell was that? It's like she mixed several spells together at once. I can't even begin to guess the principles and mechanics behind it. He grimaces with worry. The smell is getting stronger. Are we still going in there? Rania cautiously opens the door. I have a good idea of what's in here. Be extremely careful when purifying this thing. They quickly head inside. The scene changes to outside an inn. Rania asks curiously, by the way, who did Benoa go to see? Kadi confides warmly, his childhood friend Chloe. She expresses her surprise. A childhood friend? I didn't expect that. I didn't think he'd have one. But why did you change your appearance? Kadi reveals his purpose. This way it's easier for me to get close to humans. Rania takes out the item she found and ends the conversation. Well, I have to go. There's a pile of things waiting for me to check. She places it on the table and explains seriously. I found this altar in the sewers. This small altar is releasing a massive amount of evil energy. It's a bit difficult to purify it completely. What's suspicious is that it was right in the middle of the sewer system and was protected by magical beasts. But what's even more concerning is that it looks exactly like LP's gem, and it was also protected by a perception-distorting barrier. That's why no one has discovered it all this time. He remains silent for a long time after hearing this, and Rania continues to state her opinion. Although placing it underground would avoid prying eyes for something this suspicious to appear right in the center of the capital. Right. This is definitely not a trivial matter. She warns anxiously, a rebellion will break out soon. His scent is all over this place. A lot has happened, and 1 month has passed since I became an assistant professor. I'm used to teaching now, I think. Inside the classroom, she calmly instructs the students. You all must start like this. Rania gives detailed instructions. You cast it like this. She provides a specific example. For instance, a blinding spell can be illustrated with a diagram like this. And finally, we get a matrix like this. Just a small amount of mana is enough to cast it. Are there any questions? Seeing the baffled faces of her students, Rania questions herself. Why do I get the feeling that no one understands a thing? Isn't it pretty easy? She covers her mouth and coughs a few times. Rania thoughtfully decides to explain it one more time. Now I'll rewrite the content of today's lesson on the board. She speaks carefully as she writes. Please use the remaining time to review the lesson. Rania wonders to herself. This is strange. Setting aside the fact that I'm not used to teaching today's lecture was so easy. The devoted teacher encourages her students. I think it would be good if you all tried to cast the spell yourselves before the next class. You can also try to solve the practice problems Finally, Rania says her goodbyes and leaves. Class dismissed. Good work, everyone. Meanwhile, the exhausted students say to each other, I have to write this down again. Is that it? I guess so. After stepping out of the classroom, she slams the door shut. Rania sighs worriedly. I think the master is going to scold me again. My students. Teaching them like this, there's no way they'll understand. It's easy to show them through practice, but why is it so hard to convey it with words? She pouts, comforting herself. Anyway, there are still many who said they learned a lot from my open class. At the same time, Rania spots Seer diligently explaining something. It's easy, right? You should do it this way. Then just fill in the values. She remarks astonished before quickly walking past them. He simplified the principle of the chain explosion spell to explain it. The student eagerly asks, so, how should I solve this case? Professor Rania panics and denies it. Hey, don't tell me I have to do it that way. She simply justifies it to herself. I'm not sure. If they don't understand, they'll come ask, just like Lesty did. Killing demons is way easier than this. Just then, inside the office, Sierre slams his hand on the desk fiercely. Assistant Professor Rania, do you have any idea what these are? These are complaints about your classes, and there are a lot of them. Rania replies embarrassed. Yes. He emphasizes sternly. You only teach 2 classes, but please read these carefully. Before that, Rania had received terrible feedback from her students. The magic diagrams are too complex, so I can't understand them. You lecture too fast. I don't understand the spells used in class. Sierre, having lost all patience, loudly attacks her. What exactly are you doing in your classes? Please try to put yourself in the student's shoes. She retorts unhappily. I don't understand this situation either. Please lower your voice. You're getting too worked up. Feeling criticized, he scoffs and sighs. Then Sierre sneers contemptuously. A professor who doesn't even know how to teach. You and Assistant Professor Selt are worlds apart. Who's that? You don't know. Assistant Professor Selt. He's the one who fought side by side with Professor Mahathklepet on the battlefield. Because of an injury, he was forced to leave the army, but he continued to pursue the path of magical research. Unlike some people, he puts himself in the students' shoes and guides them to improve. He's a true and admirable educator. The scene shifts to a bustling cafe as Lesty Elino gently pushes the door open. A friendly staff member greets her. Hello, feel free to sit wherever you like. She nods and replies, Hi. As soon as she walked in, Lesty Elino overheard a stressed student complaining. Assistant Professor Rania's class is brutally hard. I don't understand a single thing, she says. In the end, I had to ask Assistant Professor Selt just to understand it. Professor Roselle Van Chias's class is much easier to follow, but he assigns way too much homework. She glanced around, annoyed. Why is this cafe always so crowded? Just then, Lesty Elino happily pulled out a chair. Great, there's still an empty seat. She prayed silently. I hope whoever's sitting nearby isn't loud. At that moment, Langray cheerfully called her name. Hi, Lesty. She turned, her head startled. Lesty said, coolly. Langray, you're here too, he confirmed enthusiastically. Yep, Langray continued innocently. I'm drinking black water. She corrected him with a skeptical look. By black water, do you mean coffee? He naively agreed that seemed to be what they called it. This wasn't a simple matter, Lesty observed him thoughtfully. He's putting on such a high and mighty act. There must be a reason he's drinking it. Seeing the documents on the table, she asked Langray curiously. He explained honestly, this is an assignment I got this morning and I still haven't been able to solve it. I came here because a few of my friends said they study at this cafe and drink black water when they're stuck. Hearing this, Lesty frowned and wondered to herself. So are there no cafes in the north? She stared blankly at his stained hands. This made Lesty Alino recall her own past when she had to work diligently on her assignments. Even if she cried, she had to swallow her tears and finish. Just then Lesty Alino took the initiative to guide him. What don't you understand? You have to use the same method as in the third question. She instructed sternly. I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully. Langray replied in a fluster. Why, yes ma'am. Lesty Alino enthusiastically offered a hint. If you ask Assistant Professor Selt about this incantation, he'll explain the theory behind it. You can also reference some books on the subject. At that moment, Rania was drinking her tea with a look of annoyance. It's that name again. Selt Lesty, and now even my own student. Seeing the bewildered look on her student's face was enough to make her realize she was a terrible teacher. At the same time, some female students brightened up when they spotted the person they were looking for. He's here, they cheered admiringly. Assistant Professor Selt, the students approached him politely. We're so sorry to bother you during your break. Could we ask you a quick question? He smiled confidently. Of course. What are you having trouble with? She wondered to herself. So, that's Assistant Professor Selt. He stated with conviction, I can help. It's related to the field of combat. Rania stared intently, her interest piqued. Let's see just how good you are. The scene changes to the Apia Academy Indoor Training Area number 2. Just then, a terrified student screamed, Get back. Next, an angry professor yelled, Enough, you pathetic whelp, get up now, Professor of Practical Magic Combat, Mahath Klepet, you can't even grasp the basics. If this were a real battlefield you'd be dead long ago, an unhappy student whispered a complaint. Even if it's practical combat, why do we have to fight a magical beast all by ourselves? This is so over the top. It would be better to let the assistant professor teach the class instead of him. This is exhausting. When will it end? And why are they even raising magical beasts anyway? Doesn't this one look a little strange? Don't be afraid. It's restricted by control magic, so it won't. Before he could finish his sentence, the magical beast suddenly lunged like a hungry tiger. The students were stunned into silence, and then they let out blood-curdling screams. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, Rania observed stealthily. So that's Assistant Professor Selt. All right, show me how good you really are, a student asked timidly. So what should I do when applying it unconventionally? As she listened, she skeptically asked herself. Fundamentally, this is the same as what I teach in class. What's the difference? You don't analyze this part. That's right, apply the formula to this spell and… Yes, you can skip this important part. Rania set her teacup down and admitted to herself. But his students clearly look much happier. They're showing a clear understanding of the material and are making progress. What on earth is he doing differently? Why do I have this indescribable sense of unease? The hair on the back of my neck is standing up. After getting their questions answered, the two female students bowed respectfully. Thank you so much, Assistant Professor. He smiled and waved goodbye. Selt calmly spoke up. I believe this is the first time we've truly met, isn't it? Assistant Professor Rania. Is there something I can help you with? Rania asked in surprise. You know who I am, he answered, with a hint of humor. Of course. You've been a hot topic at the academy lately. Please have a seat. Rania sat down, flustered. Selt took the initiative, reading her mood. You seem to have something on your mind. I'd be happy to talk if you don't mind. Rania got straight to the point. You seem to teach students in a way they can actually understand. Do you have some kind of trick? He replied humbly to the compliment. I'm honored you think so highly of me. It's not really a trick, but… The students are still just children. Faced with many paths, they don't know which one to choose. And even after they pick one, they often stop midway and doubt their choice. What I'm doing is teaching them my way. Selt emphasized. Just as my teacher once taught me. The words made her recall her own past. Rania nodded thoughtfully. I see. That's a heavy topic. Just then, he suddenly remembered something and offered to help. Oh, that's right. I've studied a bit about teaching methods. If you'd like, I can recommend a few books for you. If you're free this afternoon, why don't you stop by my lab? Rania confirmed casually. My schedule is pretty open. Selt was pleased and opened the door, sealing the appointment. Good, then I'll walk you to the lab. As the two of them walked outside, he asked hesitantly, May I be so bold as to ask you a question? Miss Rania. She answered warmly. Yes, of course. Selt timidly asked about a relationship. Could you tell me how you met Professor Roselle? Just then, Professor Mahath Klepet angrily interrupted. Selt, what the hell are you doing here? Seeing him striding towards them aggressively, Selt looked confused. Professor Mahath Klepet. Rania rubbed her chin, recalling something. Come to think of it, that Selt fellow mentioned him before. Selt tried to explain flustered. I was just speaking with Assistant Professor Rania. The professor yelled unhappily. There you are, always wasting your time on useless things. How could you be so negligent with the control magic? Mahath Klepet threw a stack of documents on the ground and snarled. Another magical beast went berserk in class. If you can't even do your job properly, then maybe you should go back to the battlefield. What you think just because you put on some expensive clothes, you've become a scholar. This is your last warning. Do your research thoroughly and make sure that report is on my desk by tonight. Noticing his dazed expression, Rania asked with concern, Are you all right? He scratched his head, trying to act like it was nothing. Yes. This is pretty normal for me. As she picked up the documents, he helplessly explained Professor MH wants to teach the students through actual combat, so he makes us raise mana beasts in the lab. But recently, the research has come to a halt. After listening, Rania commented with admiration, practical experience is important too. But are they raising magic beasts? He mumbled mysteriously. In the end, it was all because of that research. She asked hesitantly, Were you saying something? Why did you get startled and change the subject? It's nothing. Thank you so much for helping me pick up my documents. He expressed his concern. They must be pretty heavy, Rania asserted with determination. It's fine. I'm quite confident in my physical strength. Why the respectful nod? Then I won't stop you. The scene changes to the area outside the training forest. At that moment, a powerful presence brushed past the leaves, piercing straight through the tree trunk in front of it. Benoa panted anxiously, unable to calm down. I can't stop thinking about that suspicious altar. One look was enough to know it gave off a very suspicious feeling. Assistant Professor Rania didn't say anything about it. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He hadn't expected someone to already be here. He slung an axe over his shoulder and asked in a friendly manner, Do you often train in this forest too? Your accuracy has gotten better than last time. How did you practice during the break? Do you have an instructor outside the academy? The guy turned and walked away indifferently. Why do you care? At the same time, dozens of beasts were hiding, spying on them. Benoa showed off with delight. It's not that nothing happened. You can't possibly imagine that I went down into the sewers, can you? Lang Gray excitedly issued a challenge. How about a match? The other guy quickly accepted. All right. Benoa stopped and proposed an idea. Let's make it a competition. He rotated his wrist and gave a reminder. Thinking about the magic beasts that appeared in Appia, he expressed his suspicions seriously. That's usually impossible. How will we decide who wins? Let's count the ears. Collecting them takes a lot of time. Or how about whoever kills the most wins? You northerners are really strange. The pack of magic beasts advanced menacingly. Benoa asked decisively, Are you ready? Langray replied with determination. Ready. Full of fighting spirit, they shouted together. Let's fight. The scene changes to Dormitory 5 of Appia Academy. Inside, a student complained in annoyance. The wind is so strong today. I can't sleep with all that noise. Just as he finished speaking, something suddenly burst through the wall. They stared in horror at the object. What is that? It's moving. After identifying it, a male student screamed in panic. It's a magic beast. That can't be right. There's a barrier around the academy. They stared at each other in confusion. Professor Mahath Klepet used magic beasts in his class. You have a point. But then the student hurriedly fled. We need to run first. Seeing the horrific scene, the student asked in terror, Hey, are they multiplying? Before they could process it, the beast lunged at them. Then a splash of blood suddenly flew out. The student asked, stunned, Why don't I feel any pain? Just then, Lesty Ilano calmly stepped out to announce the situation. The other students have already evacuated to Dormitory 3. A high-level magic beast appeared biting down on a smaller wolf. She nonchalantly scolded them. You're in my way. Get to safety. They let out a sigh of relief and thanked her profusely. Right, thank you for saving my life. I'm just doing what I have to do. The very next second, Lesty Alino focused and opened a continuous summoning magic circle. She doubled the number of magic beasts. Seeing that it was enough, Lesty calmly remarked, This should be enough. Without delay, she directly ordered, Take care of them for me. Hearing the command, the one-horned magic beasts leaped in and tore the enemies to shreds. Meanwhile, Lesty Alino turned to ask worriedly, Shinvi, where is this evil energy coming from? The little girl quickly and accurately identified the source. From the forest behind this dormitory, Shinvi sensed a giant beast. She pointed out the target. It's trying to get past this building to head straight for Building 1. Inside the forest, the sounds of death echoed. The corpses of the wolf pack were strewn across the ground. Langray stated with frustration, There's no way to kill them all. Benoa sighed provocatively. What, tired already? He arrogantly protested. No way. I'm just getting warmed up. He nodded as a signal. Yeah. It's time to get serious. At that moment, a ferocious gorilla pointed forward. It furiously destroyed its surroundings. Both Benoa and Langray could feel its savage power. They teleported upwards in unison, using reinforced phantom step. He unleashed the Wai Toai spear magic. A streak of blood suddenly shot out, quickly embedding itself in the gorilla's arm. Meanwhile, the other boy raised his axe, preparing to jump in. He channeled his power into the earthquake axe. Next, he threw it straight at its other arm. The force was so strong it severed the gorilla's arm, causing it to spew poisonous blood in pain. Benoa and Langray teleported back to the ground and attacked together. This will finish it. They stared intently at the gorilla. Just then he realized with a start, that attack should have completely immobilized it. Watching the gorilla recover, Benoa exclaimed in shock. What's happening? It's regenerating. We need to fight it somehow. Instantly, Lesty's cold, sarcastic voice cut in. Isn't it obvious? How do you plan to defeat it if you don't even know its weakness in the first place? He cheered happily. Oh, it's Lesty. Benoa frowned in response. Her, he asked hesitantly. Are you here to help us? She quickly retorted. Did you think I would just stand by while the entire academy is in chaos? Yeah, Benoa reluctantly admitted. Well, that's actually true. Lesty Alino cleared her throat and changed the subject. That doesn't matter right now. Basically, that beast is very different from ordinary magic beasts. The small hole in the middle of its body allows the rest of its parts to maintain their shape. It's closer to a golem than a magic beast. If you don't destroy that core with magic, it will continuously regenerate, Shin V commented sharply. The structure of that magic beast is strange. Considering the fact that the Academy's barrier is keeping those monsters out, they didn't break the barrier to get in here. Instead, they appeared from inside, from within the barrier. The little girl warned anxiously, I have a bad feeling about this. Master, please be careful and refocus. Langray calmly confirmed, so we just need to destroy that core, right? Benoa agreed with relief. That makes things a lot easier. She then responded enthusiastically, that's right, let's go. Without another word, the two of them immediately shot forward. They leaped in to attack, while Lesty Alino stayed back to provide support. As soon as he stopped, Langray confidently prepared a seismic amplification technique. First, he skillfully made a clean straight slash, blocking its every move. Then, before it could regenerate, he used a shadow lock to completely immobilize it. At the same time, Lesty closed her eyes and unleashed the final blow, casting the finishing spell to summon an intermediate lightning spirit, requesting a spell substitution and designating coordinates. He held on trembling and commanded, just do it quickly. Lesty calmly called out, I'm ready. Lesty Alino majestically gave the command to act. I request an intermediate lightning spirit. As she finished speaking, the young girl opened her eyes, unleashing a tremendous amount of energy, requesting the creation of a lightning bolt to strike the gorilla directly in the head. Thunder. The next morning inside the academy, students were complaining in frustration. Isn't all this work because of Professor Mahath? They agreed as they cleaned up. That's right. Just then, a concerned student asked, Can you carry that by yourself? Langray answered calmly, I can. Another student sighed wearily. I knew this would happen the moment he said we had to fight mana beasts. He asked gently, Sorry to interrupt, but do you need me to move anything? Seeing his enthusiasm, they politely declined. 1 crate each. No need, we're fine. The male student breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we don't have to fight mana beasts anymore. They grumbled resentfully, forcing us to fight mana beasts. Even if it's to prepare for real combat, it's just too much. Is he insane? He also looks down on the students he doesn't like. How can a teacher be so terrible? And just how carelessly did he manage the mana beasts for this to happen? I heard Assistant Professor Selt was the one managing the mana beasts. Even so, the fault still lies with the professor, doesn't it? If he wasn't so detestable, this wouldn't have happened. The scene changes to the trial hall, where Aaron solemnly bangs his gavel. He gravely motions, silence, order in the court. Then Aaron questioned him bluntly. Mahath Klepet, do you have anything to say about the accusations against you? All of your research and achievements related to mana beasts, the experiments to control them, and most importantly, the mana beasts that ran rampant, were all under your management. All the evidence points to you. Mahath, understanding, confidently retorted, You should be well aware that the mana beasts were raised for practical combat. I am a knight. I have fought for the people on the battlefield. Why would I be suspected of manipulating mana beasts to attack people? This is a grave insult. The crowd, displeased, began to murmur. He's not answering the question. Havel, sitting behind, remarked sadly, Mahath Klepet is always hot-tempered, but he carries himself with the steadfast pride of a knight. It's just that there's too much evidence against him this time. Not even the master of the Grey Tower could easily break the mana beast's barrier from the inside, and the first responders were hindered by a perception-altering spell. It all points to an inside job. He won't be able to convince anyone of his innocence by just getting angry and screaming like that. Just then, he was startled as his attention was drawn to a nearby voice. The teachers, alarmed quickly, tried to intervene. Assistant Professor, please sit down. You need to wait until. Headmaster Aaron, stunned, quickly realized. Isn't that Assistant Professor Selt? He spoke calmly. It's all right, let him speak. Selt, grateful, said, Thank you very much, sir. They quickly switched places. Mahath complained resentfully, You're finally here. This is all because of your careless management of the mana beasts. Aaron raised his voice and yelled, Mahath, calm down. He turned and requested Assistant Professor Selt, please share your thoughts on this matter. He gently began his speech. Honorable Headmaster Aaron, I know this incident has caused great damage, but thanks to the efforts of the students, many mana beasts were suppressed. I believe this is enough to prove the effectiveness of Professor Mahath's lessons. Of course, there is no doubt that this incident was an unfortunate accident, but it was also a valuable opportunity for the students to prove their abilities. If you intend to assign responsibility, then please let me bear it for my negligent management of the mana beasts. After listening, he nodded and countered, I understand your point, but you know, many people have objected to the practice of raising mana beasts. If all he needed was an opponent for the students, he didn't need to use mana beasts. In any case, he insisted on doing so, and you see the consequences. Several students who weren't ready for combat were injured. Your opinion is not wrong, but it isn't fair to hold an assistant professor like you responsible for such an incident. It would be best for you to watch your words. Then Aaron uncompromisingly announced his verdict. Mahath Klepet, you will be placed in temporary custody until this matter is resolved. Hearing this, the flames of rage burned hot within Mahath. He roared furiously without restraint. How dare you insult me, Headmaster Aaron? Those around him urgently tried to calm him down. Professor Mahath, please be calm. Mahath struggled and shouted, release me, I am a knight of this kingdom. The scene shifts to the princess's bedroom. In her dream, a mysterious voice entrusted a message. My dear, go find it. With it, find it. She woke up in a daze. What was that? At that moment, the morning light shone through the window frame. Standing by the table, Ayla wondered to herself in surprise. That revelation was clearly different from the previous ones. Is this the first time the stars have given me a revelation as if they were speaking directly to me? What are the stars trying to tell me? What am I supposed to be looking for? Just then, Havel bowed respectfully. You're awake, Your Highness. She smiled and greeted him. Good morning, Havel. He cautiously reported the news. After the hearing, Professor Mahath has been placed in temporary custody. His classes will be temporarily handled by Assistant Professor Selt. As she walked, Ayla asked, is no one else being investigated? Havel concluded gravely. As of now, Professor Mahath is the only suspect. She confirmed, thoughtfully. I see. Seeing Ayla's dazed expression, he asked with concern, Princess. She stood before the door to a room with complex thoughts. I don't understand what the stars want to reveal, but I feel as if I've been guided here. The stars must be leading me. Ayla proactively knocked on the door. Excuse me, Assistant Professor Rania. She warmly invited her in. Yes, please come in. She opened the door a crack and spoke urgently. There is something I wish to discuss with you. As soon as she entered the room, Rania apologized sheepishly. Please forgive me, my room is a bit of a mess right now. Feel free to step on anything on the floor. Ayla replied lightly unbothered. It's fine. She turned expectantly. You've come at the perfect time. I was just preparing for my next class. You can take a look and see if you can understand it. I've tried to simplify it in my own way. She was baffled, looking at the numbers on the board. This is simple. Ayla cleared her throat, expressing her helplessness. I'm the type of person who understands formulas intuitively. I'm afraid I won't be of much help. Rania sadly crossed her arms. Is that really so? She remarked doubtfully. It seems she's changed her mind since the open class. Confused, she asked blankly. Huh, what do you mean? Ayla gestured to the stack of books and guessed. You found these to prepare for the next session, didn't you? Rania smiled and shook her head. They're not mine. Assistant Professor Say lent those books to me. Hearing this, Ayla was suddenly and strangely taken aback. In the quiet lecture hall, he cordially introduced himself. Good morning. I'm Assistant Professor Say, and I'll be temporarily teaching this class for Professor M. We will be pausing our practical combat lessons against mana beasts for the time being, and will instead focus on the foundational theory of combat magic. Hearing this, Lesti Ilino subconsciously looked up. Benoa rested his chin on his hand in silence, showing no reaction. He was teaching theory, as always. After class ended, the students started to gossip curiously. I heard the Mana Beast laboratory was shut down, and Assistant Professor Selt is teaching all of Professor Mahath Klepet's classes. The students seemed quite intrigued. Seeing Langray lost in thought, Lesti asked, Is something bothering you? He replied with an annoyed look. Yeah, I smell a rat. Confused, she questioned him. A rat, Lesti asked doubtfully. So, you're saying the issue isn't really resolved yet? Langray nodded firmly. Exactly. Benoa sharply agreed. I feel the same way. I've personally dealt with a different issue involving those very mana beasts. Manipulating that many mana beasts at once is impossible even for a professor. Someone else has to be pulling the strings. He then stressed, That's just my intuition though. I don't have any evidence. I think so too, one of them agreed. Just then, Ayla slowly walked over, stating gravely, We still haven't seen how this will end. Lesti, Ilino exclaimed in alarm. Princess. The scene shifts to the academy at night where she was nervously scouting the area. Are you sure about this? Princess Ayla replied calmly. Yes, I believe in his intuition. Sir Langray, Lesti Ilino began hesitantly. But, Isn't this Assistant Professor Selt's laboratory? Ayla stated, firmly expressing her conviction. Sir Langray has a special kind of intuition. It's renowned even in the folklore of the North. I'm certain there's something else behind this door. Lesty hesitated. It's not that I doubt your words, but… Just then, Ayla sensed an intense power. My index finger is trembling slightly. The stars are guiding me here. It's like a premonition. This is dangerous, but I have to press on. Langray focused and turned the doorknob. The stench in here is overpowering. Once we're inside, everything should come to light. After looking around, he commented sharply, the mana beasts have been collected and locked in this cage. And they're clearly being restrained by control magic. Princess, maybe we really should turn back. But she insisted decisively, no, I will take full responsibility, so please investigate this room as thoroughly as you can. Benoa confidently glanced from side to side. Nothing really escapes my sight. He gestured toward a hidden corner. You check over there. Ayla frowned as she touched a layer of dust. This has to be the place. While she was deep in thought, someone peeked in from the doorway. If even Assistant Professor Say isn't the culprit, then there must be something important in here. Suddenly Selt spoke in an elegant voice. Hello there, he asked in surprise. Why are the four of you here at this late hour? And you as well, Princess. May I be of assistance? Rania looked on, confused. What are they all doing here? At that moment, Langray stepped forward to confront Assistant Professor Selt. I need you to clarify something. It's my belief that you were the one who released those mana beasts. Is that correct? He shot back, stunned. Why would you make such a baseless accusation? Benoa fiercely demanded an answer. Then explain yourself. Tell me why you think it's slander. Langray stated gravely, I don't have anything concrete, but my intuition tells me that's what happened. You reek of those mana beasts. Sir Langray, please don't corner him like this. At that moment, Lesty Alino turned and asked quietly, why are you here, Assistant Professor Rania? She explained calmly, I just came to return the books I borrowed. Rania then added with a placating smile, come on everyone, it's getting really late. Let's all go get some rest, shall we? I mean, just look at the time. We can talk about this some other time. But Ayla flatly refused. I'm afraid that's not possible, Assistant Professor Rania. She declared with conviction. The stars are in agreement with Sir Langray. On my family's honor, it is my duty to investigate Assistant Professor Selt. Rania sighed, looking tired. Okay, so the stars are involved now. As soon as Rania said that, Selt immediately spoke up in admiration. You truly are impressive. Hearing this, Langray's head snapped toward him in surprise. Langray cautiously reached for the sword on his back. Selt confessed in a somber tone, it was me. There's no denying it. The one who released the mana beasts. Yes, I was behind it all. Ayla asked gently, Assistant Professor, Selt, could you please explain why you did something so terrible? He seemed willing to tell his story. Of course. Professor Mahath was trying to find a way to create sapient mana beasts. Hearing this, Ayla asked in shock. He did what Selt sighed and began to explain Mahath blind obsession. He had already reached the limit of mana beasts he could control, but something drove him to become completely absorbed in his research. Over time, he started gathering more and more small mana beasts to use as test subjects, and that's when the regrettable incident happened. I couldn't reveal that to the council, as it would only have made things worse for him. I thought that at the very least I could clean up the mana beast situation on my own. He confessed in anguish, tears welling in his eyes. This is entirely my fault. If only I had worked harder, if only I had stopped him. Everyone listened in silence. Lesty stepped forward sympathetically to comfort him. Please calm down, Assistant Professor Selt. I understand your situation now. Moved, Selt expressed his thanks. Thank you so much. Benoa scratched his head and asked Langray, so, what's our next move? Langray quickly laid out a plan. We'll report this to the headmaster and figure out our next steps from there. At the same time, Ayla felt a strange sensation gather around her finger. The revelation from the stars. It's getting stronger. They're warning me. But why? Assistant Professor Selt already explained everything. Then the warning abruptly stopped, leaving her stunned into silence. It stopped. Suddenly, with a loud slam, Selt was thrown against the wall. It was Rania who mercilessly berated him with contempt. Damn it, I just wanted to hear your justification. There was no need to invent such a ridiculous sob story. You get me. It looks like you're asking for an elbow to the face. Assistant Professor Selt. Or should I just call you out for what you are? She cursed out the two-faced bastard. Just then, as Selt slowly rose from the rubble, Lesty Alino asked in astonishment. Assistant Professor Rania, what are you doing? Are you all right? But Selt said nothing, instead breaking into a savage grin as someone worriedly asked Assistant Professor Selt. His face darkened as he said sarcastically, attacking someone. Out of the blue like that. You're much more frightening than I thought. Then, Selt cast a summoning spell. She cried out in fear, oh no, demonic beasts. He smirked, issuing a challenge. You'd better do something. I can control these demonic beasts, but if I can make them obedient, I can also do the exact opposite. This is a bit different from my original plan, but the result will be the same. The beasts here are more than enough to destroy this entire cursed academy. Rania shot back confidently. And you think we're just going to let that happen? The next second, she stepped forward, calling out names and giving orders. Princess Lesti Benoa Langray, you go after the beasts. I'll handle this bastard myself. Selt spoke with amusement. I've heard a lot about you. They say you're very strong. I can see why you're so arrogant. He attacked with contemptuous force. You really think you're strong enough to take me down? Incinerate. She blocked the attack and scoffed. Arrogant. And who do you think you are? Hearing this, Selt summoned his magic and cast another spell. Multi-incinerate. Well, you're a stubborn one. Then take this. Rania dodged the spell, her voice filled with indignation. How can you do all this and still lecture me with that innocent look on your face? You even betrayed your own master. He grimaced mockingly. My master? You think Mahathklepet was my master? Selt declared, launching a torrent of fire at her. I have only one true master. Rania deflected the attack, her voice laced with disbelief. Don't tell me you call that bastard with the filthy dark energy your master. Annoyed, she took out a stone. Damn it, this is going to be harder than I thought. Seeing the object in her hand, he cried out in horror. That! Why do you have that relic? Without another word, she crushed the stone, sighing wearily. Good grief, you're really making this difficult. Why of all things did you have to side with a demon? Seeing her action, Selt began to tremble with rage. That was his sacred relic. It belongs to him. You have no idea how precious it is. How dare you? He flew into a rage, unleashing his full power. Selt launched a vicious counterattack. Dark spears, jet black spears flew towards her at lightning speed. Rania stood her ground, enduring it all. He sneered. You're a fool who doesn't understand its true value, and you dared to destroy it. Just then, the entire room began to shake violently. Seeing Rania fall to the ground, he laughed in satisfaction. He looked down at his own palm, inhaling in excitement. This is it. This is the power I've always craved. I'm so glad I put my faith in him. With this power, I could cut off that bastard Mahathklepet's head with one hand. With this incredible power, I can do anything, as long as I continue to follow him. Just then, Rania shook her head in pity. How pathetic. Selt looked on surprised and a little impressed. I was almost impressed that you survived that last attack. You certainly came prepared. Did you bring a healing potion? She grimaced in denial. A healing potion. It's just my monthly supplement. Rania smiled as she explained. I almost forgot about it. While you were rambling on, I figured it was the perfect time to drink it. He let out a cold laugh and launched a dark magic spell. It's too early to relax. You're not getting out of here alive. Rest in peace. Then Selt loudly unleashed a fatal blow. Dark impact. She didn't seem to care, remaining perfectly still. In the blink of an eye, all of his dark spears suddenly vanished. Selt was stunned, unable to understand. What Rania moved to end the fight decisively. You've already revealed your connection to the relic. Even without the details, you've already told me who's backing you. I have no more use for you. In the dark, cold room, she declared fiercely. You're a dead man, he retorted angrily, clearly confused. How? How did you break my spell? Rania charged forward with a look of contempt. A 5-year-old could break a pathetic spell like that. She chanted power-doubling formula reinforcement. Instantly, Rania slammed her fist into Selt's stomach. He coughed up blood in agony. Then, with the whites of his eyes showing, Selt staggered and collapsed. He crumpled to the ground right in front of her. Rania scoffed and gave a command. Stop pretending and get up. I went easy on you. As soon as she finished speaking, Selt secretly summoned his magic, preparing a magic circle behind her. Without hesitation, he launched his attack. Dark Spear counter. He unhesitatingly launched an overwhelming magical bombardment, but the attack vanished in an instant, before it could even reach her. A stunned Selt got to his feet. Just how many formulas do you have? My spells keep getting shattered as if they're nothing, if that's how it's going to be. He stubbornly summoned another magic circle. Selt resolved to use a stronger technique. How about this one? He coldly cast the spell, Gletus Fixed Form Spell, Dark Impact. Instantly, a blast of energy shot straight towards her. He roared with hatred. Die. Afterward, a massive explosion erupted. Selt panted, exhausted. He smirked, his voice dripping with contempt. So you were all talk after all. As the words left his mouth, Rania's calm voice shot back. You're the one who is. She quickly teleported. Formula reinforcement next. Rania grabbed him by the head and activated her own fixed form spell. She powerfully slammed Selt's head into the ground. Satisfied, Rania lifted his head up again. Traitors like you deserve to suffer a little. Once again, she slammed his head into the ground in a rage. You went against all morals, yet you sit there proudly showing off your power. How do you like this, you bastard? Even a normal person like me can crush your skull. Seeing him unconscious, Rania gave a blunt assessment. You're not weak because you're human. You were weak from the start. Meanwhile, outside, Havel was rushing his men. Hurry up, he shouted as he ran. Have you checked the dormitory area? A subordinate nodded and reported. Yes, sir, there's only one place left. Havel muttered impatiently. This is taking longer than I thought. Just then, Rania appeared and explained. Things got a little chaotic. He called out her name, his voice tense. Assistant Professor Rania Havel bowed his head apologetically. We're so sorry. A large number of demonic beasts appeared out of nowhere. But what happened here? She calmly held up Celt's body and explained, "Look here, his blood is black, which proves he sold his soul to a demon and betrayed us. If he hadn't used dark energy, no one would have ever known. I personally confirmed his use of it. I knocked him out immediately after. He should be waking up soon, so please interrogate him when he does." Seeing the state Celt was in, he asked hesitantly, "He is still alive, right?" Rania shrugged and pointed at the person on the ground. "I told you I only knocked him unconscious. Why don't you believe me? Look, he's still alive and kicking. I'm sincerely grateful for your cooperation." After that, Rania waved goodbye. "I have urgent business, so I must be going. I hope you all resolve this smoothly." "Good job." The scene shifts to a gloomy forest. At this moment, Ella let out a sigh of relief, confirming that those were likely the last of them. Langray nodded in satisfaction. "You all did very well. I think that's good enough." Then he considerately suggested to Lesty, "You can go home first if you're tired. I can handle the rest on my own." She expressed her worries anxiously. "That's not it. I'm just worried about Miss Rania. She's facing Assistant Professor S all by herself." Seeing them smiling, Lesty Alino asked in surprise, What's with those stupid expressions?" Ayla spoke up reassuringly. "You don't need to worry." Langray nodded in agreement. "That's right," Ayla analyzed admiringly. She was the first one to notice something was off and deal with it. She's probably hunting down the real culprit right now. Meanwhile, Rania was complaining wearily, "This is so much work. I'm quitting the first chance I get." Rose approached her sternly and asked, "What did you just say?" Frightened, she quickly denied it. "Nothing. These bloodstains just won't wash out at all." He warned her strictly. "Don't tell me you're planning on using magic to wash clothes. You received those from the royal family, so why are they bloodstained? Ugh, just forget it." Rania gave a forced smile and replied softly, "Yes." As she was doing the laundry, Rania wondered to herself, "I wonder if they got home safely. They're sharp, so my efforts in teaching them won't go to waste. What if I keep lecturing them just because I'm lost in thought?" she exclaimed in surprise. "It's torn." Roselle nagged and scolded her. "You foolish girl, I told you to be careful," Rania stammered in reply. I'm sorry." The next morning, everyone at the academy was buzzing with confused chatter. "I never thought Assistant Professor S would be a traitor." "You mean he was the one who framed Professor Mahath Klepet?" "Probably." "I'm not sure either. How could there be a traitor in this school? This is unacceptable. We have to do something." At the same time, inside the principal's office, a staff member was seriously reporting on the situation. "And dormitory number 5 has been repaired. Furthermore, there's a report that Assistant Professor S regained consciousness this morning. An interrogation is scheduled for this afternoon." After hearing this, Aaron asked curiously, "Who will be conducting the interrogation?" The staff member immediately provided the information. "That would be Sir Havel." He nodded in confirmation. "All right, then the matter will be handled well." "What about the classes?" The official continued to report. "Some combat and basic magic classes have resumed. Of course, we won't be using magical beasts anymore. And Assistant Professor Rania is also teaching a class now." A female teacher recounted worriedly. "We asked if she wanted to postpone today's class because of yesterday's incident, but she said it wasn't a big enough deal to do so." The scene changes to the magic class. At this moment, Rania was thoughtfully lecturing Pierce Radius Mass Velocity. Finally, clarity and abbreviation. She calmly called on Langray. "What magic is this?" he answered hesitantly. "A high-level damage-focusing spell." Rania nodded in confirmation. "Correct. It's a commonly used type of magic circle. Mages memorize and use it without understanding why it's formed, just like a habit." She pointed out its importance. Memorizing the magic circle does have a certain effect, but understanding it brings much more. Rania scratched her head in confusion. "I feel like I'm going crazy. Is it because I'm not used to this?" She cleared her throat with a few coughs to compose herself. Rania gently changed the subject. "That's right. We can use yesterday's incident as an example. The Academy has recently faced some trouble, but thanks to all of you, everything was handled properly. Understanding magic circles to fully utilize them is just as important as clearly recognizing a problem and acting flexibly to resolve it. You all worried for nothing. It's fine, it's all fine. Just give it a try." Hearing this, the students happily began the lesson. She took a deep breath, determined. "All right, let's continue." After class ended in the hallway, Rania cheerfully remarked, "Doing this isn't so bad, although I wouldn't call it a peaceful life. Quite the opposite, in fact. At least they didn't kick me out." Just then, she noticed a strange group of people with an unfamiliar pattern on their swords and flag. Rania stared blankly at the symbol on the mysterious people in red cloaks, and wondered. She mused thoughtfully, "Isn't that the symbol of the royal hounds?" Rania's thoughts were a tangled mess. She decided to ignore it all, and turned away. "Whatever. I don't care. I'm going to get some coffee." Scene changed to the academy, in a dark dungeon. Havel asked grimly, "Where is Celta?" Kai guard politely showed the way. "This way, sir." The Kai guard stood outside and called loudly, "Hey S, wake up." He tried to urge him. "Hey." Suddenly S went crazy and warned, "The Prophet will punish you." With bloodshot eyes he screamed, "The Prophet will punish you." Seeing this, he cautiously ordered, "Fall back." Havil confessed in alarm. Impossible. I didn't know his mind was this chaotic. It's being possessed by a very powerful energy. The Kai guard stammered in fear. Is he dead? He stated with certainty. Not yet. He can't die. All right, take him to the church. While they were moving locations, Havel mumbled suspiciously. The prophet. I only have 2 clues that lead to him. First, he might be an Aya, or is an influential figure. Second, he's colluding with demons to obtain that powerful energy. He tightened his grip on his sword and told himself, no matter who he is, I can't fight him alone. Just then, Havil's eyes shot open in surprise. He called out, stunned, you've arrived. Looking at the dignified procession before him, Havil greeted them cautiously. Sir Kai. Going back in time to the Kadia Palace 7 years ago, a panicked Havel grabbed Ayla's hand and fled. She sobbed, looking back and wondering, why would Garen do this to me? He frantically urged her. Princess, don't look. That's not Garen anymore, just a filthy traitor. The royal mage, Garen spoke enticingly. Come now, princess. I only need you. Just you. The prophet promised me an immortal army in exchange for you. Now come. Havil bravely stepped forward to shield her. Princess, don't listen to him. Run. Ayla had no choice but to run while crying. She screamed in fear. Please save me. Somebody please. As soon as the words left her mouth, something blew up the wall behind her. Ayla gritted her teeth in fear and turned her head. From within the smoke, Rania Vanchaya stepped forward and asked with concern, that's a lot of smoke. Are you all right, princess? I've come to save you. She was stunned, recalling that moment from the past. Duke Rania Vanchaya suddenly appeared, defeated the traitor in an instant, and then immediately vanished. I wonder what she's doing here now. Just as Ayla called her name again, Rania, who was drinking tea, suddenly choked on it. Duke Rania Vanchayas. She thought nervously, I think I just heard the princess's voice. At the same time, the students were chatting happily. I bet Princess Ayla did that too. That's so cool. Rania sighed in frustration. Should I tell her that I tore the gift from the royal family while I was washing it? I don't want to say it, but I have to write. Does it really have to be this way? The scene shifts to outside the academy, where Hav asks Rania Vanchayas, aren't you going to interrogate him directly, sir? Sir Kai, he replied firmly. There are other matters that take priority. Kai glanced over decisively. I have to find out why there's still dark energy here. He was stunned. Dark energy. He knew from experience that it was so faint it would take a seasoned expert to notice, but it was definitely still here. After walking around the students and the buildings, Hav wondered to himself, I can't feel anything at all. But if it's Sir Kai. Even before becoming a hound, his nickname was the Pursuer. He could locate a target in an instant, and he fought on the front lines with the hero's party. He concluded with confidence, if Sir Kai says he can feel dark energy, then it must be true. Have regretfully thought how different things might be if the hounds had been near the palace 7 years ago. Just then, Kai sensed something unusual and stopped dead in his tracks. Wait a minute. He whipped around. Kai's gaze cut through the crowd, following the trail of dark energy as he cautiously gripped the hilt of his sword. Without another word, Kai gathered his strength. He took aim straight at Rania Vanchayas, then leaped into the air. Found you, you filthy traitor. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted. The students cried out in shock. What's going on? What was that? What's all the commotion? You scared me. Was that a sword? A sword? No way. Have wondered at the strange action. Sir Kai, is he going after Assistant Professor Rania? Shouldn't we report this? Just then, Rania reached a hand out from within the smoke and dust, her brows furrowed as she blocked the attack. That startled me. Who is this guy? Why would he suddenly point his sword at a passerby? The two of them exchanged a flurry of blows, neither one giving an inch. Watching from the side, Have exclaimed in amazement, it can't be. A hound. The royal hounds are more experienced than anyone else. They're also known as masters of close-quarters combat. In other words, the hounds are the natural enemy of a mage. No mage has ever stood a chance against a hound. At least that's how it's supposed to be. Meanwhile, Kai frowned, noticing something was off. These movements. She's clearly holding back against me. She's not even using a weapon. As if seeing through everything, Rania attacked with leisurely punishing strikes. He wondered in a daze, how is she pushing me back like this? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the sword was suddenly knocked from his hand. Seeing his sword fall to the ground, he stared at his hand in horror. Impossible. I know it's just a theory, but... While Kai was questioning himself, she grumbled in annoyance. But seriously, don't get distracted in the middle of a fight. There wasn't a single wasted movement. Everything she did was simple, yet incredibly effective. Feeling cornered, he raised his hands in surrender. Rania suppressed her anger and asked, who the hell are... Excuse me, who are you? Kai shrugged and questioned her. I'm the one who should be asking where you've been, why you're here, and why you look like that Duke Rania Vanchayas. Or rather, Senior, a flashback to 5 years ago in the Hell Desert. Rania Vanchayas asked suspiciously. While running, hey hound, are you sure this is the right way? He replied with confidence, absolutely. He pressed on. Your intuition isn't broken, is it? Kai sighed in response. I'm not a dog. Rania Vanchayas looked around and remarked, I'm pretty sure it's not here. Just as he said that, a giant worm suddenly burst up from the sand. He yelled in surprise. "There it is," Chai announced triumphantly. "See, I told you." Kai solemnly drew his sword. "I just want to say one thing. Can you leave a few for me?" Kai, personal assistant to the mage Rania Vanchayas. After the battle went smoothly, Rania Vanchayas cheerfully urged him on. "Let's finish up and head back." Kai charged forward confidently. "This'll be a piece of cake." Time passed and evening fell. Looking at the piles of monster flesh, he sighed wearily. "When is this ever going to end? I want to get off the battlefield and get some rest." Kai, who was beside him, asked eagerly, "When are you planning to retire senior? Will you inherit the Grey Tower?" Rania Vanchayas firmly denied it. "No way. The old geezers, there are a pain in the ass these days." Then he spoke of the future. "Maybe I'll become a teacher." Kai smiled and teased. "I'd feel sorry for your students." Rania Vanchayas snapped in annoyance. "What was that, you little punk? Is that how you talk to your senior?" Kai joked cheerfully. "Ow." He clutched his head, pretending to cry. "Have mercy." In a life-or-death moment, Kay shouted in a panic. "Senior, run." He screamed in desperation. "Senior." Recognizing the enemy's identity, Kay thought in terror. "Damn it, why is one of the 4 heavenly kings here? The Death Sword, Julianican. Before my blade, no one can." After the fierce battle, Rania Vanchayas asked with concern, "Are you sure you have to retire?" Sarah explained with a frown. "He has no choice. We saved his life, but his body has been ravaged by dark energy." He began awkwardly as she questioned him angrily. "I'm sorry for this unreasonable request. Can't you show a little sympathy? I can't fight with a body like this. I don't know what I'm going to do, but please forgive me for retiring." He comforted him with admiration. "Listen, you survived with nothing but that troublesome sword of yours. That's extraordinary. Take this. It's my letter of recommendation to the commander of the cavalry. The Gledis royal family is always in need of promising individuals. You've done well." Hearing this, Kai was choked with emotion and expressed his gratitude. "Senior, I'm truly grateful to you." He sobbed, tears welling up in his eyes. Sarah sighed and scolded. "Damn it, don't make the patient cry, you useless bastard." Rania Vanchayas demanded awkwardly, "What the hell? If you don't want it, give it back." Kai nonchalantly teased back. "Asking for it back is pretty cheap, you know." Returning to the present, he gently brought up the past. "I remember you wanted to become a teacher after you retired." Kai commented with a dumbfounded, ironic look on his face. "But I never expected you to actually become an assistant professor, especially not in that body." Rania raised a fist threateningly. "Shut your mouth or this fist will shut it for you." She grew serious and took out an item. "By the way, the demonic energy you sensed is coming from this. I found it in the sewers." Rania deduced with certainty. The perpetrators of the Academy attack know about this relic. Not only did they mention its resemblance to something, but they were also rambling on about some prophet or other nonsense. "She entrusted this to me. I believe I've cleansed all the dark energy from it. I'm handing it over to you. Your dog is the best at finding things after all." Kai smiled playfully. "Can I take that as a compliment?" Rania urged him on with a pout. "Come on, don't be a buzzkill." He offered to take charge. "Can I bring them with me? We'll handle this ourselves." She agreed readily. "All right, I'll leave it to the expert then." Just then, Kai suddenly stared intently at Rania Vanchayas. Noticing his gaze, she asked, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" He asked with amusement. "So, how's the teaching gig? Seems to be going much better than I expected, huh?" Rania sighed wearily. "It's a living hell. Those old geezers from the tower are always kicking down my door, trying to get me to join the Grey Tower. They're constantly trying to make me their disciple." "You people again. There she is. I asked her first. With my support you could. I'm busy," Kai commented with a forced smile. "They're always like this." "Right. That's one thing that never changes. Damn old fools. The Y-to-Y Tower, the White Tower, all the others, they're all the same." Rania excitedly changed the subject. "More importantly, I've found a few promising students here." Hearing this, he congratulated her sincerely. "I'm happy for you, Rania Vanchayas." She snapped irritably. "Are you even listening to me? What's so funny you have to laugh?" Kai quickly stood up. "We should get back soon. I just mean, I'm also glad to see you've settled in here." He confessed with a look of relief. "I didn't even think I'd get the chance to say that. When I heard you were kicked out of the heroes' party, I couldn't help but worry about you." Rania began sadly. "That's not..." Kai, catching her meaning, cut in teasingly. "Of course not. You're not the type of person who would just take being kicked out lying down." "Rania Vanchayas, you mean you didn't just throw your resignation letter in their faces, make a big scene and then storm off to a bar, is that it?" She calmly offered some advice. "I don't think there's any need to worry about you. If you live long enough, you'll go through plenty of things. In any case, as your senior, I'll give you a piece of advice." He was completely lost. "What's going on?" The moment Rania placed her hand on Kai's chest, she immediately unleashed a punishing attack. Caught completely off guard, he was sent flying backward. Rania tilted her head cheerfully and warned, "You should really fix that habit of yours of attacking people whenever you feel like it." Looking disheveled, Sai replied, "I'm just glad to see you haven't changed one bit." Meanwhile, inside the academy, Lestiolino panicked. "It's so late. I've broken curfew." All of a sudden, Kay's voice greeted her, making her turn pale. Long time no see, Lesti Alino. She turned her head dazed and frightened. Lesti stammered in shock, Elder Kai. The story begins with a powerful nation that existed hundreds of years ago. Acadia, a magnificent empire, was turned to ash in a single night by 4 entities: the Dark Knight, the Black Dragon Bio, the traitor Gledis, the Death Sword Julianican, and the Ancient Light Sibal. However, those chosen by the Star of Hope sought to rebuild Acadia from its ruins. They gathered all the forces they could: heroes and saintesses, mages, alchemists, and even witches. The witches erected their own distinct towers, each with a different purpose, and the king granted each tower a color: blue, red, yellow, white, toei, and gray. The toei tower was known for its barriers and illuminated by elemental magic. Each tower focused its research on its own path toward achieving ultimate magic. But the gray tower was starkly different. It cared not for individual research or personal backgrounds. It had only a single purpose: to restore the lost magic of Acadia. That was the Gray Tower. Kai complained with a scowl. I am tired of seeing you cower like that. Lesti Alino heard him and stammered. I'm sorry. He questioned her sternly. Have you forgotten that you are the heir to the Gray Tower? Do not make me say it again. Straighten your back. Walk with confidence. She trembled. I'm so sorry for not living up to your expectations. Chai cut her off, his patience gone. Enough. He changed the subject, probing. Tell me everything you know about Rania von Chias. Lesti Alino tried to answer, her voice full of fear. Assistant Professor Rania. She's the adopted daughter of Master S. She teaches the basics of mana. She's usually in her office or the cafeteria. Kai interrupted coldly. That's enough. Do you think I care to hear such things? I never had any expectations of you, but to think you were this foolish. It makes me worry for your future. She asked, stunned. Do you mean? My future at the Gray Tower, he confirmed with a smirk. Precisely. Everyone should understand the value of a recommendation letter from me. The next morning, the campus cafe was filled with students. They nervously asked each other, have you been studying? Are exams already here? Rania sipped her tea and commented, this coffee shop is so crowded these days. She recalled the earlier advice. I think you should go back to the Gray Tower Senior. Rania thought to herself, lost in thought. The tower, huh? At the same time, anxious students were complaining. The professor still hasn't told us about the exam format, have they? Not a word. Oh God, I'll get kicked out of my house if I fail this exam. Classes have been so tough lately. I thought I was the only one. She looked around annoyed. I need to find a quiet place. It's too noisy to focus. Noticing their strange behavior, Rania wondered to herself, why is everyone suddenly leaving? Where should I go now? What's going on? What just happened? Just then, Chai solemnly approached and greeted her. I would like to have a private word with you. It is a pleasure to meet you. Assistant Professor Rania, I am Kai of the Gray Tower. Rania warily assessed the situation. Okay, what could he possibly want? The elders must be getting impatient if they're sending Kai to meet me. Besides my own master, who has zero interest in politics, Kay is the most influential person in the entire tower. He got straight to business. I understand you are a busy woman, so I will get right to the point. I've come to give you this. As a witch, you surely understand its significance. Recognizing the card, she froze for a moment. I don't understand why you're giving this to me, Rania questioned sharply. I was under the impression that the Gray Tower maintains a balance between the 6 elders. Are you trying to incite conflict? Kai retorted with annoyance. So you've done your homework. But who gives a damn about balance? He presented it smugly. This is a personal letter of recommendation from me, one of the 6 elders. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent, the only sound being the ticking of a clock. She was stunned. A silent reminder echoed in her mind: every other witch would kill for this letter. The moment she accepts it, she will become the heir of the Gray Tower. Seeing her indifferent reaction, Kai became agitated. He whispered to himself in disbelief, she won't even look at it. I can't read her at all. Suppressing his anger, Kai spoke first. I must say, I'm impressed by your composure. I trust you know what to do now. Without another word, Rania poured tea directly onto the card. Seeing this, he angrily criticized her. What are you doing? Who do you think you are? She declared decisively. You wanted an answer. Well, here it is. Looking at the soaked card and the teacup rolling on the table, Rania smiled and stressed. It's very clear, isn't it? Then she sternly and defiantly called out his name, Elder Kai. He exclaimed in astonishment. Is that really your answer? Rania calmly asked back. Then what do you think it is? Kay angrily retorted. I heard you were talented, but it seems you have no respect for others. I have served the entire Gray Tower longer than any other elder, and I came here with the intention of recruiting you. Feel what I can do. He released his energy to probe her mana domain. Just then, the water glass suddenly cracked. The room began to shake violently. Kai immediately threatened her arrogantly. How about it? I'll give you one more chance to accept. Rania retorted in annoyance. This stubborn old man. Didn't I already refuse? He was horrified. What? How can you? Without another word, she snapped her fingers. Instantly, the magic in Kai's hand gradually dissipated. Rania sharply presented her point. You recruit more people and make the Grey Tower stronger so that your tower can stand above all others. If that's all you wanted, you've already achieved it. Haven't you, mana domain? Seeing this, he was dumbfounded. You copied my magic. You're suppressing Lesti Alino. That child truly has the talent to take on that position, Rania stated sternly. It may not have blossomed yet, but an elder of. The Grey Tower cannot afford to miss such an extraordinary talent. Are you so blinded by power that you can't see? That she warned with a bright smile. That's not good, Elder Kai. Rania leisurely walked out and stated with certainty, that child is perfectly suited for the position of heir to the tower. I can guarantee it. At the same time, a worried voice called out, Master, you are destroying your own body. You need to rest, Master. Lesti Alino weakly mumbled, I need to try harder. Achieving something is what I need right now. She recalled the harsh words. What a disappointment. This is why I can't trust you. The position of Tower Master is beyond your reach. Are you even trying? How pathetic. Just then, a dark aura crept up from behind Lesti Alino. It gently touched her. The next morning at the academy, Elle looked surprised at the information board. It seemed the exam had been announced. Benoa asked doubtfully. You mean that's the test? Rania complained in frustration. They're complaining again. This time I'll give them a question they can actually answer. They were confused. Isn't that what the assistant professor has been researching lately? This is the test. Seeing this, she smirked. Little brats. Then Rania noticed the person in front of her. Lesti Alino looked a little different. She asked with concern. Lesti Alino, are you sick? You look terrible. Your face is so pale. Maybe you should get some rest. Lesti, however, surrounded by the dark aura, she suddenly felt dizzy. Noticing Lesti running away, Rania anxiously shouted, Didn't you hear me, Lesti? Just then, Kay approached and asked, That's not really the test you're giving them, is it? She casually greeted him. Well, what a surprise. You're finally back and right on time. He was astonished. How did you know I would come back here? Rania sighed and reminded him. Listen, you haven't figured out everything about that relic, have you? Did you think you could be so conceited just because I'm in this body? Kai admitted with a bright smile. Of course not. You guessed right. He whispered, changing the subject. On the other hand, this makes it easier to talk. She sighed wearily. What a headache. I've done everything to prepare for this. But that relic is a problem. Even if we purify all the dark energy and destroy the relic, it can still open the gate. What's worse is that we can't do anything until the gate opens, and the disaster will never end until we kill all the demons. You're right, we have no way to deal with that, Kai said, with cheerful sarcasm. Everyone around here complains about you, you know. Senior. Rania angrily kicked him. So, what are you making fun of me? Scene changed to Chad Dadia, the royal capital. A group of people has gathered. A guide gave directions. This way, Kai asked curiously. I heard this path leads to the mausoleum. Is that true? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. Apparently it opens a gate that leads to the capital. He wondered, has anyone taken this case yet? The guide reported honestly. As far as I know, you are the only group. Sir Kai. He changed the subject concerned. I mean, is the wizard Asen participating? The guide replied confidently. I don't think he is in the capital. Kai mumbled in confusion. That's strange. The guide turned back bewildered. What do you mean? Kai revealed solemnly. The holy sword of the stars has told me that it's leading me to the place where I will meet him. Meanwhile, inside a meeting room, Sierre was reporting the situation. Headmaster, the heroes party was dispatched yesterday. Aaron nodded. I know. What about the assistant professors? He explained their mission. They are inspecting and reinforcing the city's barrier. They will be finished by noon at the latest. He gave a stern order. All right, make sure everything else is completed as well. A teacher asked, Is there anything else we need to do? Aaron shook his head. No, that's all for now. He analyzed thoughtfully. According to the hounds, there's no way to stop the altar from opening. It's inevitable that it will open a gate to the other world through a medium. It's hard to believe something like that resides within the academy. Even if we can't stop the altar from opening, we must do our utmost to minimize the damage. Aaron emphasized his role. As a teacher and the headmaster of this academy, I have a responsibility to protect my students. At the same time, the students were struggling with their assignments. A frustrated student cried out, This is insane. These books aren't helping at all. We should have known this would happen when she said she'd give us. The question, what is this diagram in the middle? Wait, isn't that the diagram used in the highest level of defensive magic? Benoa asked, flustered. How are you doing? The two of them anxiously stared at their blank notebooks. Elle said helplessly, I don't get any of this. Then he turned his attention to the side, asking Lesti Alino curiously, Have you figured out the answer yet? The female student scrutinized her. What's wrong with her? Why do you keep staring at her? She's probably just exhausted. Langray confessed, worriedly. I have a bad feeling. The other boy teased. Is your instinct acting up again? Just focus on finishing the test. Langray warned grimly. Don't underestimate the instincts of a northern warrior. Benoa shot back angrily. Then use those damn instincts of yours to finish the test. Meanwhile, as the students despaired, she walked past quietly. Who the hell can answer this question? I bet no one can. The dark aura surrounding Lesty grew denser and denser. After a round of hopeless debate, one student grew tired. This is getting us nowhere. That's enough, let's stop here for today. What's the point of knowing the question if we can't even answer it? Everyone left anxiously. The problem itself is the problem, isn't it? Are you an idiot or something? So troublesome. What exactly is the problem here? Just then, Kai laughed. Is someone spouting nonsense? Rania's composure was beyond measure. She grumbled, I spent so much time preparing for the test. He asked in astonishment. You mean that horrible problem? Rania explained. Do you have any idea how hard it is to create a test? You couldn't possibly understand a teacher's suffering. But that doesn't matter now. All we can do is wait for the altar to appear. Kai nodded in agreement. You're right. This isn't something we can prepare for. He hesitated, about to bring something up. Ma'am. Rania Vanchias. Rania wondered. What is it? Why are you making that face? Kai cautiously revealed. To support us. The higher-ups have summoned the hero team. She let out a derisive laugh. Geez, and I thought it was something important. Did you think I'd get mad about that? He cautiously admitted. Well, to be honest, yes. Rania was not pleased. Who do you take me for? You think I can't separate my personal life from my work? It's better to have them around anyway. They can clean up whatever's left. Kai was stunned. You're going to make the hero team. Clean up after us. She stretched and changed the subject. This time, I have a better understanding of the medium. Kai was surprised. Don't tell me you've already identified them, Rania mused thoughtfully. Well, so far I only have a guess. However, if they're stimulated too much, it could become dangerous. We might even accidentally create a new member of the 4 Heavenly Kings. He was stunned. Is it that dangerous? She stated firmly. In terms of talent, yes, that kid is even more gifted than I am. Those old fools at the Grey Tower are blind. The power that child holds matches her potential. Meanwhile, Shinvi patiently encouraged her, just wait a little longer. Lesty Alino wondered carefully, who left this here? She was amazed when she saw what was inside a magic circle. A defense enhancement, a composite magic circle, another defensive layer, and then a counterspell. This circle must be protecting something. Lesty mused in admiration. What a perfect magic circle. Not a single thing was overlooked. Should I take it with me? Suddenly, the wooden surface was pushed up, and a mysterious energy flew out. Seaball quickly enveloped her. The despicable heir of the Grey Tower. Lesty Alino was startled and called out Shinvi's name, but he didn't give her a chance to react immediately, pushing Lesty Alino into a mysterious place. Go to where you belong. While bound, she heard someone call her name. Lesty. She remembered her childhood when the other children would surround her in admiration. Lesty, what are you doing? Let's go this way. You're amazing, Lesty Alino. So is this a spirit summoning spell? Her master affectionately patted her head. That's right, very clever. Do you know its name? Lesty said, with innocent purity. The book said she is a wind spirit. He gently reminded her, it will be sad if you call it that. Call it Shinvai. Then Lesty Alino's master made an offer. Lesty Alino, would you like to learn magic under my guidance? You have a gift. Enough talent to lead this generation. Yes, very smart. Wonderful. Well done, Lesty Alino. So you've summoned another spirit. Come here, I'll teach you a new magic circle. Hurry, Lesty. The scene changes to the tower where Rania and Kai are talking. She was getting irritated. It should be happening around here by now. He teased wearily. So impatient. You know who the medium is, but you can't even do anything. Rania coldly denied it. It's just that person is too cowardly. I've been a medium before, so I know how it feels. Kai was startled. Is that so? Wait, what? When did that happen? She calmly explained. It was a while after you left the front lines, and after we witnessed the catastrophe. Kay and I were in a tough spot. He said something about giving up on being a hero. It was just awful. And then Sibal, that skeletal bastard, got a hold of me. He brainwashed me and locked me in a dream. He asked curiously, You've been to the other world before? Rania Vanchias confirmed. You could say that. She pushed her hair back and stressed. It's something you have to experience for yourself to understand. He finds where the altar opens, and snatches the medium's consciousness into the other world. Meanwhile, he possesses the medium's body. That's how it works. A damn dirty trick. That's how it is, Kai asked tentatively. What did you see in the other world? Rania said nothing for a long moment. Then she smiled challengingly. Take a guess. What kind of dream could hold someone captive for so long? A dream that had everything I ever wished for. But even so, my true wish could never come true in a dream. And that's the end of the story. He questioned. Your wish, Rania teased mischievously. Wipe that frown off your face. Of course I have a wish or two. You idiot. What I want can't be found in memories, that's all. Meanwhile, Seaball pushed. You're too weak. Is that all you can do? Pathetic. Grow strong enough to be worthy of your profession. Not enough. Far from enough. You don't qualify. You're not even close to that level of a mage. Lesty sobbed in pain. What is this? I don't want to see it. I don't want to see these painful memories anymore. Just as she was despairing, Lesty Alino's master gently comforted her. Lesty, I know you're very scared. There are times when a person must be selfish. Perhaps the price you paid for realizing your gift was a bit too heavy for a child your age. However, things are different now. As he finished speaking, a violent tremor shook the outside world. Rania announced tensely, "It's starting." Kai asked blankly, "The medium is a student, right? Do you think they'll be able to fight it off like you did?" Rania was confident. "Of course. The kid lived in the Silver Tower for 3 years, so don't underestimate her spirit. Mages are arrogant creatures. One way or another, we've all got a crazy streak." Just then, Lestiolino woke up and repeated with resilience. Even the elders said as much. A mage doesn't live in the past. They must look ahead and live for the future. She resolutely called out Shinvi. Instantly, a small light shot through the darkness. The loyal little spirit flew in. Master Lesti cried out in joy. Seeing this, he roared in anger. "You foolish child, go back to where you belong, in the hazy space." Spal was surprised. "This child. How did you manage to wake up?" She replied firmly. "You are the ancient warlock, Spal." He warned with regret. "If you had been a little more obedient, I would have given you an easier way out." Lestiolino fell silent, clenching her fists. She focused on her incantation chain summoning. After careful observation, Lesti raised her hand, preparing to attack. There was no color here except for the color of his mana. A colorless space from another world. If so, I should still be able to fight. After all, this is a perfect space for summoning. She attacked with a mental strike. Instantly, a horde of magical beasts rushed in to tear him apart. C retaliated with amusement. "Aren't you satisfied with the dream?" Lesti's eyes widened in shock. "That easily." He menacingly reached out his hand. "Sleep a little longer, little girl. Until the end of all things." She panicked, thinking to herself, "No, if this keeps up, I'll lose consciousness again. Is there a way?" Just as she finished her thought, a magic circle suddenly appeared. Lesti was stunned. "What is this? Is this Professor Rania's protective spell?" Tears of emotion welled up in her eyes. "It's real. So you were always watching over me." Hearing the familiar name, Sebal furiously shouted, "You again, you damned cursed ash remnant." "Hey, what about the curse? Carry it out. This is clearly outside interference." Rania calmly denied it. "This isn't outside interference. There's nothing unusual about this." He let out a resounding, hateful scream. Again and again, "I knew it was you, you remnant." Lestiolino covered her ears in discomfort as the barrier shattered. Sebal roared in fury. "When will you just leave me alone?" Instantly, she activated the magic circle. Rania focused energy into her hand, smiling as she stared him down. Rania cheerfully commanded her hellhound, "Go find him." Kai complained helplessly. "Did you really have to use such a strong word?" As soon as he made the connection, he directly sensed Kai's eyes scanning through every forest. He wiped the blood from his nose and gave a signal. "It's marked. See that beam of light?" Rania thanked him warmly. "Thanks, you did well." "Now can you handle the demons down there for me?" Kai grumbled sarcastically. "Aren't you taking advantage of people a little too much?" "I was going to do it, even if you didn't ask." He leaped down leisurely. "Let's go for a drink when this is over." At that moment, she thought with contempt, "This coward wants to run away again, huh?" Seeing the aura, trying to escape, Rania issued a fierce challenge and quickly flew up. "In your dreams." Full speed, she nimbly teleported with lightning speed. Rania chased him aggressively. "Stop running and fight me. It's punishment time, you little brat." At the same time inside the academy, the professors were busy treating the students' injuries. Suddenly, Sai burst through the door. "Oh, headmaster," a professor reported worriedly, "Sigbal's barrier has covered the entire academy. This could take a while." Just then, a window suddenly shattered and a surge of dark energy instantly infiltrated the room. They were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. "The barrier is gone. Who could have done that?" In the forest, a weak hand clung to a tree trunk. Lesti trembled as she looked around. Sigbal's barrier had been broken. She thought wearily, "I'm not sure why, but I have to get out of this area first. If I get caught again, I'll never be able to escape." As Lestiolino was caught, she asked in surprise, "Who's there?" Realizing who had helped her, Lestiolino called out joyfully, "Professor Rania." The professor praised her and cast a spell. "You tried very hard." Lestiolino teleported into the gloomy space. Skbal issued a challenge. "You intend to fight me alone, you despicable cursed ash remnant. Again and again and again. You always ruin my rituals, my plans. If it weren't for you, wouldn't the child of the stars have become the saintess of the Star Shadow Temple? And if the barrier on the battlefield hadn't been broken, your capital would have been mine. You brat, you haven't even lived 100 years. How do you always manage to break my barriers so easily?" Hearing this, Rania smirked mockingly. "His inferiority complex is the same as ever, huh? What a pain." She shrugged provocatively. "If you knew I was targeting you, you should have tried a little harder. Beating you is so easy, it's become a hobby." Meanwhile, down in the academy courtyard, the number of demonic beasts was growing. The students looked around warily, and Kai warned, "It seems they've started summoning low-level monsters." He decisively assigned tasks. "Sarah, you go heal and protect the students in the infirmary. Lamia, go help the knights deal with the dark creatures." Kai touched the hilt of his sword. "As for me." He then sliced through the beasts around him. As they vanished, Kai determined his position and prepared to charge into the heart of their temple. At that moment Sibal raged, cursing, "That disgusting gray-haired Rainia von Chias. Rainia von Chias, the Star Shadow cursed you, so why are you still alive? How can you alone withstand the curse of the Supreme Being? How can you still be human?" As he finished speaking, the entire space fell silent. Just then, Rainia suddenly burst out laughing. She spoke up, annoyed. "So that's what you meant, huh?" Rainia began to execute her power. Enhance. She decisively transformed her body, her muscles, enhancing her physical strength. Then Rania snapped her fingers to get his attention. "Hey Bonehead, aren't you the same type? I just realized something. I am the originator of the Battle Mage class." She stomped her foot excitedly. "This fighting style was created for the sole purpose of defeating you." Rania leaped high into the air with great force. "That's the problem." She concentrated power into her fist. Punishment. Not wanting to lose SC created a protective barrier. Rania slammed her fist into the shield, but couldn't break it. The ancient sorcerer Sibal, one of the 4 heavenly kings. To defeat such an irrational being, I first have to analyze my own rationale. I've shortened my casting time, stored magic circles, and even attached them to my body. I prioritize direct attacks to avoid being constrained by attribute conflicts. Then I just dashed forward, charged in, and attacked at close range, always on the front lines. She focused her energy on breaking the barrier. Rania arrogantly declared, "If you were a swordsman or an ancient warrior, I might have given up." She leaned in. "But a mage like you, how could you possibly defeat me?" Rania delivered a finishing blow. In the critical moment, he quickly unleashed his violent power. As he spoke, a fierce explosion erupted. She stood up and questioned him. "That cord you used to wrap around your neck, is that your life force?" As if she'd found his weakness, Rania reached out her hand. "I'll just cut whatever I can." At the same time, on the other side of the forest, Kai and his comrades were running toward her. "It seems there's a whole battle class based on her." A comrade analyzed the tactics. "It seems the Battle Mage class was formed based on Lady Rania von Chias's fighting style. They are warriors on the front lines alongside the knights, and they've been getting a lot of attention recently. If there was a hero from that class, maybe they could follow in Lady Rania von Chias's footsteps." He denied it unconvinced. "No, impossible. Theory and practice are 2 completely different things. It would be hard for anyone to keep up with her in a real fight. No matter how many enhancement spells you use, a human body has its limits. I myself can use Starlight to overcome those limits. But Starlight is only for a select few. That guy, he used mana in place of Starlight. He really lives up to his name as the Grey Gale, the unbeatable hero." Just then, Rania summoned a mysterious power, the Scales of Libra. "I have something I wish to trade." She carefully expressed her desire. "What I want is my body. My own flesh and blood." It made a curious demand. The object of exchange. Rania hesitantly presented her mana, and the scales of the balance quickly absorbed it. At that moment, a source of unexpected energy began to surge around her. Sibal clawed at the ground in fury. Disgusting colors. Gray, dull gray, ashen gray. He raged, enveloping her. Turned to ash then, a fitting gray. Just then, Rania finished casting a spell. Bone Worm. In the heat of battle, a soldier joyfully reported, "Sir Kai, I've dealt with all the slaves inside the building." He nodded in confirmation. "All right, let's finish this." Kai gave a sharp command. They might have been summoned from inside. Search thoroughly. He was astounded to realize that the immense mana that had covered the entire forest was now subsiding. Who would have thought an incident involving the SB would end so quickly? Kai told himself he hoped other matters would go just as smoothly. Meanwhile, Kai was speeding up his pursuit. At that moment, a stunned Sigbal repeated Boneworm. He looked at the shell where he had her imprisoned. Skabal was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? She was swallowed by that darkness, so how? Before he could finish, Rania began pounding and shouting, "Hey, what do you mean that darkness?" She instantly shattered the barrier and strode forward aggressively. "First it's a curse, now it's darkness." "What the hell?" he asked suspiciously. "You don't even know. You blocked it without knowing what it was," she scoffed sarcastically. "You sound ridiculous. If I could actually block it, would I have ended up like this? You half-dead thing is half your brain necrotic too. Why else would you create such a mind-wiping curse?" Sibal was stunned. "I don't understand. That curse should have swallowed you whole. It should have corroded your body and made you cough up blood every night." Rania snapped her fingers confidently. "I've already taken care of that." A moment later, a flame appeared. He stared, dumbfounded, and yelled, "That! How dare you? With that amount of mana, you can even control the darkness of the Death Sword. How is that possible? You've never even set foot in the Shadowlands." Without another word, she casually crushed it. "I do it because I want to." Skull screamed. He roared aggressively. Rania taunted him with disappointment. "How boring. Don't you want to dissolve into ash anymore?" Skull shrieked maniacally. "I said die." She dodged, annoyed. Recognizing his dangerous intent, Rania speculated, "Is this lunatic trying to drag me down into the mana stream with him? What did he trade to be able to use the forest's mana? It couldn't be his life force vessel, could it? Whatever it is, if it explodes, Appia will be turned to dust." In a worst-case scenario, it could be the entire capital too. Is it always like this with the Demon King's army? Staring at the secret before her, she wondered in frustration. Why do they always have to hide these things? Rania reasoned to herself. There are no limits when making deals with the stars. But that doesn't mean there aren't loopholes created from the limitations within the spell itself. Just then, she had a joyful realization. There it is. Rania focused intensely and chanted, "Enhance formula, reinforce magic, fortify muscles, bolster stamina." She decisively punched the barrier, and it immediately began to crack. Rania confessed regretfully, I've been a little sad lately. It seems like support mages don't have a very solid foundation, you know. She slowly stepped forward, continuing. That kind of mage. The foundation and fundamentals of a mage. That's what I want to achieve, even if it's a bit late now, he unhappily ordered. That's enough, stop it now. Rania snapped her fingers again. A blue flame quickly spread, engulfing Sibal and causing him immense pain. Seeing this, Sai was stunned. What is this? He confirmed. It must be him. A comrade asked curiously, "Are you talking about Sir Rania Vanchias?" Kai nodded. Only he could leave a trail like this. They silently stared at the rubble at the bottom of the cliff. Seeing him teleport, his comrade was bewildered. Sir Kai, he desperately searched every nook and cranny. Where is he? Where are you? As soon as he saw a figure, Kai whispered Rania Vanchias. However, the person standing before him was Rania. The two stared at each other for a long time, each with a different expression. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Kai asked curiously, "Who are you?" Without wasting words, Rania gave a blunt command. "Move. Didn't you hear me? Get out of the way." In her memory, Roselle Vanchias had carefully instructed Rania Vanchias. A mage must be someone who carefully considers every single move. They are people who perform dozens, even hundreds of calculations every day. They must assess situations with logic instead of emotion. Therefore, always remain calm and maintain an objective viewpoint. Even if someone angers you, think of the consequences instead of how satisfying it would be to strike them. Back in the present, she pleaded desperately, "Please." Rania gritted her teeth, longing. "Can't I just slap him hard? Wouldn't it feel great to just stab him? Once I know. Dealing with the trouble afterward would be a huge headache, but just once." Kai hesitated. "Who am I?" He aggressively grabbed her arm. "You answer me." Rania furiously cursed. This crazy bastard. Suddenly she was confused. Wait a minute. Why doesn't this guy recognize me? Rania's guard was up. This jerk has the same thing as soul-seeing eyes. She struggled, annoyed. Those window walls are definitely no joke. "Let go of my hand. Let go now," Rania scoffed contemptuously. "I never thought the so-called hero would act like such a jerk." Realizing his actions, Kai bowed his head and apologized. "Please forgive my rudeness. It's just, I didn't expect someone to be hostile towards a person they know as a hero." She smirked sarcastically. "Is that why you're a hero? That's rare. An apology from a hero." He questioned her searchingly. "So who are you exactly? This place was overflowing with magic just a moment ago. Why would you come to a place like this?" Rania stammered out an excuse even a professor needs permission from. Just then, Kai said a name that made her freeze. "Rania Vanchias." He asked curiously, "What does this have to do with Rania Vanchias? Even after retiring, he still comes to this place." She snapped, annoyed. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kai expressed his belated regret. "I should have come sooner," he asked with concern. "His body doesn't seem to be in good shape. If I had known this was going to happen, it would have been better if we came together." After the battle, Kay had wondered, "Hey, are you injured anywhere?" Rania had casually replied, "Not at all, kid. I didn't even get hit and it's already over." He persisted, "But you look really tired. Your face is all bruised." She had criticized helplessly. "Ah, well that's probably your fault." Kai, bewildered, tells himself he doesn't know what that is, but if he says one more word, he'll be just like Sibal. Rania was so annoyed, she wanted to hit him again. He asked in surprise, "Is it Sibal?" She looked at the palm of her hand and replied with a bright smile, "What nonsense are you spouting over there? Do you think skeletons can bleed?" Just then, Sarah ran over in a panic. "Oh my god, Kai, are you okay?" Kai rubbed his face and gave a weary smile. "I was just lost in thought for a moment. She's so meticulous, is everything all right? What about Sibal?" Lamia watched in confusion. "Even though our fight with Sibal looked chaotic, I don't see any trace of the holy sword. This guy's pretty good." He casually cut in, "I've already taken care of Sibal." They were all stunned into silence. "What's with that look?" She shrugged, relieved. "Isn't this great? I didn't even have to use my powers or the moonlight arrow," Lamia urged excitedly. "Well, if it's over, let's go home," Sarah chirped happily. "That's right, Kai, it's been a while since I've been to the capital. I heard there's a new clothing store and a new cafe, too." Kai was stunned. Rania Vanchias. That was a name I could never ignore. The moment that girl was provoked, she became even more confident. Her movements, her unique spells, only her gender was different. Just then, Kai bowed sincerely. "Thank you for helping me finish the job, Sir Rania Vanchias." She reacted with sharp displeasure. "Hey, don't call me that. It gives me the creeps." He lamented helplessly. "If I don't call you Sir Rania Vanchias or Sir, what am I supposed to call you?" Rania suggested, just call me senior, that's fine. She then expressed her suspicion. Right, there's something I want to ask you. Kai, how did you recognize me? Thinking back, it makes no sense. To this day, the only one who has ever recognized me was Master C, the child of the stars, the hero of the holy sword. None of them ever saw through my disguise. A person's body and soul cannot be interfered with in any way. The stars, the very laws of nature have decreed it so. And to interfere with that law, one must shatter common sense. An existence unbound by the laws. Perhaps only the Demon King could do something like that, he answered hesitantly. Well, because of the specific nature of my work, I have a habit of remembering people's small movements and habits. During our fight earlier, you displayed more than 10 of those habits. Would you like me to be more specific? On page 13. Looking at the book in his hand, Rania shuddered with disgust. Ugh, that's so creepy, get rid of it. She sighed and noted, if he were blessed by the stars, he definitely wouldn't have recognized me. That's the message the stars would have sent. What is this curse anyway? What is this darkness? But one thing is certain, the stars do not recognize me as Rania Vanchias. My intuition told me that girl was Rania Vanchias, but why did the stars insist she wasn't? Kai decided to act on his own. He was dazed for a few seconds. It was just an illusion. The next morning, a boy cheerfully spread the news throughout the streets. Extra, extra. Another horrific demon attack at APIA Academy. Witnesses report a black barrier covering Homan Forest. A black barrier, does that mean Sigbal appeared? Everyone was buzzing with discussion. Who could possibly face Skull? It must be the hero chosen by Kai. And the royal hounds were there too. They successfully stopped and pushed back the 4 Heavenly Kings' barrier. Thanks to them, there were no casualties. Having a hero party in the kingdom is truly a blessing. The majority of public opinion was positive. At the same time, inside the royal palace, amidst towering stacks of books, Ayla presented with a frown, but the royal hounds have a different opinion. Is that right? Havel confirmed. Yes. The very state of Skbal's defeat makes it clear. He said it was not the work of the hero party. Unlike what the papers say, the site of the battle with Subal was clearly devastated. However, most of the damage was from magical collisions and, it appears to be the mark of a series of chain attacks. More importantly, no trace of the Holy Sword or the hero party was found. Instead, an ash-like energy source was detected in many places. Combining the traces of the battle and the clues left at the scene, we can conclude that the defeat of Sigbal was entirely the work of the Ashen Mage Rania Vanchias. So the hero party. After hearing this, she criticized indignantly. Aren't they just stealing Sir Rania Vanchias' credit? Ayla expressed her frustration. I know Sir Rania Vanchias asked us not to reveal her involvement, but this seems a bit shameless, doesn't it? In the letter, Rania had instructed, do not reveal my involvement. I have no intention of returning to the Night Order or anything similar. I had to leave for an Oxest. Important matter, so I'm entrusting the aftermath to you. Ayla wondered. Something more important than this incident. I wonder what she's doing. Ayla looked out the window with regret. There are so many things I really wanted to tell her. But he sternly reminded her, Your Highness, you should quickly process the remaining documents. Here is the report from the Night Order. She looked dejected. I miss the academy. The scene shifts to the headmaster's office, where Rose asks, What's with that expression on your face? You're not losing hair or anything. Just say what you want to say. Aaron smiled and bragged. The casualties were minor, and there's a lot of good news. I feel absolutely wonderful right now, and all the students are safe too. The headmaster was speechless. I know that without you telling me. Rose sighed and asked her purpose. I thought you called me here to help with the recovery, but you seem more relaxed than I expected. Why did you call me here? He confirmed with a satisfied look. You're right. The recovery is going very smoothly. The Saintess is purifying the dark energy. Just a light flick of the Saintess's cloak is enough to cleanse all of it. Aaron was awestruck. It's like a miracle. She got straight to the point. So, does this have anything to do with why you called me here? He announced gravely. I heard that Rania is also very interested in dark energy. She went near the barrier to find her student, didn't she? All the students who were infected by the magic were healed, thanks to the Saintess. Aaron cheerfully suggested that Rania should be as well. Before he could finish, Rose cut in sharply. No, absolutely not. Under no circumstances can I let them meet. He was suspicious. Is it that serious? She clenched her fists, trying to calm herself down. I've been feeling much calmer lately. But if that person is the Saintess, then it's a different story. Aaron was bewildered. Wasn't that a good suggestion? Rose thought to herself. If they meet, one of them will have to die, and the one with the higher chance of dying is the Saintess. She prayed, please just stay home. Don't go anywhere. Elsewhere, Rania restlessly cleaned her ear. My ear is suddenly so itchy. She sighed while grading papers. Are you serious? Only one person made it to question 7. Just kidding, just kidding. Even if I explained it, it's not like they would understand anyway. Seeing her, student Rania greeted her cheerfully. Lesty, you're able to move around again, the student said politely. I have something to talk to you about, Professor. Rania suggested warmly. Then let's go to the cafe. I have something to talk to you about too. The scene changes to outside the academy. While walking to a coffee shop, Lesty suddenly sensed something strange. Rania noticed her dazed look and called out. "Lesty!" she exclaimed, startled. "Yes, ma'am," Rania asked with genuine concern. "Are you all right? Sit here and rest for a bit." "What would you like to drink?" Lesty replied with a bright smile. "The same as always, please." Rania nodded and waved. "Wait here a moment." She went into the coffee shop and chose carefully, thinking it seems like we'll be talking for a while, so I should get something warm. As she stepped inside, Rania remarked, "It's quiet in here today." And it was true. There was only one other customer. Sarah let out a relaxed sigh, enjoying the sweet aroma of coffee. Rania frowned, recognizing the disgusting tone she uses to seduce men. The overpowering scent of her perfume hit her nose. Seeing that the woman was about to turn her head, Rania grimaced. "She's turning." Recognizing the person, Rania's annoyance was plain to see. "Why is that witch here?" Flashing back to an earlier time in a remote and gloomy village, a wooden stake was driven into the ground. Rania Vanchayas turned her head in shock. "What did you just say?" she asked. Sarah crossed her arms arrogantly. "Are you all deaf or something? Since your useless ears don't seem to be working, I'll say it again." The woman declared coldly. "Let's use this entire village as bait." Then Sarah kicked the wooden stake, annoyed. "Why does it have to be so complicated?" The woman retorted arrogantly. "It just wouldn't be right for a saint like me to have to dirty my own hands." Sarah ordered without a shred of emotion. "Set a trap in this village. Use the villagers as bait so they'll be trampled by demons until the time is right." And then gritting your teeth, you replied, "Keep talking." She questioned haughtily, "Is there a problem with this plan? It's more efficient and faster. You wouldn't understand. With a faith that's a mere number. No, that's from the first chapter of the scriptures. When you willingly offer your flesh and blood to God, your soul shall be guided to a place of eternal purity. They are beings destined to be sacrificed for God for holy things." As soon as the words left her mouth, Rania Vanchayas crushed the wooden stake in her hand. Just as Sarah finished, he angrily grabbed her face. "I am a representative of God," Rania Vanchayas warned sternly. "You'd better stop your rambling. What damn star are you worshipping?" He talked about making a deal with a star or something. "Faith isn't something valuable you can just bargain with. This is your first and last warning, you crazy saint. If you dare utter those words in front of me, or Kai again, I'll let you feel firsthand how the people in mine and Kai's hometown died. How the people in mine and Kai's hometown died, and we who are the messengers of the star's will to the world, O Holy Mother. Cherry blossom-colored hair, a gift from the gods. Light blue eyes like newly sprouted leaves, and a perfect physique and abilities sculpted by the gods themselves." Back in the present, she looked at herself in the mirror and praised herself. "No matter how many times I look, this appearance is truly a blessing. No wonder others cast such envious glances, just like this person here. Would you like anything else to drink, ma'am? Affection, jealousy, admiration, these are the feelings I deserve to receive." Sarah tilted her head and requested, "2 cups to go, please. I want to bring some to my comrades." She noticed the person glaring at her. "It's not like I have any enemies," Sarah wondered, bewildered. "That must be someone I don't remember. Why is she looking at me like that?" I wondered. Suddenly, the woman confidently made a guess that made Rania freeze. "Could you be?" "A fan." Sarah stepped forward, completely delusional. "They must be so moved to see me. So much so that their expressions are all twisted. That could be it." Upon hearing that, she was stunned. A fan. Rania was disgusted and enraged. "I knew from the start you were a freak, but how could you? How can you say that with such a straight face?" She bluntly refused. "Sorry, but I'm not a believer." Hearing this, did the woman get angry? A moment later, a cup of coffee suddenly spilled. Sarah feigned remorse. "Oh my, I'm so sorry." She stepped on the spilled coffee and explained her action. "My hands have been idle for so long that they just slipped." Rania furiously accused her. "You started it." Without another word, she reached out. Seeing Rania grab her hair, Sarah panicked and struggled. "What do you think you're doing? Let go of me right now." I said, "Let go." As the woman issued her challenge, "Do you have any idea who I am?" Rania poured the entire cup of coffee on Sarah. From outside, Lesty asked anxiously, "Is everything all right in there?" At the same time, Rania smiled and said sarcastically, "My hand slipped. My bad." She smiled mockingly. "You're a saint, aren't you? You'll forgive the mistake of this lowly fan, right?" Sarah screamed in anger, while Rania walked out cheerfully. "This is so frustrating. What was that?" She wore a satisfied smile. "That felt good." Rania began warmly. "You've been waiting long, haven't you?" Then she slowly sat down beside her. Rania invited her affectionately. "Now let's hear your story." She spoke gently, Lesty. Lesty and Rania sat next to each other on a park bench. Rania took a sip of coffee and got straight to the point. "All right, don't be shy. Just speak your mind." Lesty held the cup in her hands and hesitated. "Professor Rania." Then she asked, "Have you ever met Sir Rania Vanchayas?" Hearing that, Rania lowered her eyes and answered, "Of course, many times." "Is there something you're curious about?" she recalled, then asked what she really wanted to know. "Everything." "What kind of person is he?" Not only that, Lesty Ilino also wondered how he lived as the next master of the Grey Magic Tower. Understanding Lesti Alino's feelings, Rania smiled and said, "To me, you're quite similar to him." Lesti Alino's eyes widened as she listened to the explanation. "The Grey Magic Tower seems to be a very dangerous place," Rania continued. "He constantly provoked his fellow mages, and was always being scolded and criticized by the older ones. They always used his circumstances to put him down. So I had to achieve so many accomplishments that they couldn't say a word against me anymore." After a pause, Lesti Alino asked again, "Where did Sir Rania Vanchias come from?" Rania replied, "He was a lowly mage who had lost his homeland. Did the old mages think the paper was too dirty to even touch, so with the determination to crush them, he wrote that paper." The defiant image of Rania Vanchias appeared in her mind. "It's too dry, I can't eat this. Shove it down your throats. Do you know who you're messing with?" Out loud, she continued. Even so, he didn't bring dishonor to the one who took him in. He wanted to prove that person had made the right choice, which is why you're so desperate to hold on to this position. "Right," Rania said with feeling. "Your relentless effort reminds me of him." Lesti Alino was still not satisfied, and she continued to ask questions. "So Professor Rania, it seems you're very close to Sir Rania Vanchias, almost as if you were there with him." Hearing this, Rania was so startled she splashed coffee on her face. Wiping her face, she forced a laugh and asked, "Is that so?" Then Rania said reluctantly, "Anyway, what I mean is you're doing great," praised. Lesti Alino's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Professor." She then handed Lesti a key and said, "I'm glad I could help. And this is a gift to congratulate you on ranking first in the midterm exam. I've been meaning to tell you. It's the key to the third locker in cabinet A3, in Sir Rania Vanchias' research room at the Grey Magic Tower." She took it, staring blankly at the key in her hand. Then Lesti Alino asked uncertainly, "First place, me but, is it really okay for me to accept this?" Rania affirmed, "Of course. It's yours, so take good care of it." Right after that, she snapped her fingers with a laugh and told me, "If the old mages bother you, just grab something from the cabinet, throw it at them, and run for your life." Just as they were getting up to leave, Rania asked again, "But for real, aren't the midterms supposed to be super easy?" Les immediately shot her down. "No way." Night fell upon a tavern. Rania took a satisfying swig of her liquor with a hiss. As she poured another glass, she asked C, who was sitting across from her, "What kind of elf drinks such strong liquor?" Caddy calmly replied, "That's just a stereotype." Rania Vanchias, he raised his glass and sipped his drink mockingly. "A kid who hasn't even lived 1,000 years is going to lecture me about the qualities of an elf. How ridiculous. Only young ones like Ovo seek out nature." Hearing this, Rania thought to herself, "Young ones, isn't that old geezer over 1,000 years old?" Just then, Caddy asked the purpose of their meeting. "So what is it this time? You're low on potions, aren't you?" She feigned nonchalance and asked back, "Do I need a reason to see a friend?" But he called her out directly. "You only come when you need something." Rania acted as if under a spell and confessed, "All right, fine, you got me. I came to ask you about something. I just beat up the punk who's been messing with the well nearby." C asked, "You mean Spall?" She confirmed it. "He called the curse the Shadow. He said it can only be performed with the Sword of Death, and only those from the Shadow world can use it. So, what exactly is the Shadow?" I figured you'd have the answer. As expected, Kadi knew about it. "I do." But he couldn't give her an answer. "Unless the stars allow it, I can't say anything." Rania, who was getting tipsy, narrowed her eyes and pressed him. "What do you mean? What stars? You really do know everything, don't you?" Kadi lowered his gaze and confessed, "It really exists. I'm being heavily restrained." Rania flared up in annoyance. "Damn those stars. It's always but C," cut her off. "Is that something a mage should say?" After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again. "I also have something to ask you." Rania propped her chin on her hand, waiting. "Go ahead. It's not like you can say much anyway." Kadi voiced his question. "Have you encountered any other calamities besides the Black Dragon?" She gave a smug smile, raising her glass and saying, "I was on the battlefield for 5 years. I've seen it all." "Whose story are you curious about?" He uttered a name. "Gledis. The martyr Gledis." Rania repeated it skeptically. "The martyr? Isn't that the apostate?" Gledis Kadi pressed his lips together, saying nothing. She relented and began to speak. "Gledis, the apostate. I have plenty to say about that calamity. They summoned me again not long after we defeated the Black Dragon." She recalled her time at the temporary human outpost near Fort Rodamel. She clutched the letter in her hand, unable to believe Fort Rodamel had been taken in just 1 day. A soldier asked him, "Do you think Sir Kun will be all right? He just went out to scout." A mere human can't face a calamity, can they? She bowed her head in thought, then he lifted the tent flap and looked outside. "He's also a master swordsman, a superhuman, so we need to consider something else entirely, like summoning the hero's party faster." A thick fog enveloped the outside of Fort Rodamel. Within the mist, countless blood-red eyes lay in wait. The swordsman Kun sat on his horse, wondering to himself, "I have to go through that." With that, Kun drew his sword, ready to fight. "That's a bit much, old man. Aren't you being a little too harsh?" Rania Vanchias threw open the tent flap and asked loudly, "Sir, are you all right?" Kun was bandaging his own hand. Seeing him, he said, "Oh, you're here, kid. It's just a little dog bite." Kai bowed his head in greeting. I'm so glad you're okay, master. He nodded. Yeah. Then he asked him, I heard you cut off the black dragon's head. It feels like it was just yesterday you kids were learning the sword from me. With that, Kun stood up and turned to leave. I'd love to hear your stories over a drink, but I hear the apostate has appeared. The two of them confirmed his words. Fort Rodamel was taken in an instant. As you can see, master, the situation is critical. It's like this on the outside, and we have no idea what's happening on the inside. Kun drew his sword. Lamenting, I thought infiltration would be possible, but it turns out it's not. This is a demon-slaying sword I received from the sacred land of spirits, and yet, this is what happened to it. He looked down, his words tinged with guilt. I wanted to let you rest, but we can't afford to lose Fort Rodamel. Rania Vanchias didn't agree. You don't need to apologize, sir. It's not something that can be accomplished so quickly. He frowned, concluding, in any case, a swordsman and a summoned mage aren't that close. Unlike Sigbal, who can appear at any time and raid the battlefield, this one's appearances over the last few hundred years can be counted on one hand. A mysterious entity, the apostate Gledis. But Rania Vanchias knew they couldn't be underestimated. He thought to himself, however, if I just appear in front of it, I'll definitely lose. With that, Rania Vanchias punched Kai on the shoulder. I'll go ahead and scout the situation. Leaving a stunned Kun standing there, he crossed his arms and asked, Kai, you're the hero, right? He asked back, bewildered. Yes, Kun remarked. Sometimes that guy looks more like the hero than you do. At the same time, Sarah grimaced in discontent, asking Rania Vanchias, why do I have to go scouting with you? He snapped threateningly. If you don't want your jaw smashed again, then get a move on. Hearing Kun's words, Kai clenched his fists but still admitted helplessly. Because he's smarter than me. He comes up with most of the strategies. Kun stroked his chin, listening to his assessment of Rania Vanchias's abilities. In a situation like this, you can't just charge in recklessly. Whether it's animal instinct or survival instinct, his judgment is sharper than the stars. Suddenly, he offered a piece of advice. Kai, I advise you not to rely on the stars too much. Kai asked, slightly surprised. What do you mean, master? He pondered for a moment before speaking. In crucial moments, the stars do nothing. In front of Fort Rodamel, Sarah asked Rania Vanchias, so what do we do now? He answered impatiently, I'm thinking. Sarah offered her opinion. Can't you just handle it like you did with the black dragon? Create a magic circle to bind it, and Kai will take care of the rest. Why bother with infiltration? Rania Vanchias completely lost his temper, covering his face and gritting his teeth. Then he explained in a rush, I'm only saying this once, so listen carefully. Compared to the black dragon, there's too little information about the apostate. The number of times she's appeared is negligible. She comes with the mist, and disappears with the mist. That's the only description we have. Rania Vanchias craned his neck. Look at all those summoned monsters. Their sizes are completely different. Don't tell me you're not going to scout. Sarah put on an indifferent expression and said casually, of course not. Why would I go there? You and Lamia can go. Then she asked again, what about the knights in the fort? He narrowed his eyes and questioned her. Why the sudden concern for the lost knights? Rania Vanchias thought to himself, it's been a day since the apostate took the fort. It's reasonable to assume they're already dead. But Sarah's answer was, I mean the knights who are still alive. This surprised him, and he asked back, what? She turned and looked toward the fort. Prayers could be heard coming from the fortress. God, please. A voice begged for their lives to be taken. Rania Vanchias and Lamia walked through a pile of reeking corpses. Lamia, holding her bow, covered her nose. Rania Vanchias had to pinch his nose shut from the discomfort too. Even now, Rania has to wave his hand away at the memory. The stench back then was no joke. It must be the smell of an anesthetic and some kind of melting liquid. I use it a lot in the magic tower. Katie was lost in thought before he suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. He then stood up, went over to a shelf, and grabbed some kind of vial. Rania asked curiously, what are you doing with that? Aren't you having a drink? Suddenly, he opened the vial and held it in front of her face. Does it smell like this? Rania snapped. Damn it, you're ruining the smell of my drink. Then her face paled as she pinched her nose and confirmed. That's the smell. Get it away from me, or the drink I just had is going to come right back up. At least put the cap on. Hearing this, Sai bowed his head and murmured, so, you've been there. Rania, still pinching her nose, backed away, wondering why the mood had suddenly become so tense. Isn't it just a melting liquid used for dissolving monsters? Caddy didn't say much, figuring it was better to just show her. With that, he dropped a single drop of the liquid onto the creature on the plate. Instantly, the creature shrieked and reared up. Caddy continued, instead of dissolving, it's a reactant for fusion. 30 years ago, in the Galactic Sword Valley, bodies lay strewn about under a torrential downpour as a cloaked figure stood, imposingly before Kun Theo, who was struggling to prop himself up. The figure spoke, You don't even have a sword. This is the sword of death, Kayan. He continued to taunt him. Your hometown has been burned to the ground. Your friends and your master are dead. The one responsible is standing right in front of you. And yet you dropped your sword just to survive. You're not even worth killing. Back in the present, Kun Theo was polishing his sword, thinking to himself, it's been 30 years since Kai destroyed my home. Even the sword I've spent so many years honing couldn't touch that calamity. It shattered so easily in the mist. Kun Theo sighed. It's useless. Suddenly, Rania Vanchayas threw open the tent flap and rushed in. Uncle Kun Theo. He turned, startled, and asked, You're back. Rania Vanchayas' face was etched with urgency. Get Uncle Hai Ko and Kay now. In the temporary human encampment near Fort Rodi, everyone was gathered for a meeting. Rania Vanchayas said resolutely, even if it means destroying Fort Rodamel, we have to stop Gladys at all costs. Hai Ko expressed her concern, but it's difficult to abandon a strategic location like Fort Rodamel. Another young man asked why they had to abandon it. He patiently explained Gladys is with a species of crustacean found in the main hall. Gladys is creating a monster there. Rania Vanchayas' eyes grew cold as he specified the core of the problem. She's using the black dragon bio to create it. Its wings were torn off and its claws were pulled out during a month-long battle. It's the corpse of that black dragon's last child. A dragon skeleton made from the melted bodies and souls of human knights. If she succeeds, a new entity will be born, not the original dragon. A new beast forged from pure magic. Hearing this, Hai Ko exclaimed in disbelief, What? Using a living creature as a medium? How can anyone who exists under the stars do such a thing? Finally, Kai spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. That's enough explanation, he asked decisively. When do we leave? Everyone's faces lit up with excitement. That's Kai for you. I always believed in you. Rania Vanchaya stroked his chin, thinking quietly. Then he gave them a carefully considered time. Dawn. It's the most logical time. It was already late, so everyone dispersed. Rania Vanchaya stretched and asked Sarah and Lamia, You remember everything. Lamia lost her patience. How many more times do I have to say it? I remember it all, you human, she snapped. Rania shot back angrily. I only repeat myself, because you're the one who keeps forgetting. He then let out a sigh and asked, Ready. Chai gave a short, ready. Rania raised his voice. On my command. Fire, Lamia. Lamia's arrow instantly shot from her bow. It pierced through the wall ahead. Immediately after, Rania Vanchaya swung his sword with all his might, the powerful force shattering the sturdy fortress wall and sending rubble and dust flying everywhere. Everyone cast their spells and charged in to fight Gletus. Rania Vanchayas used a chain spell to restrain it. The beast, now bound, let out an enraged roar. Without hesitation, Kai raised his sword and leaped up, shouting, Cut it down. With a single slash, he severed the beast's head. The two landed back on the ground, thinking with relief. Good, it's off. The wind howled outside the temporary human camp. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, followed by a burst of flames. Panicked soldiers rushed out to see what happened. One soldier, trembling, pointed ahead. There in front of them, a group of people was walking toward them. When they saw it was the hero party, supporting each other as they returned, whispers and murmurs erupted all around. The hero party. Why are they back already? Did the mission fail? What's going to happen to us? This has to be a joke, right? Inside the barracks, Sarah was treating Rania Vanchayas. He grimaced, thinking to himself, every single one of these wounds is serious, and my body was enhanced with multiple strengthening spells, and even a blessing. But it only took one blow. Just blocking one attack did this to me. Just then, Sarah suddenly called out to him. Hey, Rania Vanchayas. He looked up and answered. What is it? With tears of fear in her eyes, she stammered, Should we run away? Rania Vanchayas frowned and shot back. What are you talking about? Sarah was trembling violently. No, I mean, we have Kai, right? As long as Kai is here, we can defeat that calamity. But it doesn't have to be right now, does it? Lamia pondered for a moment, then agreed. Sarah's right. We can't handle that thing with our current strength. Why don't we wait for the next opportunity? At that moment, an idea struck Sarah. That's right, the Black Dragon bio. We could do it like we did when we captured it, right? We can prepare more traps, more magic circles, and gather more warriors before we attack. As long as the hero party is alive, there's still a evaded Haas. Rania Vanchayas angrily knocked her hand away, warning her, Watch what you say. Don't just blurt out whatever comes to mind. He said firmly, A hero must face calamity. A hero must be a symbol of glory. Then Rania Vanchayas posed a question. Kai, 15 seconds. I'll hold Gletus off for about 15 seconds. How much can you get done? Kai crossed his arms. His answer wasn't promising. Forget the fog, there are too many of those crustacean monsters. If it were just Gletus, it might be possible. Seeing him stand up to leave, Kai quickly asked Rania Vanchayas, Where are you going? Rania nonchalantly tossed a reply over his shoulder. To find someone to handle those crustacean monsters for you. Back at the tavern in reality, Kadi asked Rania, Was that really necessary? Gletus is one of the 4 infamous calamities. Even if you ran away the moment you faced her, no one would blame you. Rania turned her back, standing silently without saying a word. Just then, Kadi started pointing. Ah, the corner on the right is even dirtier, she yelled as she wiped. I see it, Kadi continued to nag. Don't just hastily wipe it away and say it's dirty. Rania gripped the cloth tightly and snapped back. Hey, who would leave something like that on the table? With that, she sighed again, her voice dropping. Perhaps the hero is right. I won't judge you if you run away. Believe that we will capture Gletus and retake Fort Rodamel. Countless knights have paved the way for us. I have to take her down. Even if I die. Kadi lowered his eyes and smiled in praise. You've grown up, kid. Rania pulled up a chair and sat down, teasing him. Are you feeling sentimental or something? Why say things like that all of a sudden? Katie ignored her strange tone and asked, so who fought those crustacean monsters? Rania was silent for a moment, then answered. At that time, there was only one person who could handle them. Only one. Then she was lost in her memories again. On the battlefield, the soldiers were in an uproar. Is that demon just a summon of Gletus? Oh stars. Does this battle have any meaning? What are we even fighting for? She tapped her sword on the ground and raised her voice. Be brave, do not be afraid. Mages will restrain, the hero will strike, and we will clear the path for the hero. Gletus gave a wicked smile. She commanded her beast to attack Cunthio. He used his sword to block its sharp teeth, shouting, Glory to the stars. Rania Vanchias loudly commanded, Kai ignore the small fry and charge forward. He cast his chain spell, then cast balance to bind Gletus. Her beast was also restrained. He immediately shouted to Kai, cut off its damn right arm. Without hesitation, he raised his sword. Kai struck the beast with all his might. It was hit and collapsed to the ground. He prepared his magic, taking aim. Alright, next is the heart. A dark voice suddenly rang out. Oh, what a pity. A wisp of demonic energy slowly crept up his sword. That voice spoke again from within the demonic energy. I wanted to play a little longer, but they've come to get me. A menacing, glowing red eye appeared before everyone. I ask you, it said. Don't you have a sword? Over on the other side, the two women were rallying the soldiers. Don't fall back, we need to open a path. The soldiers fought relentlessly, carving a bloody path. Cunthio also joined in with a sweeping slash that cut the monster into 3 pieces. While the two commanders bolstered morale so the heroes could advance on the path to victory, Cunthio decisively delivered a fatal stab, finishing the beast. Not far away, Kay was stunned. He stammered, what? Seeing his sword, covered in black smoke, Kay wondered, why is there no starlight on my sword? The black smoke gathered into one point, and a voice came from it. Gletus emerged from the smoke, smiling wickedly as she said, open a path. The black smoke escaped from Kai's body. At that moment she looked up to the sky regretfully. I have to go back now. I can't play anymore. Kai fell unconscious. That voice continued. What a shame. I hope you had as much fun as I did. Let go of the sword, Kai thought, wondering why the stars wouldn't answer. He looked at his trembling hand, his heart filled with confusion. Why isn't there any light? What's happening? Kaian caught the unconscious. Gletus laid her down and looked up, his sharp gaze fixed on Ci. He stood up and looked down, his voice full of power. Aren't you going to pick up your sword? As soon as he finished speaking, Kaian swung his greatsword and charged. Just as Kai was about to be hit, a light shielded his face and a voice came with it. Haven't I told you, student? Nearby Rania Vanchias watched with worry. It was Cunthio. He had blocked the blow for Kay and called out Kay. Kay, sitting on the ground, terrified, stammered, Master. Cunthio began to strictly lecture Kay. I told you, didn't I? Don't rely so much on the stars. The two clashed, and he leaped back, ordering Rania Vanchias, get Kai out of here. Cunthio glanced at Gletus, lying still on the ground. He signaled, now is the chance. Gletus is unconscious. Rania Vanchias hesitated, but after hearing Cunthio say, leave everything to me, you kids are not allowed to die here, she reluctantly obeyed, grabbing Kay and replying, all right. Rania Vanchias carried Kay and ran for her life. She shouted back, we're counting on you. The old man looked back at the chaotic battlefield. One word echoed in Kai's mind, why his tired eyes still held a hint of fear. Looking back, he wondered how his master could still wield a sword in the face of Seeing the bodies strewn across the path, his heart was filled with questions. How can you face death so directly? Although facing a deadly blade, Cunthio remained calm, even a little excited. So, there are benefits to living a long life, huh? Body reinforcement, he said. Seriously, I never thought I'd wield a sword again. In the pouring rain, Kayan remembered seeing the sword in Cunthio's hand. That sword is a holy sword. A young man knelt helplessly beside the sword. He remarked, you're that swordsman who couldn't even lift his sword back then. Cunthio, in a fighting stance, said humbly, back then I probably wasn't worthy of being called a swordsman. Kayan brought his greatsword down. The powerful force created a gale that sent rocks and dirt flying towards its target. He said, coldly, but you're worthy now. Although he used his perception to see through the attack, Cunthio was inwardly flustered. Think fast. As he shifted his stance to change direction, he thought, what do I need to do right now? Cunthio dodged to the side, trying to think of his next move. What can I do? What is it that Kayan, who only knows how to swing his sword, is lacking? He launched a counterattack. Cunthio charged forward to return the favor, but was immediately blocked by Kayan. He had to decide what skill to use. Cunthio frowned in frustration because no matter what move he made, his opponent blocked them all. Kayan unleashed a flurry of slashes. Cunthio could only take the blows in pain. Suddenly a slash grazed his arm, drawing blood. After taking the hits without moving, Kuntheo wondered, my senses are getting dull. How long has it been? He was only worried about his students' safety. Have the kids escaped yet? Suddenly, Kayan emitted immense pressure. He spoke, I ask you. Kuntheo struggled to shield himself from the strong wind created by Kayan. He asked coldly, what is your name? Remembering a time when he laughed with his friends in his school days, he said softly, it's Kuntheo. Remembering that happy memory of himself, Kuntheo was proud. He shouted his name at the top of his lungs. I am Kuntheo from the L Academy. Kayan quietly called out his name, Kuntheo. He drew his sword and introduced himself. My name is Kayan. I offer my respects to you, Swordmaster. Faced with Kayan's unusual attack, Kuntheo was surprised. His swordsmanship is different. He watched the sword swing, seeming to realize something. His blade didn't move with the ferocity of a demon sword. Theo held the sword firmly, and he said, I understand now. Theo closed her eyes, focused, and answered seriously. So you've also inherited the Sword Saint's legacy. He charged straight at the enemy to return the favor, but it was too late. His arm was severed, his body covered in wounds. Gazing at his enemy one last time, he uttered his final words. The sword was just shy of a fatal blow. Theo, inheriting his will, let him rest. Before he died, he called out. At that moment, in an old wooden house, empty wine bottles lay scattered about. Rania rubbed the rim of her glass and said sadly, it was an unavoidable situation. When Uncle Theo faced Kayan alone, we escaped. As she told the story, she craved another drink. I also ran into Gletus a few times after that. And there's more, but I'm out of drinks. Caddy raised a hand to stop her. He said indifferently, that's enough. I've heard enough. Rania raised her voice in anger. Then answer my question now. Recalling the darkness emanating from that Kayan, she asked, what exactly is a Star Devourer? He slowly explained. Do you remember Kayan's sword? There were many holes in the blade. Rania rested her chin on her hand and said with some annoyance, of course I remember. Some filthy pitch-black liquid was oozing out of those holes. A moment later she mused, that liquid absorbed all of my spells, so I couldn't fight back. That's why Kadi is the only one who can face Kayan. Rania waved her hand. Sighing, that thing even devoured the light of the holy sword. She placed a candlestick holder on the table. Katie said, hesitantly, you've probably figured it out by now. Lighting the faint flame of the candle, he slowly explained. Mages manifest their spells through a pact with the stars, right? Every spell, big or small, is imbued with the light of the stars, even those spells that haven't reached their full potential. A trail of sparkling golden stars formed flying around the candle. Katie continued, the stars will help it shine brilliantly, but only with great power. Rania sat still, listening intently. When you think about it, doesn't it seem strange? Kadi concluded his theory. Life and death, light and darkness. All existence is balanced. After a moment of thought, Rania finally spoke up. So it didn't devour my mana. Extinguishing the flame with his hand, Katie replied, that's right. The Star Devourer is the concept that balances the stars. It simply devours anything that uses the stars as a medium. Rania rubbed her temples, about to ask Kadi what that meant, but he didn't let her finish. Kadi closed his eyes, cutting Rania off. That's all I can reveal. Being interrupted, she snapped angrily. What did you think I was going to ask? Kadi simplified it so Rania could understand how to defeat a Star Devourer. You need a stronger light, a light so brilliant it can't be devoured, right? I don't know what the cost will be. Rania, now slightly drunk, said wistfully, if only Katie hadn't lost his starlight. A second later, she was holding a brand new bottle of liquor. Gletus is starting to get on my nerves for some reason. Let's open another bottle. Kadi was terrified of this heavy drinker. He asked, startled, how and where did you find that bottle? Rania avoided his gaze, slyly uncorking the bottle. I found it while I was cleaning out a drawer earlier. Glory to us all, Katie panicked, realizing it was too late. Not that drink, right? On the other side, Roselle could only sigh and lament. Oh dear, my disciples are making me grow older by the day. Rania dodged the subject, I'm sorry. Roselle questioned her, didn't I tell you about the letter from the Magic Academy? Caught off guard, Rania stammered in fear. Yes, you did, sir. He continued to question her. And I also mentioned that they really liked your magic circle at the Ivory Tower, didn't I? By now, Rania was so startled she was terrified. Sweating, Rania hesitated. Yes. At this point, Roselle had lost all his gentle demeanor. Though his words were still soft, the killing intent radiating from him sent a chill down her spine. And yet you still drank until dawn. Understanding her youthful heart, he could only sigh helplessly and ask, you still don't like the Ivory Tower, do you? Rania changed the subject again, scratching her head, trying to find an excuse. Well, it's just the holy land of the Magic Academy, the Ivory Tower, a place that focuses on discovering magic circles and complex obstacles in ancient ruins, as well as creating new projects. At least that's its image. Usually mages at the Magic Tower prioritize the efficiency of a magic circle, but the people here pursue the artistry of magic. Looking up at the tower, Rania felt extremely annoyed. I can't even count how many times I've argued with them about this. As long as the damn magic circle works, who cares if it's artistic or not? I really can't stand them. Following behind her master, she forced a smile and spoke. I heard Onpia and the Ivory Tower have a pretty good relationship. Roselle Van Chias clasped his hands behind his back. He walked ahead calmly and said gently, "That's right. It was Aaron who proposed your magic circle to the tower." A moment later, Roselle placed a hand on Rania's shoulder. He threatened her, "So don't cause any more trouble just because you don't like something. Just nod and do as you're told." She gave a forced smile and replied, "Yes, sir, I understand." A short-haired girl with glasses came out to greet them. "Professor Rania, you've arrived." She bowed politely. "It's nice to meet you too." Lip walked ahead, leading the way. "I'll take you upstairs." As they walked, Lip briefly explained the agenda for today's meeting. "The Pillar Masters are waiting for you. They'd like a brief explanation of your feelings about the magic circle." Looking at the walls on both sides, she spoke bored. "They've filled the hallways with useless magic circles as usual. These guys never change." Suddenly, Rania stopped. She hesitated. "This circle is from that time." From behind her, Lip pushed up her glasses, looking smug. "You have a good eye." She gestured towards the painting with both hands. Lip announced clearly, "The magic circle you are admiring was donated to the Ivory Tower by none other than the Mage of Ruin Rania Van Chias." Rania was speechless. The two continued on. Rania couldn't believe it. "Are these people actually happy about something I created just to annoy them?" Lip led the way, giving a forced smile. "I got a little carried away." Rania was exasperated. What is wrong with these people? She stood outside the door looking in. Though reluctant, Rania thought to herself, "Well, I guess it'll be fine if I just make them happy." A mage spoke up to greet her. "Welcome, Lady Rania." Rania walked to the meeting table amid the greetings. "We are honored to have you at the Ivory Tower." She bowed respectfully. The mage rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "You're younger than I thought." Her magic circle reminded me of someone else entirely. The image of those intricate magic circles was so complex that it was difficult for anyone to understand at a glance. The life reflected in the circle was truly complex, looking just like a cliff face that had been sharpened day by day from erosion. The old man proposed. "Now please explain and resolve your proposal." Rania pointed to each magic circle and began her detailed explanation. This magic circle was created to aid in comprehension. Among those seated there, a mysterious smile was hidden. They listened intently. At first glance it looked very complicated, but it could be understood by grasping the basic concepts. Breaking down each spell, she explained simply that it only consisted of a defensive circuit, an amplification circuit, and a linking magic circle. That's why it could be resolved so simply. With a snap of her fingers, the magic circle retracted, and Rania concluded her presentation. And that was it. The silent silver mage thought it's flawless. As a proposal, this is perfect and ready to be published in an academic journal, but it isn't beautiful at all. With a little more refinement, it could have potential. Seeing their silent expressions, she knew what they were thinking. "I understand what you're all thinking." Rania's gaze shifted to the source of the praise. "This is a fine magic circle, isn't it?" A blonde lady smiled gently. "I commend you. This is far more beautiful than the garbage they have hanging in the hallways." This was the first Princess Leruin. She continued, "Don't you agree?" When speaking of the first princess of Catadia Leruin, Clen Catadia, everyone still viewed her as the princess who had renounced her claim to the throne. Back at a campfire, Kai hesitantly said, "Princess Leruin is a bit strange, don't you think?" Rania Van Chias, sitting casually on the ground, asked in confusion, "Didn't she pull out the holy sword? Is that what she told you?" Kai lowered his head deep in thought, remembering his encounter with the princess. He had been humiliated by Leruin in the middle of a party. Kai recounted how she mocked him, saying it was ridiculous for someone like him to play the hero. Rania Van Chias burst out laughing, tears streaming down her face with each laugh. "This world must be coming to an end." That's what she said. Rania covered her mouth, trying to stifle her laughter. She seemed intrigued. "You know, I'm starting to like her. I really want to meet her in person," Kay replied, "but I don't think you two will get the chance." Meanwhile, after her magic presentation, Rania turned her gaze toward the voice she had just heard. Realizing who it was, she couldn't help but wonder, why is the princess here? Seated comfortably in her chair, Leruin spoke sarcastically. "Did you not hear what I said? You must be deaf, as well as blind." A mage spoke up. "Just as you said, Your Highness, this is a fine magic circle." The old man continued, "However, it is not beautiful." Pointing to the core of the magic circle, the mage explained that its value was high, and its components and composition were perfect. But perfection is merely the foundation of art. It is entirely different from true elegance or beauty in itself. Leruin sighed, bored. "I've heard that 1,000 times. You people never change, you never make any progress." She criticized them bluntly. "You only consider things that are flashy and brilliant to be beautiful, don't you? Simplicity and stability have their own beauty." Touching the magic circle, Leruin commented that achieving minimalism requires a mind that has reached complete understanding, but she was just looking for an excuse to challenge Rania. "Can you prove this to the ignorant commoners, Professor Rania? The beauty that is concealed within that magic circle." Rania understood the princess's intent perfectly. She took a deep breath without a word. Instantly, Rania demonstrated her magic. Leruin scoffed at the mage's astonishment at the display. She mocked. "Now even those who were blind should be able to see clearly. We were so focused on the glittering surface that we neglected the true beauty of the iceberg hidden beneath. How foolish of us. If you have something to say, then say it. Leruin stood up abruptly, and a servant immediately draped a cloak over her. With her hands on her hips, Leruin brought the meeting to a close. If not, then that is all. The mages were all ashamed of their own shallowness. Before leaving, Leruin turned back and said, "Oh, that's right. You come with me." Startled at being called out, Rania felt a flicker of annoyance. She asked. Leruin arrogantly glanced back, pointing directly at her. "Yes, Rania von Chias. Just you and me." Outside, Rania wondered what this could be about. Why would she want to talk to me? Sitting before someone of such high status, she felt uneasy. Why would she dismiss her guards just to talk? Leruin took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "I'm truly envious of you." Rania asked again, "Me, your highness." She couldn't help but feel confused. What is she talking about all of a sudden? While Rania drank her tea in a state of fear, Leruin sighed. "You learned a great deal from your father, didn't you? It was the complete opposite for me. I learned nothing from my father." A million questions piled up in Rania's mind. What is she talking about? Her father. That means the king. If I show any disrespect, I'll be in big trouble. But wait, she's royalty too. So is it okay for her to say that Leruin spoke with disgust? That piece of trash in a robe who only knows hedonistic pleasure. And my younger brother is his spitting image. She didn't hesitate to criticize him. This royal court of Gledis is growing more diseased and rotten by the day. Rania was terrified to her core but tried her best to act unfazed. Her soul was screaming for help. "Someone please stop this mad princess." Setting down her teacup, Leruin continued. "You know that I've renounced the throne, don't you?" Rania was shocked to hear the princess say this. "I did it to survive." The palace was stained red, with blood as person after person was killed. Leruin continued, "But even after killing 2 of his own siblings, he wasn't satisfied. He's trying to kill me too. Even though I chose to step back, my brother is an uncontrollable, bloodthirsty beast." The image of the cold-blooded crown prince who had killed his own family became clear. Recalling her innocent, carefree younger siblings, she blamed herself. "I was so busy trying to protect my other siblings." Despite her eccentric personality, Leruin looked at Rania with sincerity. "But I truly want to protect those who are left," Rania asked. "Then why me, your highness?" Leruin tilted her head, smiling with interest. "That's not a bad answer." Countless magic circles appeared throughout the palace as she opened up. "I'm exceptionally talented in the science of magic, but I can't handle mana myself. I know someone is watching me, but I have no way to investigate who they are. Therefore, I need to find someone with a deep understanding of mana, someone who isn't already on my brother's radar," Rania asked coldly. "And why do you trust me?" Leruin crossed her arms and said, "Don't get me wrong, Ayla was the one who wanted you, not me." Then she suddenly held up 3 fingers. 3 days. Leruin proposed. "Stick close to me for 3 days. I'll give you anything you want, as long as it isn't my life." As she followed the servant's directions, Rania yawned in boredom, thinking to herself, "I knew this royal family was insane, but this is even worse than I imagined." A servant opened the door to a room and said, "This way, please." The person inside spoke, "You're here." Rania recoiled, pinching her nose against the odor wafting out of the room. Leruin was sitting casually on a barrel, her attendant beside her. She said apologetically, "With so many enemies around, this is the safest place. I hope you understand." With that, Leruin gave an order. "Rugen, give it to her." Rania looked at the item in her hands, slightly alarmed. "What is this?" Leruin explained. "Didn't I tell you I have many enemies?" She smiled cheerfully. "To stay by my side without arousing suspicion, you'll need a disguise. For the next 3 days, you will become my maid." Moonlight streamed into the dark, damp room. Rania asked dejectedly, "You want me to wear this?" The headmaid Sarah watched her thoughtfully. "Why does she look so disgusted? We're running out of time," she said aloud. "This uniform is necessary for the mission." Rania turned around with a confident expression. "Even if I wear this, won't people still recognize me? My face is pretty well known after all." She suddenly laughed. "Sarah, how about I infiltrate the ranks of the Royal Mages?" Sarah replied sternly. "The Royal Mage Corps is managed very strictly," Sarah calmly explained. "The palace has recently hired many new maids, so it will be much easier for Lady Rania to blend in." Rania wondered if that meant there would be spies monitoring the princess. As if on cue, the maid replied, "Yes, that's right. So please change quickly. We must conceal your identity, my lady." The moment she saw the item inside, Rania's face went pale. In the box was a white headband with a red flower, which made her recoil in horror. "I have to wear this too." Sarah picked up the headband and reassured her. "Yes, you do. This accessory will surely help you, my lady." Her face clouded over with regret. "I should have just gone home." Morning light soon filled the palace. Leruin called out while writing in her notes. "Hurry over here." Seeing Rania with the headband, she offered a compliment. "It suits you." Then Leruin ordered, "Now I expect you to erect a soundproof barrier." As soon as the words were spoken, Rania waved her hand, casting the spell. Every object and every wall fell silent. Leruin bent over her notes and said to Rania, "I'll be staying with you for the next 3 days. She continued, "Don't worry, you won't have to do any actual cleaning." Rania forced a smile. What an honor. While handing documents to Regent Laruin, glanced at Rania, thinking to herself, why does she look so disgusted? Then she gave her order. Your mission is to protect me from any and all magical attacks. Just deploy your magic. You don't need to report to me first. Hearing this, Rania hesitated before asking, I can act on my own initiative. Laruin smiled and replied, was I not clear? Ayla was the one who recommended you. Her eyes shone with confidence as she continued, and of course I trust her. She was very insistent, so feel free to act. Laruin's authoritative voice rang out, I will take responsibility for whatever happens. Rania glanced around the room before asking again, so I don't need to ask for permission beforehand. Is that correct? Laruin reassured her, still focused on scribbling on her documents. Rest assured, I don't go back on my word. As soon as she said that, Rania pulled her gloves tight, took a deep breath, and focused power into her right arm. A single punch shot straight toward the ceiling, causing the princess's eyes to go wide. She watched in astonishment as a blue liquid dripped from the ceiling. A pair of magical blue eyes landed amidst the messy papers. Sarah and Regent, seeing this, were also startled. Rania spoke up, I'll clean that up. She then looked at Laruin and thought to herself, the princess spends all day buried in paperwork. This scene looks awfully familiar. She began to wonder if this place was secretly a magic tower. Suddenly, Laruin frowned and sighed, reading, this is just a headache. She scowled and waved a man away. Just take it back. The man bowed hurriedly and fled. Seeing the man retreat so quickly made Rania curious. Why does everyone run away like they're being chased by a ghost? Suddenly, Laruin spoke. Look at them. They must be afraid a mad dog will bite them right. Hearing this, Rania flinched, wondering, did I say something out of line? Rania asked hesitantly. A mad dog, Your Highness. The princess casually picked up a hot cup of tea and replied, while looking at her notes, that's my new nickname among the nobles. Laruin continued, it's not so bad as long as it's useful. Still curious, Rania asked, how is it useful? The princess began to explain slowly. For example, every now and then I send letters to the nobles near the battlefront, asking them to contribute to the military. They can't very well refuse. But seeing a letter from me sends them into a panic. That way, the soldiers get more supplies. An image of well-fed soldiers flashed through the princess's mind. Laruin said firmly, because if they don't, I really will bite. After thinking for a moment, Rania finally spoke. If it were necessary, she asked, would you truly go that far, Your Highness? She simply closed her eyes with a faint smile. Laruin answered gently, every single citizen of Katidia should be grateful to the knights on the battlefield. Her eyes shone like stars as she said, our nation continues to stand tall because of their noble sacrifices. I am not just a princess. I am a citizen of this land. It's my duty to strive for them. Rania looked at the princess lost in thought. That look in her eyes is so familiar. She bowed her head, lost in old memories of people who sacrificed everything for a higher purpose. People who walk a path where they might lose everything, even their pride, have eyes like that. Abruptly she turned and said to Laruin, I'm going to get to work for a bit. Laruin looked at Rania confused. Aren't you already working? After opening the door, Rania turned back, gave a bright smile and replied to Laruin, there's a lot of trash outside. I'm just going to sweep the yard. Rania looked at the white walls covered in magical wards and remarked, there really are a lot of them, huh? She adjusted her gloves, wondering to herself, are all of these from old acquaintances? Innumerable magic spells were arrayed before her. She began to emanate a blue magical aura as she reminded herself, well, I got paid, so I have to see the job through. A man's panicked voice suddenly cried out, huh, what in the world is happening? The royal mage Rania von Chias was frustrated. His spells were suddenly malfunctioning for no reason. Another mage saw his grimace and asked Rania von Chias, what's the matter? Neckel spoke up, who knows what shady business is going on in the castle now? Another mage stared at a purple orb, its image hazy and indistinct, and gasped in horror. Are all the surveillance circles down? Are they testing some anti-mana field or what? After placing the orb back on the table with an annoyed grunt, he said, thanks to the princess's little antics, it looks like we'll have to pay a visit to the castle tonight. The other mages looked at each other and began to speculate. Or maybe the mad dog has found a new ally, the one who destroyed all the magic circles himself. A disdainful sneer appeared on his face. They laughed heartily in amusement. You can't be serious. Rania von Chias chimed in with a sneer. Not even the master of the Y-to-I tower could pull that off. His voice lowered. Every creature struggles before it dies. Another person spoke up. That mad dog must still be clinging to life. Her instincts are probably screaming that her time is almost up. Rania von Chias slowly added, in just about 3 more days that poison will surely eat away at her slowly but surely. After all, the crown prince himself was the one who placed those circles. He continued with a wicked smile. As his loyal subjects, it is our duty to watch this mad dog take her final breath. It's poetic justice. One moment, Rania von Chias was gloating, and the next he was full of regret. His face was so swollen and bloody that the princess didn't even recognize him asking what that near-death creature was. Rania beamed, waving her hand as she replied, I ran into these people while I was cleaning the hallway. At her feet, the whole group of mages was kneeling on the floor. They've placed surveillance circles everywhere. After hearing Rania's explanation, both Leruin and Sarah were shocked. She thought to herself, why did you have to beat them to a pulp like that? But, oh well, they deserved it. Leruin sighed and praised her. You're working so hard even this late at night. Thank you. Rania's eyes crinkled into a smile as she said, it was nothing really. In reality, a few hours earlier, she and the princess had arranged everything. The princess had asked Rania in surprise, what did you just say? She slowly explained, it's an ancient magic circle, but I can't resolve it just yet. An insignia of the ancient magic circle appeared on Leruin's forehead. She pressed a hand to her forehead in confusion. How could you possibly know about this? Rania quickly replied, I saw it on the battlefield. Realizing she'd said too much, she hesitated, twirling her fingers. I heard about it from mages who encountered it directly. A weary Leruin continued, it doesn't matter. I don't need to know where it came from, just tell me what you know. Adopting a serious demeanor again, Rania stated that this type of magic was often used by mages on the battlefield. Her voice was slow and measured. At a glance, it looks like a normal talisman, but it's actually a type of summoning magic, specifically designed to summon a monster by using the lifespan of the person bearing the mark. Upon hearing this, Leruin revealed, this symbol started appearing about a week before my sibling died. Leruin's hand clenched into a fist. Her face contorted with rage as she asked, so you're telling me my two siblings had their lifespans drained just to summon some low-class demons? Rania pressed on urgently. Did the demons appear right after they passed away? Leruin, growing calmer, replied to her, yes, but they were all destroyed immediately after. Recalling that rainy day, Leruin recounted, that's how the rumors started, that the royal family was cursed. She remembered the image of the crown prince standing amidst the funeral, speaking with a wicked tone. But my shameless brother made a public spectacle of it all, blaming it on my sibling's weakness. He wouldn't even let us investigate to stop the rumors. Leruin was helpless. It must be a curse. Why else would I have to keep going through these losses? The whispers echoed in her ears. This time, it's the third princess. The second princess just passed away not long ago. Look at those wounds. It looks like she was brutally mauled by that monster. She recalled, my younger sister was once the flower of the royal family. That beautiful child has now closed her eyes, withered, and gone. My older sibling focused on training. That strong child also closed their eyes after a violent attack. They lived such beautiful lives only to die so young and for nothing. I have to find the cause. What I lack in talent, I have to make up for with observation and learning. My research led me to the ivory tower, but even after meeting with the honored masters, I couldn't uncover the truth, Leruin said pensively. This battlefield magic. There must be a reason I couldn't find the caster. She then asked Rania, but can't you just dispel it now? She slowly explained. If we dispel it now, the lost lifespan won't be returned. Rania continued, we have to wait until the summoning process is almost complete. Right when the monster is about to leave the host's body. She raised her thumb, making a slitting motion across her neck. And kill it, she said, in a soft voice. Rania said, that's the only way to get back the stolen lifespan. She slowly explained to Leruin, whether it's magic or a curse. Anything involving life and death requires extreme caution. One wrong move and it's all over, with no way to turn back. Hearing this, Leruin couldn't help but ask curiously, how do you know all this? You sound so experienced. Hearing this, Rania just cleared her throat. Anyway, let's just wait until tonight. Her voice was firm. I'm sure a rat or two will show themselves. And just as she predicted, there were 3 mage rats. Leruin taunted them arrogantly. Would you like me to bark for you? She pulled the glove that was gagging the man's mouth and spoke. Well, Lord Rania Vanchayas. Leruin arrogantly tossed the glove aside. I'm sure you've had enough time to warm up your vocal cords, haven't you? Why don't you tell me everything? The other 2 mages trembled. Princess, this is just a misunderstanding, one tried to explain. We were trying to protect you completely. At this, Rania Vanchayas stammered in agreement. That's right, we were only trying to protect you from the curse, so you wouldn't follow the same path as the other 2 princesses. Her face darkened. How foolish I've been. Behind her, Rania approached, holding a blue eye. Leruin took the filthy object and slammed it right into Rania Vanchayas' face, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Why, I never knew you all were so loyal. Leruin's expression turned sharp and cold as she snarled, how dare you call spying on me protection? You dare call me a mad dog when you've never even seen me truly lose my temper. Seeing Rania Vanchayas lying motionless, the other 2 mages could only tremble and brace themselves for Leruin's wrath. She then called out gently, my dear Rania. Rania quickly answered the call. Yes, your highness. Leruin turned her head and said, do whatever you want with them. Rania's eye lit up. She firmly asserted, leave the barking to me. Outside, in the distant sky, snowflakes were still dusting the earth. Inside, the magnificent castle. A small voice asked, have you heard the news? The servants' faces were anxious as they whispered amongst themselves. All the royal mages have been summoned to the castle. The royal mages. The blue-haired maid hesitated, searching her memory before continuing the story. Actually, I was working late last night. On my way back from getting the laundry, I saw them being thrown into the dungeons. It was really dark, but I think I saw some palace guards among them. And their eyes were just hollow, like they were terrified of something. Back in the present, a sigh echoed through the castle. I heard that the screaming from the dungeons still hasn't stopped. The other two maids chimed in fearfully. Once you go in there, you don't come back out. What is going on? The blonde maid lowered her gaze and asked nervously. Do you guys think? It's true. The rumors that the crow maid is the mastermind. They say she's incredibly strong, that she can send a grown man flying, that she took out all those royal mages with a single blow. The blue-haired maid turned pale at these words, her eyes welling up with tears as she whimpered, "Oh no, it's my turn to serve the princess dinner tonight." Another maid offered a little comfort. "It'll be fine, you just have to deliver the food." As evening fell, the time came for the blue-haired maid to push the cart to serve the princess's dinner. Listening to the sound of the wheels scraping against the floor, she tried to psyche herself up. Nothing's going to happen, right? But just as she finished the thought, a figure was suddenly thrown out right in front of her. She looked up, stunned, and heard a grim voice scolding. "Why don't you get it?" Rania slowly stepped out. With a hand on her hip, she stated nonchalantly, "The princess is busy." The silver-haired man who had just been thrown to the ground shakily got up and ordered, "Get out of my way. I have something I must tell the princess." But she just shook her head, slightly sighing as she snapped her fingers. "Why are you so stubborn?" As soon as she spoke, Rania calmly summoned an eerie blue magic circle. She pursed her lips and gave a cold command, "Bind." Blue iron chains immediately shackled the old man. He gritted his teeth in pain, his brow furrowed as he groaned. Rania let out a tired sigh and mumbled as she turned her head, "I'm already so tired, and now I have to deal with this." Seeing Rania look at her, the maid jumped and cried out in her mind, "I can't escape." She squeezed her eyes shut, terrified, wondering if she was about to be beaten to a pulp too. But Rania just asked gently, "Oh, is that the princess's dinner?" The maid, still trembling, thought to herself, "Well, Mom, Dad, I miss you both so much." Rania just shrugged and announced, "I'll take it inside." A moment later, she stared blankly at the closed door, muttering in disbelief. I'm not dead." Rania slowly pushed the food cart into the lavishly decorated room. Plates of colorful and rich food were quickly arranged on the table. Laruin calmly cut a piece of meat on her plate, smiling slightly as she praised her. "Thank you. I thoroughly enjoyed your rage." At this, she suddenly stabbed her fork into the meat with force, whispering with a grim smile, "Look at them, starting to beg for their lives." Laruin lowered her eyelids, her voice cold and indifferent as she made a remark. "How pathetic." Rania, sitting on the other side, still smiled as she held her knife and fork, offering her opinion softly. "They've dug their roots too deep. It's easiest to just pull them all out at once." Hearing this, Laruin laughed out loud, delighted, and nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's an impressive way of thinking." She slowly brought the food to her mouth to savor it, thinking to herself that the princess should be praising herself for that thought. Rania then looked at Laruin, sizing her up. She still looked full of life, so much so that even battle-hardened knights on the battlefield would tremble a little. Just then, Laruin rested her chin on her hand, her gaze contemplative as she asked, "But you work so efficiently. Who are you really?" Startled by the question, she stammered in reply, I'm a teaching assistant at the Appia Academy." Hearing this, Laruin clicked her tongue, remarking that it sounded more like a question. But then she just smiled softly, her voice light and casual. "Oh, whatever." She rested both hands on the table, her eyes curving as she let it go. "If you say so." Time ticked by, and the meal quickly came to an end. They sat across from each other again, tongs up. Laruin sat up straight, announcing seriously, "I have one more thing to ask of you." Rania also replied respectfully, "I'm listening." Without further delay, she slowly made her request. "Please take care of my last remaining sister." Hearing this, Rania couldn't help but be surprised, her eyes widening as she asked, "Excuse me." Laruin didn't explain further, standing up decisively and stressing, "You heard me. My brother is not worthy of being king. To protect himself, he would sacrifice anything. The number of minions following him has decreased significantly thanks to you, but a leopard can't change its spots. Those who trample on others for personal gain don't deserve the throne. Right, I must stop him from becoming king." Rania's expression was indifferent, her tone cool as she pointed out, "But princess, you are still here." But Laruin just shook her head, explaining calmly, "I have another duty. The soldiers who sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, who lived and died for this country. I must stabilize things from within, to choose a leader whom everyone will respect." Back in the present, Laruin turned slightly, her voice strained. "That is my duty." Her face was pale and sweat dripped down as she muttered, "My final." As the words left her lips, Laruin swayed about to fall. Sarah rushed to support her, crying out, "Princess." She carefully helped Laruin lie down on the bed to rest. Afterwards, Sarah thoughtfully tucked her in. Laruin lay exhausted on the bed, her eyes hazy as she murmured, "This feels just like when I met my brother on the street." Rania quickly put on her gloves, her expression tense, thinking to herself, the princess has such a strong mind, to still be able to joke at a time like this. She slowly walked closer to her and said with a small smile, "Please rest easy and close your eyes." Laruan's face was ashen. As she dazedly listened to Rainia's firm declaration, "You will definitely wake up again." Finally, she let out a small laugh and closed her eyes, complying. "All right, I trust you." Seeing this, Rania quickly channeled her power, summoning a deep crimson magic circle. The magic circle flowed into Laruan's body. Rania observed for a moment, unable to help but marvel. The princess is truly a special person. A wound like that must be incredibly painful, yet she endured it. A warm surge of power slowly flowed into her body. Rania reassured her in a low voice, "Please do not worry." A glint appeared in her eye as she declared with a grim smile, "When it comes to curses like this, I'm quite confident." In the endless darkness, Laruan's voice quietly spoke. "When death approaches, it is silent and invisible. It has no smell, no taste. It just comes closer. But why is it so familiar? The day I bowed my head and became my brother's dog, barking or staying silent at the will of another. Those were the days I bowed my head just to survive. This invisible death makes me feel as helpless as I did back then. My older sister was buried under the blooming cherry blossoms, and the little one was buried under a thick layer of snow. Is this how they both felt?" Laruan whispered tragically. Finally, she gripped the sharp thorn that had pierced her, vowing, "This sin, I will pay for it with my life." Long, sharp willow thorns spread out in the dark, gloomy space. Laruan slowly opened her eyes, her gaze cold as she murmured, "It's time." As soon as she finished speaking, Rania, who was standing outside, unleashed a wave of blue power to ensnare the target. That power coiled around the gnarled, thorny branch, and a dark, blood-red resentment frantically poured out, coalescing into a grotesque shape. Rania tightened her grip on the thorny tendrils, her sharp eyes whispering, "They've drawn out quite a lot, haven't they?" At that moment, Laruan, lying quietly on the bed, blinked as if she saw something. "That's the starlight I once saw on my youngest brother," she murmured in admiration, catching Rania's attention. "That streak of light is so beautiful." She quickly withdrew the staff in her hand, closed her eyes, and laughed in praise. "You did an amazing job." Streaks of blue light continued to flicker and swirl throughout the large room. They slowly gathered, wrapping around Laruan's body. Sarah helped her sit up, and she coughed dryly, expressing her gratitude since Rania had handled the most difficult part. After a moment of silence, Laruan emphasized softly, "You saved me." Her eyes curved into a bright smile, her tone sincere and grateful. "Thank you." Laruan then asked hesitantly, "May I ask how you were able to do that?" Rania put her hands on her hips and nodded. "Sure, I just did it." Her words made both Laruan and Sarah stare in astonishment. Finally, Laruan let out a small, amused laugh. An answer like that wasn't so strange coming from her. A new day arrived, and gentle sunlight shone down on the magnificent castle. After a night of rest, Laruan went for a relaxing stroll in the garden. She clasped her hands behind her back, tilted her head up, and took a deep breath. "It feels so open and refreshing out here. I bet a lot of people think I've died from my little brother's curse by now." At that moment, Rania turned her head back and asked worriedly, "Is it really okay for me to just leave like this? There are still so many things left unresolved." Laruan began to walk slowly, with her shaking her head and reassuring her softly, "I'm not sure what you saw, but you don't need to worry. My brother is a very cautious person. He'll try to fully understand my abilities and how much information I have before making any kind of move." Beside her, Rania furrowed her brow and stated flatly, "If you say so, princess. In any case, from now on you'll have a hunting dog watching over you." Laruan didn't deny it, and even smirked as she added, "And a very capable one at that." Hearing this, Rania was confused, rubbing her chin as she searched her memory. Very capable. Who could that be? Before she could wonder for long, Laruan answered with a bright smile. "Sir Kai, the Silent Knight. That stalker." Rania was completely speechless, and asked again, Who is that?" Laruan pursed her lips, not hesitating to explain it all to her. "He's skilled in both swordsmanship and magic. A reserved and conservative man." Seeing this display, Rania was at a loss for words, wondering in frustration, "What are you even doing? Is that the same Kai?" "I know," Laruan then added excitedly. "If you want to meet him, just let me know." But she frantically shook her head in refusal. "I'll have to decline." Seeing this, Laruan clicked her tongue and asked with an annoyed frown, "So you're not interested at all? This is a special privilege granted to you by the princess herself. Are you really going to refuse?" Rania casually scratched her head, her expression weary as she stressed her point. "I don't need anything. I have a house, a job, and money. If I need something in the future, I'll let you know." There was nothing else Laruan could do. She sighed and searched for something. "Then at least take this divine artifact." She quickly held out a purple card, offering it to her sincerely. Laruan explained in a slow tone, "If you write a letter using this, it will be delivered directly to me. Call me if you need anything. I won't forget the favor I owe you." Rania laughed and shyly put the card away. "Thank you," she said in a low voice. "You really are a princess, huh?" The two of them continued walking deeper into a dense, overgrown area. Laruan's feet moved swiftly until she slowed to a stop. She stood before a secret tunnel, instructing in a measured tone. Just go straight through this passage. If you take a wrong turn, you'll end up 6 feet under. Rania was quiet for a moment, her eyes filled with contemplation as she looked hesitantly at Laruin. After a while, she finally spoke up. Can I ask you one last question? Have you ever met the hero? Kai Laruin frowned slightly as she tried to remember. I have. I've met about 5 heroes, but he was the worst of them. He only acts on instinct with no ideals or conviction. He's pretty much on the same level as my little brother. If someone like that can be called a hero, then it's truly the end of the world. Noticing Rania covering her mouth to hide a laugh, she asked suspiciously, "Why are you asking about that? And what's with that expression?" Rania immediately covered her mouth and coughed, replying seriously, "It's nothing." Inside, Rania was thinking, how interesting, but also quite surprising. Even though Kay is a womanizer, he's also the Sword Saint hero, a symbol of hope. I never expected someone to see right through that facade. With that, Laruin didn't linger any longer and turned to leave. "All right, travel safely. And remember to tell my little sister to become friends with Professor Rania." Rania smiled lightly and nodded in response, thinking to herself how special she was. She also turned and entered the secret tunnel. Rania walked briskly through the passage, taking the opportunity to change out of her maid uniform. Finally, I can breathe. I thought I was going to die in that outfit. She quickly returned to her usual appearance and walked at a steady pace, wondering, wait, don't I have a test coming up soon? What should I prepare? The tunnel gradually came to an end, and Rania finally stepped out into the sunlight. She stretched comfortably, took a deep breath, and told herself, oh well, I'll figure it out later. Time to get ready for work. On a clear new day, a fierce clash was taking place in a training room. Benoa moved nimbly, calmly, dodging the incoming attacks. On the other side, Langray gritted his teeth, tilting his head to evade a powerful blow. The two of them stood in the middle of the training ground, powerfully executing one sharp technique after another. They paused for a moment, and Langray panted, thinking, I can't win. The more we fight, the more certain I am that I can't defeat Benoa right now. When did a gap like this open up between us? Benoa frowned slightly, leaping to dodge Langray's attack. On the other side, he was still thinking bitterly about the past. At the beginning of the semester, we were on equal footing. The difference in our skills wasn't that big. Back in the present, Langray swung a sharp axe, but Benoa firmly blocked it with his sword. The two exchanged a flurry of blows. Langray was still wondering, so why? A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he tightened his grip on his weapon and charged forward. A powerful light also shone in Benoa's eyes as he rushed in. The intense head-on clash between them kicked up a cloud of dust. The crowd outside watched with wide, surprised eyes. In the middle of the arena, the axe blade stopped just shy of Benoa's shoulder, a hair's breadth from striking down. Meanwhile, his wooden sword was already touching Langray's collar. A voice called out, "That's enough." A man with purple hair waved his hand and declared coldly, "Benoa is the winner." Langray took a deep breath, raising both hands in surrender. "I lose." The axe in his hand fell straight to the ground, making a jarring sound. Elsewhere, a man jotted something down on a notice. "Today's sparring session is over. Everyone may return to class." The group responded in unison. "Thank you for your hard work, sir." Meanwhile, Langray was still stewing, thinking to himself that putting down his weapon meant accepting defeat. The departing crowd was still buzzing with excitement. That last match was intense, wasn't it? Yeah, it was insane. But Langray was still lost in his own thoughts. It may seem humiliating, but it's what a warrior must do. That's what father taught me. But I don't feel anything from this defeat. Langray briefly recalled a conversation he had with his father. At the time, his father stood with his hands clasped behind his back, recounting in a detached voice. "I heard from the Knight Commander that there is no one left in the north who can challenge you." Langray bowed his head slightly, his tone calm and humble. "I still have much to learn, father." His father said nothing, his lips pressed together in hesitation. Finally, he slowly gave a strange command. "Langray, you need to leave this place." Langray froze his eyes wide with confusion. "Why?" On the other end, his father calmly explained, "In the north, no one can make you taste defeat. There are certainly warriors stronger than you, but you won't learn anything from fighting them. You need an opponent of equal skill to teach you that." Back in the present, Langray looked at his fist and mumbled with a slight smile, learning from failure. He looked at the axe on the ground, a sad look in his eyes. It really is difficult. Meanwhile, in a magnificent castle elsewhere, Roselle's eyes crinkled into a smile as he announced with a beaming face, "All right, listen up. Rania von Chias." Rania gave an embarrassed laugh and scratched her head, hesitating before speaking. "Professor, you see?" He was still looking at the paper, smiling faintly. "Let's see now. Royal security is really like this. There are multiple signs of a break-in at the Royal Mage's laboratory. They're recruiting outside consultants. The strange indentations appearing in the palace are currently under investigation. You really handled it all so smoothly, didn't you, my student?" Rania glanced away sheepishly and countered in a small voice. "The princess told me to leave the aftermath for her to deal with. I didn't want to do it either." Rosel's eyes were still curved in a smile, but his expression gradually darkened with annoyance. He let out a cold laugh, his voice laced with dark sarcasm. Now that the great mage here can teach a professor's words are just nonsense, aren't they? Rania buried her face in her hands, crying out in a pleading wail. Please, Professor, don't bring that up again. But on the other side, Rosel just sighed and clicked his tongue in admiration. An archmage truly is on another level. This room is the best one in the entire kingdom. She hid her face in embarrassment, lamenting inwardly. I was just trying to rest and do some sketches. Who would have thought it would accidentally turn into a classroom? Rania's inner voice kept nagging. A mage should use magic, not their fists. You must chant spells. Your body is just a tool. Your main weapon is magic. The Rania Vanchayas from her past life agreed. Exactly. What kind of fighting style has no foundation? Seeing Rania's silent figure, Rosel questioned her sternly. Are you ignoring your professor now? Just as he finished speaking, a steady knock came from the door. Mahath Klepet walked in, holding a stack of papers, and asked loudly, Assistant Professor Rania, are you free? Hearing his voice, Rania turned her head and replied, Come in. Rosel gave her another probing look. That look said, What trouble have you gotten into now? Rania felt incredibly wronged, screaming internally. He's just here to drop off some papers, I'm innocent. Time flew by, and the sky slowly turned orange, signaling the end of a long day. The dim orange light shone through the glass window into the empty training hall. Langray sat silently on the floor, staring intently at his axe, stuck in the ground. Just then, Ayla walked in and asked softly, You're still here? You must be pretty shocked by the result of the practice match. Huh? Langray looked at her as she sat next to him, his eyes full of doubt. What do you mean? Ayla blinked her big round eyes at him and asked, Are you upset that you lost? You know that feeling, right? The feeling of competing against someone on your level. Langray bit his lip, his brow furrowing as he retorted bluntly, I'm not. A warrior must know how to accept defeat. As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the axe before him. Just then, Ayla's voice rose in disagreement. That's not it. Accepting defeat and the feeling of rivalry are two different things. Apia has some very skilled professors. Why don't you go ask them for advice? There's also a very strong professor here. At the same time, elsewhere, Rania was looking over some documents, sighing in admiration. Professor Mahath Klepet, he's more thorough than I thought. She focused on reading each paper Mahath Klepet had given her. For a moment, Rania recalled when Min had asked for help with the exam questions. He even used his arm as an excuse. I honestly thought he'd just do a sloppy job. Alright, the theme of the practical exam is survival. The test aims to simulate a real battlefield environment. The goal is to enhance the characteristics of the battlefield-focused class conducted in the form of a maze exploration. Rania gently rubbed her chin, her thoughtful gaze accompanied by a murmur. Not bad. She slowly pulled open a desk drawer to find a pen, wondering to herself. A simulated battlefield experience, huh? Then let's make it even more realistic. How about we add some mana-absorbing monsters and leeches? Oh, right, and invisible dark creatures too. If we can't take them to a real battlefield, we should at least make it feel like one. After writing her ideas on the paper, Rania smiled slyly. This should be enough. The sky grew dark, and the hazy moonlight shone down on the dense forest. In the middle of the courtyard, Langray gritted his teeth and swung his axe at a training dummy. Sparks flew from his eyes as he swung the axe again. He thought deeply, if only I had been half a step faster. If only I had dodged instead of attacking then. If only I had aimed for the left side first. Could I have won? Time passed quickly, and the sun's rays began to appear, casting a warm light. Langray was drenched in sweat, panting tiredly after his training. He collapsed dejectedly onto the ground, letting out a breath and muttering, No matter how I think about it, I still can't picture a scenario where I win. Langray looked up at the shimmering sky and let out a frustrated chuckle. He reached into his pocket, his voice drawing out as he remembered he also had to prepare for the upcoming practical exam. The theme of the exam is survival, and the proctor is Assistant Professor Rania Vanchayas. Langray took a deep breath and reassured himself. It'll be fine, right? Time passed accordingly. A new day slowly began the sky, a pleasant, clear blue. 1 week later, on the day of the practical exam in the Grefeld family's forest, someone clapped their hands sharply for attention and announced loudly, I will now explain the details of the test. Everyone gather round. The group shuffled over, dejectedly groaning and complaining. Is Assistant Professor Rania really the proctor? I miss Professor Mahath Klepet so much. Once the students had gathered, Rania rubbed her chin and cleared her throat. With her hands on her hips and an indifferent expression, she explained the exam. I will be supervising this practical exam in place of Professor Mahath Klepet. As previously announced, the theme of this exam is survival. You will pass the exam if you meet one of two conditions. Capture the leader monster in the exam area, or survive in the forest for 3 days. 3 days. The students' eyes widened upon hearing this, their faces tense with anxiety. Rania paid them no mind, simply holding up a bracelet and announcing, Before the exam begins, each of you will be given a special bracelet. This bracelet will record the shock from the phantom monsters in the exam area. If the bracelet absorbs a sufficient amount of shock, you will be eliminated from the test site. Shock here refers to a decrease in oxygen supply. Insufficient oxygen leads to cellular and tissue hypoxia. You can try again after an hour, but you will be penalized. Hearing this, the students let out frustrated cold laughs. They couldn't help but curse Rania under their breath, calling her the nightmare of Appia. She remained indifferent, seriously handing out the bracelets and giving instructions. The main grading criterion is adaptability. Try to remain calm in all situations. Now that the bracelets have been distributed, the exam will begin. Oh, and here's a piece of advice: you should only use pre-stocked magic circles. The students quickly put the bracelets on their wrists, listening carefully to Rania's instructions. Then with a snap of her fingers and a bright smile, she declared, "As for the reason why, you'll find out soon enough." A gloomy space materialized, and strange creatures appeared along with Rania Venchias's announcement. Now let the exam begin. Inside the exam's gloomy forest, a deathly atmosphere hung in the air. A gray-haired girl looked around fearfully and asked, Is this really the same forest from before? Does anyone have a light circle?" They suddenly saw someone using a magic circle and immediately yelled out in reproach, "Hey, what are you doing? We were told to only use the pre-made circles." The short-haired girl replied nonchalantly, "I heard her. But first we need to be able to see." The magic circle emitted a strange blue light, and a pair of glowing red eyes slowly appeared. The group screamed in horror as they saw a monster resembling a giant blanket lunge forward. It viciously bit into the short-haired girl's neck. The others nearby quickly realized it was a mana-absorbing monster. The girl who was bitten rolled her eyes back and mumbled, "My mana, save me." Seeing her collapse and disappear, two girls nearby screamed in terror. With tears in her eyes, the gray-haired girl watched the monsters advance, wondering to herself, "What am I supposed to do? I can't just quit." Elsewhere, a group of boys were also shouting in panic, "It's a pack of black wolves, watch out." What? A moment later, several figures vanished from the exam. Not long after, horrified screams echoed continuously throughout the forest. Benoa stood leaning against a tree, calmly observing everything. A moment later he thought to himself, "Too easy." In another corner, a trembling person stammered gratefully, Thank you." He gently shook his head and replied, "It was nothing." Above the sky remained a clear, peaceful blue. The exhausted students huddled together. Rania stood with her hands clasped, observing the pale-faced students, and sighed to herself. If this were a real combat simulation, people would be dropping like flies by now. The trembling students were still asking each other, "What kind of thing attacked you? A mana-draining monster." Rania sighed again in frustration and turned to leave. A call came in for Assistant Professor Rania. She pressed her lips together and answered, "This is she, Professor Moss." On the other end, Professor Moss was observing the exam through a crystal ball. He hesitated before commenting, "I hate to say this, but the difficulty seems a bit high." "Aren't they just first years?" "It's not just a bit high, it's way too high, isn't it?" He paused, taken aback when he heard Rania's weary sigh. "Honestly, I didn't want to do this either. But most of the students here will end up on the battlefield eventually. The sooner they face shocks like this, the better. Isn't it better for them to struggle here than to risk their lives on a real battlefield? Here at Appia, only through failure can they truly feel that it's something to be avoided, yet also something that must be done. Therefore, this isn't failure, it's a penalty." After a moment of silence, Professor Moss let out a slow breath and replied, "All right, I understand your point. I must say the simulation is excellent." Moss hesitated slightly. "But how are the students supposed to capture you?" On the other end, Rania took off a mask and offered a reassuring smile. "Come now. When you don't have answers about the opponent you're facing, what's more important than figuring out a solution for yourself?" Back in the pristine forest, the bright sun continued to shine down. 3 female students sat slumped on the ground, their faces dejected as they complained. The mana-eaters and the silent shadows and now black wolves. The difficulty level is insane. After speaking, the short-haired girl lowered her eyes, lost in thought. A moment later, she suddenly shot to her feet, clenching her fists with determination. "Let's try again. Even if we get kicked out, we only get a penalty, we're not eliminated. Let's give it a shot, and if it doesn't work, we'll come up with another plan." Filled with renewed enthusiasm, the 3 girls jumped to their feet, cheering. "Yeah, that's the spirit, let's try again." And just like that, the group charged back into the gloomy forest. The short-haired girl took the lead, shouting, "This way, let's eliminate them all in one go," she commanded in a loud voice, "Fireball now." The gray-haired girl followed the order, forming a fireball. The magic circuit is complete. She quickly hurled the fireball at the giant blanket-like monster, detonating it. When they saw it was undefeated, they were bewildered. It had no effect. The girl with the ponytail yelled out in frustration. "What are we missing this time?" She clenched her teeth and quickly used her bracelet to escape. The 3 girls hastily retreated from the forest before they could be attacked, cursing in annoyance. Damn it. After leaving the forest, all 3 of them were exhausted and panting. The gray-haired girl rubbed her cheek and sighed in confusion. Why didn't the attack work? The short-haired girl rubbed her eyes, also full of doubt. Was it not strong enough? This time, let's stock up on binding charms. The girl with the ponytail nodded slightly. I'll stock up on attack charms. They entered the gloomy forest once more. The short-haired girl formed a magic circle and gave the command. Now, the girl with the ponytail quickly raised her hand and at her friend's call unleashed her spells. Unleash everything. Meanwhile, Professor Moss sat in his room watching everything through the crystal ball and pondering. He stroked his chin, his thoughtful eyes widening as a realization hit him. This is truly unexpected. Even if they fail, they don't get discouraged. They devise new counter-strategies and challenge it again. That endless spirit of challenge is the core value that allows a mage to discover the unknown. Thinking this, Moss nodded in satisfaction, assessing. The student's abilities will definitely increase significantly. I'll make a note of this for the next curriculum, although that side of things still seems a bit excessive. Elsewhere, Rania was leisurely strolling with her hands behind her back, her eyes closed as if enjoying herself. She heard footsteps approaching and smiled to herself. So, you've finally arrived. Rania looked at Benoa standing before her and greeted him in a casual tone. Welcome, Benoa. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her calmly, asking, could it be that you're the monster I was told to capture? Rania beamed, her eyes crinkling with delight as she snapped her fingers and enthusiastically declared, yep, that's me. Benoa, frustrated, pressed his lips together, wondering to himself if he should just give up. They stood there silently for a long moment in the desolate forest. Finally, Benoa wearily rubbed his head and sighed. An assistant professor. Rania, still smiling from ear to ear, replied, uh-huh. He completely lost it, straining his voice as he yelled, how could you possibly beat a professor who's an expert in fighting hounds in close-quarters combat? But she just nodded cheerfully and replied, of course. That's perfectly logical. As soon as she finished speaking, Rania snapped her fingers with an excited flick. In response, Benoa's eyes widened as a streak of light appeared right in front of him. At the same time, the ground right at his feet cracked in two. Benoa was inwardly stunned, staring at the fissure, thinking that if she'd aimed at him instead of the ground, this test would already be over. Across from him, Rania was still smiling reassuringly. There's no way I would end a carefully prepared test like that. The other students will learn a lot from this, but it would be a huge waste if you didn't get anything out of it. There are a few conditions in this test you need to be aware of. Without pausing, Rania announced in a low voice. First condition, if you don't cross this line, I won't attack first. Second condition, I won't use any magic charms to target you. After listening, Benoa asked cautiously, are those the only two conditions? She shook her head slightly, explaining slowly, no, there are 3 more. You'll have to figure out the rest on your own. Use those 5 conditions to attack me. Benoa's eyes, still filled with cold indifference, met Rania's. She just shrugged and pointed to a tree root, calmly instructing, touch me anywhere on my body with this root and you pass. Simple, right? At this, Rania chuckled and added, observe carefully. Even when you're facing a seemingly impossible opponent, there are usually 1 or 2 openings if you just look closely. Benoa slowly summoned his weapon, sighing to himself. He thought, this is going to be tough, not easy at all. But it's not impossible. The thought had barely finished forming when he shot forward. Benoa lunged, swinging his sword at Rania. She effortlessly blocked his blade, nonchalantly, reminding him, I warned you this would be difficult. Just as she spoke, an explosion erupted around them, sending a cloud of dust and rock into the air. Benoa gritted his teeth and retreated, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Through the thick dust, Rania's questioning voice called out, why do you keep wringing your hands like that? When the time comes, you should use them properly. She launched an excited flurry of attacks, probing him. Are we not continuing? Benoa grumbled wearily. At least give me a second to rest. From a nearby bush, Langray was hiding and watching the fight. He thought to himself that he had a bad feeling, and that the final obstacle might be the professor herself. With that thought, he launched himself forward. Rania reacted instantly, lunging to intercept him. He powerfully raised his axe to block the blow, and quickly looked back to ask Benoa, are you willing to cooperate? I need a flexible weapon for my strategy. Benoa let out a small smirk, his eyes darkening as he replied, what, a coincidence. My strategy needs a sturdy shield to beat this nightmare of a trial. Rewind a few minutes. Before he teamed up with Benoa from Langray's perspective, he was carefully hiding behind a bush, watching the clash between Rania and Benoa. He furrowed his brow, thinking, Professor Rania, the usual sense of dread she gives off is much weaker. And what's with those strange movements? After a moment of thought, an idea flashed through Langray's mind. He suddenly realized this was the Northern Prohibition test. Langray vaguely recalled someone once telling him with a laugh, you have to find the weakness first. Look closely, young master. Don't you see something odd? Now watching Rania Vanchias's movements, Langray finally understood what they meant. Meanwhile, she was enthusiastically kicking Benoa in the chin. What other prohibitions are there? Langray glanced at the axe in his hand, hesitating internally. Even though I've figured it out, probing for prohibitions doesn't suit my fighting style. At that thought, he tightened his grip on his axe. Just a little longer. I need a weapon that can decisively pierce through the openings. At the same time, Benoa glanced in a certain direction and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I've found the prohibition, but that's not enough. I need the stamina to exploit that weakness, but I can't just increase it on the spot. Both Langray and he grimly tightened their grips on their weapons, the same thought running through their minds. What do I do? As time ticked by in the desolate forest. Back in the present, Langray charged forward, swinging his axe powerfully at Rania. She calmly leaped backward to dodge, greeting him with a casual smile. Hello, Langray. You're later than I expected. Standing behind him, Benoa slowly unsummoned his weapon. After doing so, he looked up at Rania and asked Professor Rania, does the test have to be one-on-one? She gave a slight shrug and replied, there's no such rule. Hearing that, Benoa turned and walked straight over to the surprised Langray. He put an arm around Lang, Gray's shoulders leaned in and whispered, what's your strategy? Langray glanced carefully at Rania and whispered back, the professor, she's only using her left hand. Most of the attacks with it are just feints. She's actually casting charms with that hand. From her spot, Rania folded her arms and smiled, muttering to herself, these kids are turning their backs on their opponent. Benoa glanced over at her and remarked in a low voice, her perception is insane. She figured everything out just by watching. First, there were the two conditions from the Professor Langray. After listening, Langray nodded and asked, so your strategy is? A moment later, Rania lazily glanced in one direction, as if she'd noticed something. She quickly leaned her body to the side, evading a powerful attack. Rania looked up at the two of them and asked coolly, figured it out, have you? Benoa gritted his teeth and said nothing, his hand silently summoning his weapon. Rania didn't wait for an answer. She instantly charged forward and drove her knee into Langray's stomach. But you're too late. He took the hit head on, his face going pale as he gagged and spat. Rania then moved like a phantom over to Benoa, whispering with a soft chuckle, I know what you two were planning, but you should have been a bit faster. She swiftly punched him hard in the gut, commanding with a smirk, all right, try again. Benoa's face also turned white with pain as he coughed up spit. Elsewhere, Ma was watching the fight intently, his face rigid and the corner of his lip twitching as he listened to the pained cries echoing from the orb. Finally, unable to watch anymore, Ma called Rania. Assistant Professor Rania, I'm worried you're going to break their bones or something. On the field, Benoa spoke in a low voice to Langray, hey, why aren't you getting up? Lying flat on the ground, he replied weakly, I can't. This is too hard. Rania just laughed in response to Ma. Oh, it's just a bit of tough love. She silently lowered her gaze, lost in thought. He throws the students into a pack of monsters, and now just sits there mumbling nonsense. Over on the other side, M.C.H. was still muttering complaints, or perhaps a bit more gently. Look, they're coughing so much. Meanwhile, Lang wearily protested as Benoa forcefully pulled him along. Benoa, wait, will you? What now? Lang asked, his posture defeated. If my mouth is full of dirt, just let me lie here. Rania stood to the side, observing the scene and murmuring softly to herself. This scene. It reminds me of something. In her mind, she suddenly recalled how she and Kai were in her past life. At this thought, Rania couldn't help but compare them with irritation. Lang is 1,000 times better than Kay. She cleared her throat slightly and waved a reassuring hand at M. Don't worry, the kids can still take it. Rania silently assessed them again. Actually, the students are holding up quite well. I was planning to train them further by pushing them until sunset, but they're learning faster than I expected. It must be around 4 or 5 o'clock by now. I wonder how they'll perform in a little while. A short time passed, and Benoa quickly pulled Lang over to rest against a tree trunk. He asked in a low voice, can you still move? Lang replied, panting, I think I'll be fine after resting for 10 minutes. Benoa's brow furrowed slightly, as he asked directly, can you do that thing again like last time? Lang didn't understand at first and frowned questioning. That thing? Benoa licked the corner of his lip, searching his memory as he explained. I mean that time your eyes turned red and you went berserk. Lang quickly understood and nodded. You mean, overheat? If I use that I can't control my consciousness. But Benoa didn't care. He shook his head and stood up. It doesn't matter. I'll adjust to you. Just do whatever you want. Let me borrow that for a sec. Hearing this, Langray quickly raised his axe and shook his head in refusal. No way. A weapon is a warrior's soulmate, an extension of their body. Benoa's expression soured, and he retorted with a sarcastic sneer. Then who was it that just tossed their soulmate on the ground like that? That was for tactical reasons. Just let me borrow it. Lang couldn't refuse any longer, and shrugged, handing the axe to him. All right, why are you so angry? Benoa retorted curtly. When was I angry? At that moment, Rania sat at the base of a tree, silently evaluating Benoa. For Benoa to have come this far, despite being exhausted, he hasn't failed once, and everything is still going smoothly. So this is what a test is. You throw an obstacle at the student and watch them grow. Could this be the heart of a teacher that Master spoke of? Just as she finished that thought, Benoa and Lang in the distance couldn't help but shiver as goosebumps rose on their skin. Lang decisively handed the axe to him. Here, take it. Benoa quickly took it, his eyes darting around as he gave instructions. Stick to the strategy we just discussed. Just move however you want. He then stretched out his hand, gathering a plume of black and red smoke. and whispered with downcast eyes, "It'll take me a little time to adjust. But this test isn't over yet." Benoa held up 4 fingers. "A total of 4. That's how many restrictions I've found. The 2 restrictions the professor mentioned were, don't attack first unless they cross the line, and spells can only be used for capture. Lang also deduced spells can only be cast with the left hand, and you can only use 3 spells per turn. After a turn ends, you have to perform a specific action." Benoa immediately nodded in agreement with him. Benoa exclaimed, "All right, everything's clear now. Let's just charge in and wreck the place." Lang immediately activated his overheat skill. Rania cried out in some surprise, "Oh, using overheat here." She watched as Lang's arms swelled up, tearing his outer shirt, and thought to herself, a special physical enhancement art used by the Northern warriors. To be honest, overheat is a spell that disrupts one's sanity, and it isn't very highly regarded. I wonder how this will turn out, Rania thought with curiosity. Lang quickly drew his sword and rushed towards her. Rania instantly realized his intent and dodged to the side, avoiding his brutal slash. Watching Lang's fighting style, Rania immediately recognized that it was originally a spell meant for heat-generating weapons. Then she looked down at the crack in the ground at her feet. Only instinct remains and the body moves on its own. At first glance, this ferocious attack is trying to lure me outside the boundary. Rania paused, breathing heavily. She noticed Benoa in front of her, filling in the gaps. It was only then that Rania realized his role supporting Lang Gray's movements like a shadow. Rania chuckled in admiration. Interesting, but still too green. Suddenly she looked down and called out to Lang. Rania began to raise her fist, asking, "Student, are you a mage?" She used a skill called Punishment, landing a critical blow on Lang. "You're being affected by the very magic you're casting." Red ribbons of energy wrapped tightly around his legs. Lang trembled, gripping the axe tightly. He swung it at Rania with all his might, but she immediately and easily blocked it. Focus. Not much longer now. Seizing a moment when Rania wasn't looking, Benoa swung his hand down. Dark lance. Instantly, a red streak shot towards her from behind, but life isn't always a fairy tale. Rania blocked it effortlessly with 2 fingers. She smirked, glancing behind her. Just a little more. In the dimming twilight, Rania's lecturing voice rang out. "That's right. Do it just like you did before. You must calmly assess the situation from there." Meanwhile, back at the campsite, a voice said, "Let's check the magic you've stored up." First, the system activated, and the young man was suddenly distracted, looking to the side and thinking about the 2 restricted spells. He stared in amazement at the 2 exhausted figures lying on stretchers. The boy spoke with some doubt to the person in front of him. "That's Lang and Benoa, right? Didn't they just pass the test a moment ago? Why are they in this state?" He clicked his tongue in awe. "Just what is that monster in the center of the forest?" Rania looked with satisfaction at the desolate, empty clearing before her. She looked down and nodded. Truly a student worth teaching. In front of her, the once intact tree trunk had a large chunk missing from it. The arduous practical exam was over. 4 days later, Lang was receiving gentle instructions from the doctor. "You're about to make a full recovery aside from a few minor wounds, but you shouldn't push yourself too hard, okay?" He nodded obediently. "Thank you, ma'am." Afterwards, Lang stood up and left. Once outside the room, he began to think. What was that? A strange sensation had taken hold of his reason amidst his instincts. Lang Gray recalled the moment he fought Rania and marveled. "In the 3 years I've been using overheat, I've never experienced anything like this. Even elite special forces struggle to maintain their reason while in the overheat state. Instinct and senses lead you astray, making you waver and flee." Lang Gray clenched his fist, amazed at himself. "But that day, I definitely managed to grasp my reason. I don't know how to do it on my own." But standing before Rania's office door, he resolved himself. Maybe Professor Rania will know. Hearing a knock, Rania, who was writing, called out, "Yes, come in." Hearing this, Lang opened the door and spoke timidly. "Professor." Seeing it was Lang Gray, she spoke up. "Oh, Lang Gray, come in." Rania asked how he was with a smiling face despite being the source of all his troubles. Lang was a bit taken aback but still answered her. "Ah yes, I'm fine." Rania then suddenly mentioned, "The school is closed due to construction barriers." "What's going on at the academy?" Lang stammered, his heart still pounding as he tried to answer Rania. She just rested her chin on her hand, looking at him skeptically. Lang Gray's mind was still spinning. Why was his heart racing like this? Please just say something, he thought. As if she could read his mind, Rania immediately answered the unspoken question. "To maintain your reason while in the heated state. Since you've already experienced it once, it shouldn't be too difficult." She took out a stack of documents and placed them in front of him. "It's best if you experience everything for yourself." Lang watched doubtfully as Rania wrote a letter. "Who are you sending that to?" he wondered. Sparkling blue text gradually appeared. "I'm explaining things to someone I recently met," she said. "I've accumulated a few favors and I think they'll help if I ask." In the blink of an eye, the letter's contents were replaced by a reply. "See, the response is already here." Rania smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Lang, would you like to get some practical experience? It's a beautiful day at the academy today." Dense lines of text began to appear on the letter. Rania cheered happily. Look, a reply came back. It's from Princess Ayla. Ayla was blushing with embarrassment. I'm so sorry, she said. Rania burst out laughing. Why are you apologizing? You have a wonderful sister, and she agrees. She really is cool. The reply letter was filled with questions. How has my little sister been lately? Has she taken an interest in any of the male students? Is life at the academy treating you well? Rania laughed loudly and reminded her, you should write to your sister more often. Ayla read the letter intently and obediently replied, I think so too, Rania thought to herself. It should be fine. She didn't say I couldn't show it to others. Ayla then asked with a puzzled look, but what's this letter of recommendation for? Rania explained. Oh, someone needs to go get some practical training. Do you happen to know of any good places nearby? Suddenly, Ayla grew silent. Is it for Lang? Rania paused, a little surprised herself. Ayla predicted that when Prince Lang returned, the top position in the magic department would likely change. Realizing her reaction was a bit odd, Ayla quickly changed her expression and said with a smile, It's just a feeling I have. Rania seemed unfazed. I think Lang will do well. When it comes to learning, nothing beats practical experience. I, of all people, know that best, she thought to herself. It took a lot of effort to persuade Headmaster Aaron Van Tieren. You'd better study hard. Meanwhile, Lang was still focused on his own path. The training instructor Fawn called out, A letter. The knight apprentice Dim nervously announced, It's Prince Lang of the Northern Grey family, sir. He's waiting outside. Fawn asked again, skeptical. The heir to the Grey family, really Dim, quickly handed him the letter. Yes, sir, please take a look. After reading it, Fawn had to admit, this is indeed the princess's seal. But he suddenly had a question. But what is this? A practical training report. Fawn tossed the letter aside and sighed helplessly. I know, but this is no joke. This training base is the final gate, before being officially deployed to the battlefield. He declared sternly, this is no place to indulge the pranks of some noble family. Then Fawn gave Dim his orders. Still, we can't just ignore a letter from the princess. For the next few days, treat His Highness appropriately. Sir, yes sir, he shouted, his voice clear and formal. Dim then hurried out to Lang. My apologies for the wait, Your Highness. Fawn stood there, lost in thought. He probably isn't serious about this anyway. I'd better inform the other instructors. Suddenly, his eyes fell on something. Fawn observed Lang intently and remarked, It's already the second day. He just keeps following the training routine even without a specific session. Is this just a whim? He then shook his head, dismissing the thought. No. On the battlefield, complacency means death. You can't rely on just hard work or talent. Just then, Dim approached and called out, Instructor, he asked tentatively. Would it be possible for the prince to join the Dawn Patrol? Fawn replied, That's your call to make. Dim revealed, His Highness requested it himself, and I believe he's more than capable. He also added, he was even up training at the crack of dawn this morning. Fawn relented. All right, I approve. Dim bowed deeply. Yes, thank you, sir. He thought to himself, I didn't expect him to be this serious. He seems to genuinely like it here. Fawn muttered, I have to report this to the other instructors. A while later, night had fallen. Inside the warm mess hall, the smell of fire and food filled the air. Looking at the tempting plate of chicken thighs made someone sigh in appreciation. How long has it been since I last had meat? Dim asked while stuffing his face. Is it to your liking? Your Highness Lang Gray replied nonchalantly. It tastes like the monster meat I ate as a child. Hearing this, Dim burst out laughing. You have a great sense of humor, Your Highness. It's just cheap meat, but please eat up. You have the Dawn Patrol on the battlefield tomorrow. Lang Gray's expression darkened at the word battlefield. After they had eaten their fill, Lang and Dim set off into the deep forest. Dim suddenly started a conversation. Your Highness, why are you trying so hard? Lang replied innocently. I'm not sure what you mean. Dim explained naively. Well, we occasionally get young nobles here, but they usually just come to show off. You're different. You're sincere, both in your daily conduct and in your training. It's like you're desperately searching for something. Suddenly, Lang Gray gripped his sword tightly and revealed, There's someone I have to defeat no matter what. A rival, Dim exclaimed. Before he could finish, Lang grabbed him by the collar and threw him backward. A stunned Dim asked Your Highness what was that for. It turned out that glowing monster eyes were staring at them from the darkness. Lang immediately ordered Dim, go back and report the situation to the instructor. Dim quickly turned and ran. Lang was left standing alone, letting out a worried sigh. Considering the distance, it'll take him at least 10 minutes, even at top speed. Can he hold out on his own? Lang Gray quickly composed himself. No, don't get distracted. Looking at the horde of monsters before him, he told himself, focus on how to deal with them. Just think about that. The monsters let out terrifying growls, closing in on Lang step by step. He took a stance, preparing to attack. There are so many of them, Lang thought, but I have to take them down. Lang Gray stomped his foot on the ground to build momentum, his eyes glowing a menacing deep red. Lang Gray immediately activated his heated skill, and his legs began to move with incredible speed. He charged forward, slicing a monster in half, which only agitated the others, causing them to roar fiercely. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. Listen carefully, Lang. A sword-wielding monster rushed toward him. He suddenly remembered what Rania had once said. Like I said, you've already experienced that feeling, haven't you? It won't take much time for you to master it. The moment you're on the verge of grasping it, she had revealed, is when the real training begins. I'll prepare a place for you, so just take it easy. If you just move your body a little, you'll get it. Right then, Lex lunged forward to slash the monster. Suddenly another one bit him right in the back. He remembered Rania's words. If you just move your body a little, you'll get it. But he could feel it so clearly. The monster's bite was seeping a strange, sinister energy into him. It opened its jaws and the aura just poured right out. Langray was still locked in the fight, but his senses had expanded so much by now. He slashed through a monster, thinking to himself, these moves, I couldn't do any of this before. It's letting me do the impossible. The sound of rapid, frantic footsteps echoed through the dark forest. Dean had managed to warn Phil in time. We're almost there. Phil glanced back, feeling the mana growing denser by the second. Phil was completely stunned. His mind racing with questions, and the air reeked of blood and decay. What the hell is going on here? Then Phil and the others stopped dead in their tracks. Everyone stared in utter shock as a ghostly, hazy fog was spreading all throughout the forest. As soon as they spotted Lex, they called out, "My Lord Lex," thought to himself, completely baffled. At this hour, a real battle, being set up for the Knights, a surprise attack on the Demon King's army. An army that had just been defeated on the nearby battlefield. But the Demon King's forces are lying dead all over the place. Did Prince Lex really take on that entire army all by himself? While Phil was lost in thought, Langray was drenched in sweat, panting heavily from exhaustion. Seeing him, Phil spoke up. Instructor Phil. Dean anxiously asked the prince, "Are you hurt anywhere? Oh my god. Did you take care of all this by yourself?" Langray quickly replied, "I'm fine." Right after saying that, he gazed intently at his weapon in the distance. The flow of mana and the protective magic circle were woven so exquisitely. It must have been the work of Assistant Professor Rania. Thinking about this, Lex smiled. Seeing Lex clutching his weapon so tightly in front of him, Langray looked confused, then quickly asked, "Are you injured on the head, my lord?" "Let's get back to camp for now," Lex replied. "Even you didn't get hurt after all." Suddenly, Phil stepped in. "Prince Lex." He bowed politely and said, "I'm glad you're safe. I had no idea you'd have to deal with them all alone. Because of you, today's training schedule has been cancelled." Langray heard this and stammered, "About that." However, before he could finish, Phil cut him off. "Then could I ask you to spar with the Squire Knights today? Given your skills, I'm confident you'd be a great fit." Lex looked surprised for a moment, then smiled. Phil asked again, "Would it be alright if I learned a few things from the instructor?" He replied quickly, "Of course, if that's what you want." At the Aaron Tower, Kai spoke up. "Who's calling for me?" A subordinate stammered in response. "It must be Lesti Ilano. She wants you to come to the Tower Master's office at the Aaron Tower." Upon hearing that, Kai swiftly turned and left, saying, "Got it. I'm on my way." The subordinates couldn't help but look at each other, anxious and curious about the situation. They let out a sigh and muttered to themselves, "What is going on all of a sudden? I haven't even stepped into the research lab and now this." Lesti inside the tower was deep in thought as she stared outside. Suddenly she spoke up. "You're later than I thought." "Elder Kai." Kai crossed his arms and asked, "What's the matter that you've called for me at this hour?" Lesti Ilino said nothing, simply casting a spell. The next second, a massive surge of spiritual power washed over him. Feeling the pressure in the room, he couldn't help but think, she's already marked her mana as her own inside the Tower Master's office. A show of dominance right in this place. Is she really the Lesti Ilino I used to know? Lesti's expression remained cold and completely unfazed. With a piercing gaze, she said, "I want to hear your thoughts on this, Elder Kai. Don't you think you've gone a bit too far?" Hearing this, Kai was caught completely off guard. What's she talking about all of a sudden? Lesti Ilino pressed on. "As an elder, I think half of it is plenty for now." He was left completely stunned and bewildered by those words. This was back when Rania was struggling with her maid uniform. The crumbling tower. Thinking about Lesti Ilino's story, Shinvi suddenly spoke up. "Master, everyone's staring at you." Lesti Ilino ignored all the stares and replied, "You're probably dying to know what's going on, right? Up until now, I've never once stepped into the magic tower without an invitation. I always felt I didn't belong here. Deep down, no one truly saw me as the successor to the Tower Master, but I don't give a damn anymore. This place was destined to be mine to use." As she said that, Lesti Ilino pushed the door open. Stepping into the room, Lesti Ilino was slightly overwhelmed. She muttered, "You said the third drawer in the A3 section. Right, let's see. It feels a bit weird to be doing this, being a wizard and all, but this must be it." Unlocking the drawer, Lesti chuckled. "Yeah, this is crazy." The second she did, a small box revealed itself inside. Holding it in her palm, she was full of questions. "A magic artifact. How do I even use this?" "Shinvi, let's try opening it together." "I can't do it alone." "It won't break, will it?" Lesti Ilino stared at the artifact and reassured her. "It's indestructible." In her mind, it looked like a standard cube at a glance, but this was a relic forged by Lord Rania Vanchayas. An artifact of the crumbling tower. It definitely wouldn't break that easily. There has to be a secret hidden inside. Found it. In an instant, Lesty's magic popped the box open. Countless sheets of paper materialized and floated all around them. Shinvi couldn't help but gasp in shock. As expected of you, Master. How on earth did you open it? She replied effortlessly. I just noticed the mana circles were twisted deliberately. I just read them. Pointing to the pages, Shinvi asked, but why are you keeping all these documents? These here. They're all about the elders of the Ashen Tower. As soon as she read through it, Lesty Ilino felt completely bewildered and helpless. If it's too much of a nuisance, you can just toss it. Is that what it means? I've got to use this carefully. This is way more than just a little nudge. This is enough to shake the elders of the crumbling tower to their very core. She took a deep breath, trying to collect herself. Stay calm. Lesty Ilino was lost in thought. I don't have any backing or allies. What's the best thing I can do? In the next second, she made up her mind. I have to call him. The person Lesty Ilino had in mind was none other than Kai. Stacks upon stacks of books seeped with magic surrounded them. Chai sat on his chair, speaking with a cold detachment. You shouldn't be making claims like that without preparing first. What are you planning? Extending a stack of documents, Lesty Ilino replied. This is just a fraction of what I have. Kai quickly took the papers, looking at them in absolute shock. Then with a hint of hesitation, he asked, how did you find these? Lesty Ilino responded coldly, I'm the one who should be asking you that, as he felt the sheer power radiating off of her. He was completely bewildered, wondering to himself, what is this oppressive feeling? Is this really the Lesty Ilino I know? Lesty continued. I have no intention of getting directly involved. I'll just create a small crack. The elders will gradually widen that crack when the time is right. Of course you'll do that, won't you, Elder Kai? Hearing these words, Kai thought to himself, she is completely different from the person I once knew. Her timid attitude was unbecoming of the tower's successor. The elder's words had discouraged her, making her indecisive, unable to do anything but live quietly. Just then, he suddenly remembered what Rania had said before. Didn't I tell you, Elder Kai, this child always had the qualities for the position. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. Can a person really change so drastically? No, I failed to see the truth as you said. I will become the Tower Master of Tia Chan. You will lead this place. I swear that I will bear that burden. As he thought, Kai stared intently at Lesty Ilino. After a moment of consideration, he spoke. Oh my, do I even have a choice? Lesty's reply was curt. This intrigued him, and he burst out laughing, saying, so many surprises today. Good, very good. Tell me your detailed plan, future Tower Master. Hearing this title, Lesty Ilino showed a hint of surprise, then broke into a happy smile and said, I'm very glad to have you as an ally. Kai said, of course I will cooperate fully. The tower is precious after all. Outside, the sun was still shining brightly. Looking at the scene, Lesty Ilino observed thoughtfully. Time really flies. Shinvi, smiling brightly beside her, said, now you're ready for school. This made Lesty Ilino a little curious. Why are you so excited, Shinvi? The young girl quickly replied. Because Master loves school, both reading and studying. Lesty smiled in agreement. That's right, I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what today's class will be about. The school grounds were magnificent and filled with an air of knowledge. But the students all looked exhausted and gloomy as they talked. Am I so tired that I'm seeing things? Unfortunately, I see it too. Mana Transaction Theory. Group Project Announcement. Lecturer Vanchias. The more the students looked, the more stunned they became. They spoke helplessly. I wish the semester hadn't started yet. Me too. A few days before the short break ended at the home of Rania and Roselle Vanchias. Inside, Rania was staring intently at a document on the table, then suddenly sighed and whined. Master, is group work really necessary? Roselle, sitting beside her, immediately answered. You know the reason why. This made Rania wonder. Calmly, Roselle explained. What you did on the battlefield back then was also a form of teamwork. Did you learn anything from it? Hearing these words, she thought back to the things that had happened, telling herself what she had done in those 5 years. Then she gave a dark, forced smile and said, the law of non-recyclable trash. Wherever there are people, there's garbage. Trust yourself, and no one else. A hero who thinks with his lower body, a crazy priestess, and a racist elf. Seeing her like this, he helplessly stroked his beard and said, there, you must have had some very difficult experiences. Then he couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Then he continued speaking. But, in this life, you will inevitably have to cooperate with others. What you learned from those years is also very valuable. Those experiences have helped you become more patient. Well, Rania crossed her arms in agreement. That is true. Roselle said, you're overthinking it. Try to consider why teamwork is important. Upon hearing this, Rania fell into deep thought. Even if you hate it, there are things you have to do. That's why I have to learn how to form a team with trash. The words of those people echoed in her mind. Using the whole village as bait, huh? You don't fit in with us. All you humans are the same. The next second, Rania spoke aloud. There are things you can't do alone. That's right. With that thought, she immediately started writing something down. Knowledge gained from cooperation. Without it, training cannot be completed. She looked at the paper in her hand and smiled with a dark expression. All right, that's enough. I've written it down. It's pretty good, isn't it? That afternoon at the Waitoi Tower, Yitoi asked with a forced smile. Did I hear you correctly? Not stone powder, but 20 intact magic-resistant stones, and you need them right now, Rania replied, calmly. That's right. They need to be at least medium grade, about the size of a fist. The more Yitoi heard, the more confused he became. Rania Vanchias, what in the world are you thinking, buying 20 magic-resistant stones? Magic-resistant stones are a type of rare crystal that can resist mana. Because they are used to create defensive stones, their price is quite high. Last time she bought a whole pile of report slips claiming she needed them for a test. Those were expensive too. With that in mind, he asked, are you planning to use these for a test again? You must be preparing for a super difficult test, right? Rania tilted her head and replied, I just plan to use them for a small project. Yitoi's face froze for a moment. Before Rania left, he couldn't help but put on a bright smile and say, come again soon, you hear. Holding the receipt in her hand, Rania thought to herself, oh well. I managed to get higher quality magic resistance stones than I expected. I'll go home, review the plan one more time, and that's it. Maybe teaching is my true calling after all. Outside, people bustled about. Benoa sat on a long bench, lost in thought. It's about time. Looking at the blue sky before him, he told himself, is it summer already? It's so hot. Chloe appeared from nowhere and commented, wearing all those layers, of course it's hot. As soon as he saw her, Benoa asked, where did you pop out from, Chloe? Chloe replied with a bright smile, I saw you spacing out here, so I snuck up behind you. There are a lot of delicious-looking food stalls on this street. Let's go to the candy shop. Benoa smiled and asked, how long have you been looking? Seriously. Chloe quickly grabbed his hand and urged him, come on, hurry up. You have to help me decide which shop to go to. Seeing her like this, Benoa smiled and thought to himself, I'm still not used to this peace, because I'm more familiar with the dark memories where the sun could never reach. In his memory, under a dark sky, a young Chloe shivered from the cold. She stood in front of Benoa, who was sitting in a corner, and spoke. Hey, my name is Chloe. What's yours? Benoa answered irritably. Why do you want to know? Chloe paid him no mind and walked right up to him. Then she burst out laughing and said, here, this is for you. Come with me. My grandpa said it's okay to bring you along. The name Benoa means abandoned child. In Benoa's stream of consciousness, she was the one who brought light to that name. Benoa's purpose in life. Chloe. The scene was gloomy, filled with hazy smoke. Benoa's forehead was covered in fresh blood. His vision and memory were hazy. Where the hell am I? He wondered. I remember we stopped by a shop Chloe picked out. We just kept eating, went for a walk to digest, and then said we'd eat again. And after that, Chloe was gone. I have to find her no matter what. Just then, a golden bell suddenly rang. In an instant, a voice echoed. You lowly one, what is it that you desire? Benoa was silent for a long moment, then spoke with determination. I want to make a deal. Meanwhile, at the academy, students were laughing and chatting animatedly. Long time no see. Did you finish the afternoon assignment? One student quickly whispered. The assistant professor is here. What are we learning today? Don't even bother guessing. It'll be something beyond our expectations, as always. A spirit stone was placed on the desk, and a moment later, Rania spoke with a bright smile. All right, everyone, settle down. In your last class, you learned about the efficiency of magic with Professor Roselle Vanchias, correct? Today, we will delve deeper into that topic. We'll analyze spell formulas to understand what their limits are and how they work. The topic is the limitations of basic magic. Rania called out, let's see, Cho. Cho quickly responded, yes ma'am. She smiled and asked, Cho, what do you think are the advantages of basic spells? He immediately replied, they have simple formulas, consume little mana, and have fast casting times. Hearing this answer, Rania continued with another question. Very good. Then what are their weaknesses? He hesitated slightly before answering, well, because they're so basic, opponents usually know their effects and power, and they're too weak to be used in combat. Rania listened attentively with a smile, then continued cheerfully. All right, very good. So is there any way to overcome those weaknesses? Cho suggested, uncertainly. You could add reinforcement formulas, or stack additional formulas on top of them. As she cast a spell, Rania agreed. Yes, that's one way. Seeing the magic she conjured, the students were stunned. Is that a magic-resistant stone? Not a chance. Those stones are expensive. Rania focused on the spell before her. The basic spell is Incinerate. We will reinforce its power and duration. As it is, it's only equivalent to an intermediate-level spell. Lesty, hearing her name, quickly raised her hand and answered. We can use a limitation formula. Hearing that, Rania offered some praise. Excellent. Many people mistakenly believe basic spells are highly efficient, but they just consume less mana. That doesn't mean their performance is superior. We can overcome their shortcomings by altering the spell's properties. By adding a limitation, we can increase the spell's performance. As soon as she finished speaking, Rania quickly demonstrated for the students. Shorten, reinforce. What if we add a time limit while keeping the same amount of mana to reinforce the spell? The students stared completely dumbfounded at the sight before them. What is that? Is that really the incinerate spell? Rania continued casting, and just a second later, a powerful torrent of flame erupted. The more they watched, the more astonished the students became. A magic-resistant stone. It's actually burning, Rania calmly explained the phenomenon. Even basic spells can become this powerful. Don't just memorize the formulas, understand and apply them. Now then, who wants some hands-on practice? I've prepared a group assignment for you. At this, she held up a piece of paper. As I announced, you will be divided into groups. The groups were assigned randomly, so be sure to check yours. The entire class must participate, and if anyone slacks off, the whole group will lose points. Upon hearing this, the students froze in place, groaning internally. This is Apia's nightmare, Rania said with a smile. This time the assignment is… Before she could finish, the students were praying desperately. Please be something normal. Rania held up a mana bead and announced, with just one mana bead, your group must work together to break this magic-resistant stone outdoors. She was strolling forward when her expression hardened. So you're here. Kai appeared from nowhere, landing softly and saying, please, I need your help. I've been so busy lately, Rania replied, slightly annoyed. I could smell a hound dog coming. Aren't you making a big fuss about being the princess's bodyguard? Hearing this, Chai looked surprised. How did you know? Did I tell you? She gave a forced smile and replied, not exactly. You arrived late, so I just guessed. You can't leave your post, can you? Besides, if a hound dog has to protect someone, they must be of royal lineage. He sighed in frustration and explained, the bodyguard duty isn't the problem. An unidentified maid threw the entire palace into chaos and then vanished. We suspect she's with the first princess's faction, but we have no proof. The culprit destroyed or burned everything, so there's nothing left. And now, we're paying the price. The atmosphere in the palace is incredibly tense. What's with that look? It's like you're the culprit, Rania shot back. I thought you'd be busy tracking the perpetrator's trail. You should have said something. Chai gave a dazzlingly bright and calm smile. Actually, I need your help with something else. Hearing that, she grew irritated. What is wrong with this guy? Then she raised a fist threateningly. It's been a while since you've had a beating. Are you asking for one? Just then, Kay asked a question that made her freeze. If I die, who will look for Benoa? He continued. If it were a small matter, you would have handled it yourself. She had to agree with that. You're right. I assigned a group project, and Benoa's group said he's been missing for several days. He's not on campus or in the dorms. He's not the type to just disappear like that. If something happened to our top student, it would be a huge problem. After listening for a moment, Kai looked skeptical. Then why did you come to me? In another place, one filled with a dark and sinister aura, a terrifying voice spoke while the injured Benoa lay unconscious. How boring. I wonder if that child will come. Gladys stared intently at the boy, thinking excitedly, hurry up and get here. Meanwhile, Kai and Rania were heading deep into the tenebrous forest. As they ran, he inquired Senior, do you know anything about the new hero? She muttered in a cold voice. A new hero. I've heard rumors. Kai then voiced his confusion directly. I find it a bit strange. I thought they would have come to see you. That immediately made her pause. A true hero is supposed to come see me. I can use my fists, but I'm certainly not a swordsman. Hearing that, he sighed wearily and replied, this hero is a little different. But Rania couldn't be bothered to care, replying dismissively, a hero is a hero. Somewhere a hero dies, and another is born, as is the way of things. In 2 years, 4 heroes have been born and have perished. It just keeps repeating. Chosen by the stars. And then, they vanish. The heroes in this world are not immortal. That's why Kai is the first person I think of when I hear the word hero. Besides his personality and, despite his attitude, he's been a hero all year. Suddenly, Rania stopped in her tracks, complaining non-stop. Heroes these days are so useless. So damn useless. Chai broke out in a cold sweat, having to agree. Compared to the previous generation of heroes, they really were a bit lacking. Before them was a deep void, filled with a dark aura. After a moment of thought, he spoke up. Anyway, the current hero is the disciple of the Master of the Black Tower. The moment he finished, she exclaimed in shock. What? Not wanting to keep Rania in suspense, Kai got straight to the point. The hero of the Song Ru Starstream named Chloe isn't a sword wielder and doesn't have a special weapon. Instead, her entire body glitters with starlight. Hearing this, she seemed rather confused. A mage can be a hero. The other magic towers are all desperate to get their hands on her. The Master of the Black Tower already has a successor. He then added Chloe and Benoa. It seems those two know each other. As soon as she heard the familiar name, Rania repeated in shock, Benoa. Now that I think about it, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. And then she wearily held her head. A mage whose mana is starlight. Seeing Rania's strange reaction, Kai couldn't help but wonder, is there a problem? Without hesitation, she bluntly stated the reason. That's why sword wielders aren't strong against it. A Glatuso pact with the stars will definitely come at a price. You can't just make a casual deal with the stars. More importantly, a witch with such a special constitution would be a perfect target for someone. After hearing this, they both fell silent for a moment before Kai offered an explanation. That's why I was so determined to find you. Senior, if my guess is correct, we have no way of dealing with it. The two of them disappeared around the same time a large number of monsters appeared in Catanach. It's speculated that this was to cover up the fact that a hero was kidnapped, but there's no solid evidence. Putting it all together, I can confidently say that the traces are faint, but they definitely haven't left Catanach. Hearing this, Rania gave Chai some special praise. Good job. You can go home now. However, his tone was one of disagreement. No way, you're going to go alone, she retorted softly. Do you really think you can go anywhere in this state, go clean up that blood, and get back to that Chloe girl? Before leaving, Rania straightened her clothes and declared, when a student runs away, it's the teacher's responsibility to find them. The scene changes to another location. Kai's sword was now soaked in fresh blood. He used it as a crutch to struggle back to his feet. Kai clutched the wound on his arm, wondering how he was even standing. Before him, countless blazing red eyes were fixed on him. No matter how many he blocked, their numbers were overwhelming. What are those rebels thinking? Seeing he was about to collapse, Sarah rushed over. Chai, she quickly approached and supported him. Let me see your wound. Without a moment's hesitation, Sarah quickly transferred her power to Kai. Feeling himself recovering, he praised her. Your healing ability is really strong. Seeing Kai so injured, she was heartbroken. Her eyes welled with tears as she spoke in a quavering voice. Still, if he were here, no one would have gotten hurt. If that person were here. A moment later, the healing was complete. He quickly urged Sarah, I'm fine now. Get back to your position. At that moment, countless hateful eyes and sharp teeth were staring them down. Hearing Kai, she had no choice but to agree. All right, Kai, be careful. With that, Sarah turned and left decisively. At the same time, the soldiers tightened their grip on their swords, ready for battle. Facing this fierce battle, he still found it hard to understand why they were sparing the humans. A hero isn't so great that if they truly wanted to wipe out humanity, humans couldn't stop them. What are they fighting for? Despite the thoughts racing through his head, Kai resolutely finished them off one by one. Meanwhile, the space in another area suddenly darkened. Lei stepped out of a damp puddle with a complaining tone. This is so boring. She yawned with dissatisfaction. We really should have just finished them off. But Dai immediately extinguished that hope. There's no way to avoid being tracked. The more she heard, the more dissatisfied Bosleb became. But there's no motivation. If it were a man, I'd want to drain his energy dry. Finally, she sighed in acknowledgement. Seriously, this kidnapping was too easy. I thought by now something would have happened in the capital, but when disaster strikes, we're done for. Suddenly, Dai grew pensive. That reminds me of something. Bosleb asked curiously, what is it? And so he honestly recounted everything. A long time ago, I had the chance to meet Lord Skabal. I asked him why disaster hasn't struck. At this, she immediately showed interest. Yeah, and Dai continued. The primordial contract, the first light and the first transaction, the binding of the stars. Hearing the answer, her face fell in disappointment. What are you talking about? He then stared at Bosleb and asserted in a low voice, I don't know either. That's all I heard. At this, she started to hesitate, but after a moment's thought, she quickly changed the subject. Let's talk about something else. As soon as the words left her mouth, she launched a terrifying blast of power towards Kay. He swiftly caught it and remarked, unexpected. That power was quickly crushed and dissipated by Kay's grip. Next, a refreshed Bosleb stepped forward and spoke clearly. Of course. Then she quickly transformed with a sinister smile. That nutritious energy. Let me have a little taste. Just a little. Can I? With that, she used a seductive tone to speak to Benoa. Hello, little human boy. Bosleb stared at the energy surrounding him and said, so nice to see you again. Not stopping there, an amused Dai added, Bosleb, the polymorphs have been released. She then salivated. But they look so delicious, don't they? Before the battle, Lei asked gently, why did you come all this way alone? Are you looking for that girl? Hearing this, Benoa just let out a long sigh without saying a word. Then she began to provoke him. Sorry, but you should just give up on her. I'll play with you instead. The moment she finished, he shot her a sharp, cold glare and demanded in a low voice, where is Chloe? Seeing Benoa's expression, Bosleb, on the other hand, found it incredibly amusing. Oh my, are you angry? But you know, with your current skills, you can't possibly win. Just then, his blazing power quickly spread outwards. Benoa's voice grew sharp once more. I'm asking again, where is Chloe? Every time he spoke, it only made her more excited. Don't be like that. Why don't you play with me? It won't be long before I make you feel amazing. And then La started to mention Chloe, a pure child. The innocent type that any man would want to get his hands on. If that's the kind of woman you like, I can become that for you. At this point, Benoa couldn't hold back his emotions and screamed, shut your mouth. Seeing this, Dai whispered a suggestion to Bosleb. That boy should be offered up to appease the calamity. And just like that, the pouting woman replied, I know. With that said, Bosleb calmly raised her hand to command. Everyone rise. She single-handedly controlled the entire horde of the undead. It's time to get to work. Before the fight officially began, Bosleb gave a special instruction. You know the deal, don't kill him. Faced with the situation before him, Benoa's determination only grew stronger. Who said I'd let myself be dragged away without a fight? He clenched his teeth silently, calling Chloe's name, and then Benoa directly unleashed his hidden power, his voice sharp as he questioned them. Tell me, where did you take Chloe? At that moment, a blazing red power shot straight towards Dai. However, he quickly and mercilessly smashed through everything. At the same time, horrifying undead creatures appeared right behind him. Then he began to speak like a victim. I'm sorry, he said, his voice trembling. We have our own circumstances. Then Dai's voice turned stern. Don't waste your energy. Benoa, the Twilight Ghost, a boy who crawled through the filth of the slums. Just like others who live in such lowly places, his life was considered worthless. To put it mildly, his life was far from clean. It was a life without meaning or purpose. And yet he lived on. He trampled on others to survive. He dirtied his own hands just to stay alive. But for this boy, life had finally found its meaning. A light that shone into his dark alley became his conviction. She became someone he had to protect. An irreplaceable existence that he had to defend at all costs. The moment he thought of Chloe, he had all the reason he needed to fight to the very end. He decisively chopped their heads off one by one. After a while, Benoa was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Bosleb sat off to the side, resting her chin on her hand. Dai, wouldn't it be faster if I handled this? But she received a curt no. Hearing that, Bosleb turned away pouting. And so, with nothing better to do, she impulsively came up with a strategy: kidnap the children. Chosen by the Calamity, use the hostages as a diversion while absorbing the pursuers' energy, meet at the escape route, and then hand the hostages over to the Calamity, and that's that. Snapping out of her daydream, Bosleb sighed in frustration. Getting in and out of the capital was too easy. The pursuers couldn't touch the hostages, so there was nothing we could do either. Unable to wait any longer, she grew tired and urged him on. Get a move on, Dai, you idiot. Hurry up and finish this guy off. At that, he came up with a fitting excuse. Capturing someone alive is always harder, you know? In complete contrast to them, Benoa was so exhausted he could barely keep his eyes open. I can feel my mana draining away. I only have a little left to sacrifice. The amount I can use is limited. The target is that armor. A calculated glint instantly appeared in his eyes. If that's the case. Without another word, Benoa hurriedly launched an attack, gathering his energy. At that moment, his body was enveloped by an overwhelming power. Sensing the intensity, Dai became somewhat interested. Looks like you've just made this fight rather interesting. Release the spirit beast, Bosleb. Hearing this, she complied. The spirit beast immediately moved in and attacked Benoa from behind. Seeing this, he stroked his chin and remarked, "Oh, an interesting effort. Did you trade sharpness for rotational power?" Listening to him drone on was driving Benoa crazy. Are you done observing? Then just die. With that, Benoa poured all his final energy into taking down his opponent with his Y-to-Y spear technique. Without a moment's hesitation, the attack bored directly into that sturdy armor. Instantly, the armor shattered into pieces, causing Dai to widen his eyes in astonishment. You really are full of surprises, boy. I suppose I should repay you for this performance, shouldn't I? Holding nothing back, he then tightened his fist. A precise punch landed squarely in Benoa's abdomen, and just like that, he was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Benoa even coughed up blood in agony. Witnessing this, Bosleb cried out in alarm. Dai, are you crazy? What if he dies? He quickly reassured her. He won't. I controlled my power. Even so, Bosleb remained doubtful. Controlled your power. Just then, Kyan suddenly appeared, a meaningful smirk playing on their lips as they spoke. What nonsense are you spouting after beating someone else's disciple to a pulp like that? While no one was paying attention, Rania suddenly revealed herself, carefully approaching him. It's been a while, hasn't it? A staff tapped against armor. Back with the others, Kyan was still lecturing. Or, should I call you Gledis, the apostate? My beloved Cinder, are you going to continue treating me so coldly? Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you? Over with Benoa, his weak voice called out. Rania. She rushed to support Benoa's head. You're awake. If you're awake, then watch carefully. With that, Rania created a protective barrier around his body. Meanwhile, Kyan kept smirking mockingly. She did some interesting things. This appearance is pretty cute, isn't it? Seeing this, Rania put her head in her hands, completely exasperated. I knew it. He's completely lost his mind. How the hell is this supposed to be cute? Noticing Rania's expression, Kyan exclaimed. Oh my, little gray one, why are you so tense? I'm not your enemy, you know that, right? Faced with this attitude, she only grew more annoyed. You should have some decency on the battlefield. Do you have to run your mouth everywhere? Despite this, he still expressed his amusement, his tone full of praise. Are you disappointed? Oh my, you're so adorable. Kyan's eyes lit up, staring at her intently, which made Rania shudder. What is with this crazy woman now? Why is she looking at me like that? I've faced all sorts of things on the battlefield these past 5 years, but this Gledis, I can't figure her out at all. The Y-to-Y Dragon Bio. He was like a beast acting on pure instinct. Even so, I could predict his moves and defeat him easily. The skeleton soldier, just a coward. He doesn't like people getting close, and only appears after collecting life vessels. If you provoke him just enough, he'll show himself. Even so, her thoughts continued. But Dai is a swordsman. He won't kill those who lay down their weapons or sacrifice their lives to other calamities. I can understand something about them when I meet them. But not her. Her faith, her beliefs, her habits. I can't figure out a single thing. The only thing I learned is that she has a soft spot for me. Suddenly, Kai froze as a crazy idea flashed through his mind. But the first time we met, I didn't know you were of any value. The second time I had to kill you, and even the third, fourth, and fifth times as well. I was just a bit harsh because you kept getting in my way, that's all. Hearing this, Rania's face darkened at her sheer absurdity. Julianikin continued. But that's not the case anymore. No. Not at all. He even made an offer, hand over the child, and I will leave in peace for your own sake. As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed and yelled, "You dare say that after causing this whole mess?" But he just laughed nonchalantly. "Just for that. Oh, you mean those people I set free in Catanach? She's the one who purposely misunderstood and called out her summoned beast. What's the big deal about that?" Kay's voice dropped to a growl. "You know, little gray one, if I had appeared here in person, this wouldn't have ended as just a simple game. You think you finally relaxed deep down inside, don't you? Then go ahead. Hand over the child. I want that child. The one who is just like me. Do you really think you can stop me all by yourself?" At that, Rania stood frozen, unable to say another word. His voice echoed, taunting her. All alone with no blessing from the stars, no priests, no righteous cause. After saying his piece, Rania clenched her fists and unleashed a decisive punishing attack. A wave of power shot forward with overwhelming force. In an instant, the attack obliterated everything in its path. Then with a cold expression, Rania said, "What choice do I have? I'll handle this." After being hit by the attack, Kayan even coughed up blood. A moment later, Gletis revealed herself, a savage smile on her face. Her eyes were languid as she provoked her opponent. "You think you can handle me by yourself? There's a fine line between bravery and recklessness. If you think you can stop me, then try." At this moment, her entire body felt weak, but she steeled herself. Gletis accepted this unwavering challenge. "Go ahead, if you can." Just then, Rania froze, sensing something was off. That sound. Could it be? Instantly, a sudden attack came her way, but luckily she dodged it just in time. Gletis then gave a deceptively friendly smile. "Come now, let's go outside and play." At this, Rania frowned and yelled, "Where do you think you're going?" Gletis rested her chin on her hand, suggesting, "It's too cramped in here. We can't have a proper game." A moment later, Rania carefully gauged her opponent's strength. Even though she says that, the truth is, she can't enter this place. She's grown considerably weaker. For some reason, the calamities couldn't enter the capital directly. It was as if there was some kind of pact. Without another word, she decisively drew upon the power of balance, a power for which a sorcerer must pay a steep price. In an instant, Rania succeeded. The pact was complete. But just because Gletis was weaker didn't mean she could be easily defeated. Even weakened, a calamity was still a calamity. That night, her brilliant blue power spread throughout the dark forest. Outside, Gletis offered some peculiar praise. "Gray, my little gray one. What a beautiful color that is. It never fails to impress me." She shut her eyes, smiling in satisfaction. "My beloved Gray." In that moment, Gletis was suddenly reminded of the past with the one she loved. Amien had been so gentle, so incredibly kind to her. Then Gletis turned back toward Rania and shared her feelings. "You remind me of such beautiful memories. I really should thank you." Despite her flowery words, Rania remained resolute, her voice firm with the will to fight. "Then how about you just disappear?" Gletis stroked her chin a few times, then smirked. "You're so heartless." She clapped her hands casually, deciding the terms of the deal herself. "I have to take the child, so I'll leave you a little gift as payment." Rania immediately shot back. "I don't want it, just disappear." But Gletis was insistent. "Oh, but you'll love it when you see it. I worked very hard on it, you know. I prepared it. Just for you. So what do you think?" From the depths of Rania's eyes, a figure suddenly materialized. As the image became clear, Gletis continued her questioning. "Doesn't this face look awfully familiar? The only one who could stand against Julianikin, with a blade of pure light, the one who achieved what no other transcendent being could. Oh, my beloved Gray, how do you feel now? Are you happy, overjoyed perhaps? You get to see your master once again." By this point, he was horribly emaciated from Gletis's torture. The mocking voice rang endlessly in Rania's ears. "Are you so happy you're at a loss for words?" Just then, she remembered the times when Kunthio was healthy and strong. A moment later, Rania's face hardened as she seethed Gletis. "I knew you were insane." Remembering how he had devoted himself to teaching her only fueled her rage. "But you've crossed the line." With that, she stomped her foot down hard, crushing the dark energy beneath it. In Rania's eyes, Kunthio's image remained as noble and unchanged as ever. Then Gletis gently lifted Rania's face, her voice soft. What are you planning to do to me? You're still so angry, aren't you? You want to kill me, don't you? As she spoke, she gently stroked Rania's hair. Then Gletus's hand mysteriously began to crack and crumble. In that instant, Rania's eyes went cold, as she warned, "Don't get your hopes up. No matter what, I'm ending this right here." At that, Gletus drifted back into an old memory. Amiens had been desperately searching for her. "So there you are." Gletus turned around, a gentle smile on her face. "Amiens, were you looking for me?" He was holding a book and promptly smacked her on the head with it. "Of course I was. What do you think? You've caused trouble again." The blow was painful enough to bring tears to Gletus's eyes as she whined. "What was that for? You messed up my hair." Seeing this, Amiens could only let out an exasperated sigh. "How can you be so thoughtless? Didn't I tell you to set his bones before using restoration magic?" The screams of the soldiers whose anesthesia wore off were deafening. Feeling the warmth of his body, Gletus shyly covered her face. "You're too close, Amiens." With that, he decided to pull her along with him. "This is hopeless. I'll have to teach you myself. Come with me." His actions left an unexpected impression on Gletus. Her cheeks flushed bright red. Gletus's heart pounded in her chest. Even though he's always nagging me, he still cares. He's so cute. Seen from behind, Amiens's distinct charm was clearly the type that was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. In those days, Gletus would clasp her hands and pray like a saint, receiving the pleas of her followers and sending them to the stars, a being close to the Almighty, tasked with conveying his will. Through her interactions with Amiens, Gletus started to develop feelings for him, even as everyone else looked up to her, envied her, and revered her as a superior being. "He's the only one who makes me feel like I'm still human on this earth." With that thought, the two of them happily fell into each other's arms, returning to reality. She suddenly called out, "You gray-haired girl, you remind me of someone." And then Gletus's eyes turned sharp, her claws filling with a dark, calculating aura. "So entertain me just a little longer." Laughing as she spoke, she asked, "I'm making you happy too, aren't I?" At that moment, Cell was still panting under her control. Reaching this point, Rania had no reason to hold back any longer. She gritted her teeth, expressing her absolute fury. Witnessing this reaction only excited Gletus more. How adorable, but also so pathetic. A moment later, she raised her voice and commanded him, "Now shine brilliantly for me." Immediately, Cuntheo drove his sword deep into the ground. He used it for leverage and charged straight for Rania. She stood silently, watching Cuntheo attack her, completely helpless. At that moment, he was no different from a soulless robot. Seeing the fighting spirit within Cuntheo, surging higher and higher, Gletus took the opportunity to fuel the flames. "Burn away that short life of yours. Show me a beautiful story. What do you think? Do you like it? Such exquisite swordsmanship. It's almost at the level of a Cayenne." The battle before her was truly thrilling, so noble and sacred. At that moment, Rania was struggling to withstand the immense pressure before her. Next, she used an ability to protect herself and grabbed tightly onto Cuntheo's clothes. Finally, Rania switched to using the weight of 1,000 pounds and slammed him straight into the ground. From that, Cuntheo's bones were instantly shattered. He let out a silent, agonizing scream. Gletus, however, remained seated comfortably on her beast's back, cheering, "Are you having that much fun? But he's useless now." Hearing this, Rania seemed to freeze, as a purple dark aura began to gather again. That thing quickly restored Cuntheo's broken arm. Only then did she begin to explain, "I'm quite fond of that material, you know. That's why I was so devoted to it. A perfect body for a pitiful human, from a flawed specimen to the most perfect masterpiece." The more Rania listened, the more disgusted she felt. "Have I told you to shut your mouth yet?" This only made Gletus more curious. "Why don't you try to please me? I'm unhappy because my hound took my new toy, so I expect you to entertain me for a bit." The scene shifts to Kai, who is approaching to give a report. "Sir C, this area is almost secure." He hurriedly asked for an update. "And what about Lady Chloe?" The other man replied in a calm tone. "She is on her way to the capital." With that, Kay coldly ordered him to follow the escort team, while the rest were to join the monster subjugation squad in Kat Nak. At the same time, Wai Toai slowly appeared and asked, "Are you all heading to Benoa?" He confirmed without hesitation, "That's right. Would you like to come with us, sir?" As expected, he had it all planned. I was about to say the same thing. Right after Wai Toai looked up at the sky and saw the dense purple hue. The situation looks unstable, such dark energy. Anyway, we're in a hurry, so let's use this. It's a ring enchanted with acceleration magic from the lighthouse tower. As he took it, Kai asked, "Do you have any other magic items, sir? Let's dispense with the formalities." The two continued their conversation as they moved. "I've brought everything I thought would be useful." And then Kai, without a second thought, asked to borrow everything. "Please let me borrow all of them." Hearing this, Wai Toai was a bit taken aback, but he still agreed. "All right." Suddenly, he stopped, a look of confusion on his face. When he thought it over, Wai Toai shouted, "What did you just say? To ask for all of them is a bit much, but..." Kay looked at him with pleading eyes. "Please, sir, I have to get there." Witnessing Gletus abusing her power made the old man wary. "Wait over there. No, I can't give them to you." Understanding the nature of her power was all the more reason for him to refuse. That is a true catastrophe. You can't do anything with just a few magic items. Despite the looming danger, Kay's determination only grew stronger. He considered Rania his partner and couldn't just let her fight alone. I have to do something. Hearing this, the old man suddenly clenched his fists. In the end, Wai Tuai could only give in. Fine, alright, I'll lend them to you, but you'd better bring them back in one piece. Receiving a number of treasures, Kay was overjoyed. Yes, thank you, sir. And so the old man silently watched him walk into danger, his face beaded with sweat from worry. To think these artifacts contained the very essence of the Tower of Black Magic created over a lifetime, sometimes even an entire generation. They weren't trivial items that could be easily handed over to an outsider. At that thought, his face turned pale. The ancestors will have my head for this. But how could I just stand by and watch someone risk their life? Faced with this crisis, all he could do was hope. I just pray they can safely see tomorrow's dawn. Tai, holding one of the artifacts in his mouth, let out a sigh of relief. The black magic is so thick you can see it with the naked eye. If it weren't for these artifacts, I'd already be dead. Seeing the situation ahead, growing more desperate, he told himself, damn it, I have to hurry. At this rate, she's going to lose. Kunthio's sword repeatedly slammed into the ground with immense force. Kai poured all his energy into accelerating, clinging to a sliver of hope. Please don't let me be too late. At that moment, Gletis was calmly resting her chin on her hand, remarking, this little brat just keeps charging at me, even though she knows it's useless. Just then, Rania decided to focus her power into her legs, reinforcing them with a spell. Then she launched herself into the air and prepared to strike from above. Rania unleashed her 1,000-pound weight skill, crushing Kunthio. After taking the hit, he could only grit his teeth and endure the pain. The oppressive purple aura around him began to fade. However, Rania knew it wasn't enough. An attack like that won't work. With that, she once again used her reinforcement spell. In that case, I'll have to take advantage of that large body of his. Without stopping, Rania quickly switched to enhancement and charged straight toward her opponent. Her hands were now enveloped in formidable power. A second later, Rania grabbed onto him tightly. Without a hint of hesitation, she repeated her previous move, using all her strength to slam Kunthio into the ground. She even sent him flying 1,000 meters away. At this point, Kunthio's entire body felt like it would shatter into 100 pieces. Despite this, Gletis just laughed nonchalantly. Look at you struggle. It's true. How can you be so adorable? I want to watch a little longer, but even my patience has its limits. It's a shame, but I have to hurry up. Now, it's time to end the story. As soon as the words left her mouth, she channeled her vile power into Kunthio's body. In an instant, his energy was fully restored. With that dark purple veins began to bulge on his hand. Gletis tauntingly asked, will you accept it? Happily, she smirked, her eyes wide in a chilling smile. I've prepared the most perfect ending for you. To die by his own master's sword. A second later, Kunthio lunged forward like an uncontrollable madman. Faced with this speed, even Rania was intimidated. It's too fast. At this point, all she could do was close her eyes and brace herself. It was too late. At that same moment, Kai appeared like a savior, just in time. He swung his sword and parried the blow, saving Rania Vanchias. As for his opponent's movement, Kai felt it was nothing special. This speed is kind of making me sleepy. Hearing that both Rania and Gletis couldn't help but be astonished. All the while, he was still biting down hard on the artifact. He confidently stepped forward and declared, I'm here now, just leave him to me. Hearing this, a flustered Rania shouted, what are you talking about? Are you planning to fight dark magic with your bare body? Kai paused for a moment, then hesitantly replied, it's fine, I'm fine, you should go, quickly. Before leaving, she pointed to the item in his mouth and asked, where did you get those magical items? Don't tell me you stole them. Did you? Seeing them lost in conversation and ignoring her, Gletis started to get angry, cursing at this insolent little rat. Then she screamed, veins popping on her neck. Don't get in my way. At the same time, Kunthio also rushed forward. Seeing this, Kai anxiously urged her, go now. As she turned to leave, Rania called back, you'd better have an explanation for me later, you hear. The very next second, the two forces of good and evil clashed. However, it was clear that he was at a disadvantage. Facing him for the first time, he thought in admiration, he's worthy of the name Kunthio. I can't even sense a 1% chance of winning. The strongest swordmaster. The man who faced a deadly sword with a mortal body, a role model for all knights who reached an unparalleled level through his own efforts without the blessings of the stars. At this very moment, Kai closed his eyes, focusing intensely, telling himself, and because of that, I have to do this even if it seems impossible, so that he can rest in peace as a true human. A moment later, he opened his eyes, holding his sword firmly at a 90-degree angle, and declared in a solemn voice, I, Kai, offer my respects to a proud warrior. His brief words unexpectedly touched the man's heart. The sword in Kunthio's hand actually trembled as well. But things weren't that simple. He once again regained his corrupted focus. Just then, leaves suddenly began to swirl into the area. This directly infuriated Gletis. That brat is ruining everything, she shrieked like a madwoman. Veins throbbed on her face. So annoying. So infuriating. Seizing this opportunity, Rania quickly appeared and attacked. You've lived for far too long. That's your problem. If you die today, you won't have to be annoyed anymore. Despite being under attack, Gladys calmly replied, too bad, but you can't do it. You are not the one chosen by the stars. However, Rania paid her no mind. We'll see about that. As soon as the words left her mouth, Rania quickly released her power, making a confident promise. Actually, I'm quite persistent. A brilliant energy continuously surged, rising to an exceptional level. Before landing the blow, she cleverly left a taunt. Let's see if you can still say that after you take this punch. Meanwhile, Gladys was at the bottom of a desolate, gloomy cliff, where thousands of piles of rubble were strewn across the ground. Wai Toai glanced around nervously. This is worse than I thought. Where's Benoa? Just then there was a stirring sound from under a pile of rocks. He emerged from the rubble looking disheveled. He'd almost been killed. Seeing him, Wai Toai asked with concern, Benoa, are you all right? The boy replied with cynical sarcasm. Do I look all right to you? Benoa asked, trembling. Is Chloe? Okay, Wai Toai helped him up and confirmed yes, the hound is protecting her. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Then Wai Toai thoughtfully analyzed the protective magic circle on Benoa. This is definitely the work of Rania Vanchayas. Yes, seeing this magic circle, I'm certain. A bold effort that defies all previous rules. The magic circles are too perfect, too effective, among all the people I know. Only one person can create magic circles like these. The Ashen Mage Rania Vanchayas. Meanwhile, Rania concentrated all her strength into her fist and launched it powerfully towards Gladys. Magic weave spell, reinforcement power of punishment. Gladys smiled and praised her with a hidden sneer. Beautiful. But that's not nearly enough for you. She replied firmly, I know that without you telling me. Then a massive explosion echoed through the area. Rania landed hard on the ground, clutching her chest in pain as she coughed up blood. Rania recalled a memory from the past, the day she offered half her life to the Demon King. The price for using power beyond her limits was incredibly heavy. My soul rotted, and my body was destroyed. Even though both my body and soul have been transformed, the parts that were eroded can never be restored. Even if I don't want to admit it, I have to. This is my final limit. Gladys confessed profoundly. I treasure that child. You're truly making things difficult. Rania promised as she summoned a magic circle. Don't worry, we'll meet again soon. Gladys praised her in amazement. How wonderful. You really are just like that person. Even your stubbornness. You're completely different from the others I've known before. Humans have such short lives, and even those are meaninglessly burned away. A weak and foolish race, and yet it is always you humans who are chosen by the stars. Is that why I can't take my eyes off of you? After hearing this, Rania declared decisively, that's right, so watch closely. She fiercely chanted, return to ash. Rania gripped the lightning sword in her hand and without hesitation launched a sharp attack. Blade edge. Rania gritted her teeth and endured. Meanwhile, Gladys burst out laughing in delight. One step. Just one more step. There's only one step left. She successfully severed her arm. Gladys sighed helplessly. That was my last chance. I couldn't even take that child to the ashes with me. She gently reached her hand towards Rania, my lovely child of ash. Before disappearing, Gladys added, you will come find me next time, won't you? Rania immediately shot back. Of course, I'll definitely be the one to kill you. Meanwhile, Kay was in an evenly matched battle with Kun Theo. However, he was injured by the man's power in the blink of an eye. Afterward, an object suddenly fell. Kai complained in frustration. Damn it, this magic is too dense. He calmly tightened his grip on his sword. The more I fight them, the clearer it becomes. An invincible fortress. People who have surpassed their own limits. Normally, I wouldn't have the right to fight them because I still haven't overcome that wall. Kai took a moment to psych himself up. But now's not the time for that. He jumped in, determined to fight back. I just have to hold on a little longer. I can't let them get to my senior's position. Just then, Theo knocked the sword from Kai's hand. He looked in astonishment from his sword to him. What the? This is the end. Kai braced himself, shutting his eyes tight. He slowly blinked them open, dazed. Did I die without any pain? Seeing Gladys suddenly freeze, Kay watched in confusion as its body split in two and then gradually dissipated into dark energy. He stood there, stunned for a good 5 seconds. Phew. Kay let out a sigh of relief and collapsed to his knees. I'm still alive, he asked, bewildered. Senior, did you defeat Gladys? As the battle ended, the sun began to rise and the forest started to regain its vitality. Kai leaned against a tree, overjoyed. His whole body ached, but he was lucky to be alive. Just then, Rania walked over and called out, Hey, look at me. She approached, smirking. I thought Gladys still had a few of its pets left. He teased her playfully. I don't think you're one to talk. Senior. Rania shoved him lightly exhausted. Scowled over. Let me sit too. She turned to him gratefully. Kai. Thank you. He flinched in mock surprise. Wow, I've lived long enough to actually hear a thank you from my senior. Rania was stunned, and started grilling him. What's that supposed to mean? What were you thinking, challenging a master swordsman like that? And what were you planning to do with all those magical tools? You didn't even borrow them, did you? Kai retorted calmly. This wasn't a situation that could be solved by just following the manual, she exclaimed in disbelief. No way. You knew all that and still charged in recklessly. Rania frowned, remarking, I know someone who always jumps in like that. Someone who, when you tell them to go, they actually leave. He insisted, there has to be someone who does that. Well, I know someone who always charges headfirst into battle, she sighed, exasperated. There he goes again. All talk, she muttered. Anyway, you did a good job. Kai grinned and proposed. You're welcome. In return, you can help me with all the post-battle paperwork. Rania fumed. You're a real smooth talker, you know that. The scene changes to a safe zone, where Chloe runs up overjoyed. Noah Benoa, thank heavens you're safe. She checked him over sobbing. You're practically in pieces, Benoa reminded her. Chloe, that hurts. Seeing her fall silent, he asked in confusion. What's wrong? Chloe confessed tearfully. I thought the hounds would get here super fast to save us. I thought you'd be rescued right away, Noah. Did all this happen while you were trying to save me? Thank you, Benoa. It's always you. He smiled humbly to soothe her. Why are you suddenly saying that? Even if I knew you were safe, I would have come to see it for myself. Benoa's mind raced with suspicion. Her white hair and blue eyes. They're like the apostate Gletus. It's not just the color, it's like Chloe has matured somehow. It must have something to do with her kidnapping. Which means, it could happen again. She asked with concern. Benoa, if you're in pain, should I call a priest? He quickly explained. Oh no, it's not that. I just have a lot on my mind. I'm the project team leader, but I haven't been able to attend a single meeting. At the same time, the other students were stressing out. Team leader, please come back. Hearing this, Chloe fidgeted for a second. Then she suddenly burst out laughing. Benoa was surprised. Huh. Why are you laughing? Did I say something weird? Chloe commented cheerfully. It's just so nice hearing you say normal student things. Benoa replied, annoyed. But I am a student, she offered happily. Come on, let me take you home. Let's go. Benoa obediently agreed. Yeah, let's go home. On the way back, Chloe excitedly expressed her desire to go to APIA soon. Are the summer uniforms there pretty? He was indifferent. Who knows? They're probably just normal. She grew more curious. I'm also really curious about the person you and Master mentioned. She helped us this time too, and you said she's a professor worth learning from. She must be an amazing professor, right? Seeing him clutching his head, lost in his complicated thoughts, Chloe worried Benoa. What's wrong? He remarked cryptically. You'll see when you meet her. She pressed him cheerfully. What's that supposed to mean? Are you worried you'll get yelled at for skipping your project meetings? Benoa reluctantly admitted. Ah, well there's that too. The scene shifts to that evening. A carriage travels down a road through a dark forest. Inside, Kay looks at a document flustered. He says with annoyance, could you please stop making those demonic groaning sounds? I'm trying to work here. Rania kicked her feet out sarcastically. I'm just completely exhausted from helping people. My body aches. Chai called her out coldly. I know you only helped because you didn't want to go home. She sat up and asked dejectedly, do you think Master is really mad? He tried to reassure her with a forced laugh. Nah, why would Professor Rose be mad? Rania gave a bitter smile and said, you're right, there's no single reason for him to be mad. Because there are a dozen of them. The western district of Catanach has been obliterated. Please, sir, calm down. Do you have any idea how much money I invested there? The time tower we spent years building was destroyed. By now, Master has definitely heard the news. Half the city was leveled. I'm going to get an earful. Kai tried to comfort her, surprised. When facing a disaster of that scale, losing only half the city is still a good outcome, isn't it? At least the whole city wasn't wiped out, especially when fighting Gletus. Hearing that, she asked really. He revealed some information seriously. There's one more important thing. The royal family sent this. A sort of gesture of goodwill. Rania took the paper and responded bleakly. Huh, from the royal family. Just forget it, it's nothing good anyway. Kai stated frankly, let's be honest. Your hounds weren't the only ones who handled the disaster. I also made sure to mention your contributions. They're quite worried about what you'll do after you retire, afraid you'll go to another country. He shrugged and added, they really want to keep you here by any means necessary. Kai. Rania considered a bold idea. Should I build a magic tower? Kai enthusiastically supported the idea. Do it. Build like 5 of them and give one to me. She cut him off loudly. I'm being serious. Forget it. Let me out here. I'm going to walk a bit before I go in. He gave her a friendly reminder. Get home safe, senior. Rania waved, satisfied. Yeah, you too. Good work today. On her way back, she wondered to herself, what is this? The fight was intense, but it wasn't like my first time. Why does it feel so strange? I'm the one who used to yell at people. But just then, Rania was startled and looked up. Noticing a familiar figure waiting for her, she called out in astonishment. Master Rania rushed over to him. You're still awake, Master Rania sighed worriedly. How could I possibly sleep? He asked with concern. Are you all right? Hearing this, she was silent for a long moment before Rania bit her lip and thought to herself, so, he's realized, hasn't he, that I traded a portion of my lifespan as the price for the deal. Outwardly, however, she put on a cheerful front to reassure him. Don't worry, master, I'm perfectly fine. Roselle Van Chias doubted whether that was truly necessary. Rania explained awkwardly, I was the only one who could do it. Hearing this, he fell into a thoughtful silence. Roselle Van Chias gently stroked her head. I trust that you'll find a way to do things the right way. It's cold out. Let's go inside. She thought to herself shyly. I kept thinking this strange feeling was something else. It's just that I'm not used to it, not used to actually having a place to come home and rest. Rania smiled brightly and called out, I'm home, master. The next morning, he gently called out to Rania, wake up, get ready and come outside quickly. We have a visitor. Meanwhile, she was still lost in her dreams. Roselle Van Chias stepped out politely. It might take her a moment, my apologies. Itoi replied gently with an understanding tone. There's no need to apologize, we're the ones who arrived unannounced. I'm being sincere, I just wanted to offer you my thanks. Who else knows about this? Why Toei asked curiously. She answered calmly. Originally it was just my master and Kai. So now there are 4, he marveled in admiration. A physical transformation. Even after seeing it with my own eyes, it's still so hard to believe. Rania pointed out humorously. Isn't a soul's transformation even harder to explain? At that why, Toei sincerely expressed his deep gratitude. Well, I didn't come here to question you. I truly and sincerely wanted to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have lost all of my students. Thank you. Truly thank you from the bottom of my heart. She revealed calmly. That wasn't even part of the request. The fact that you did it anyway just gives me even more reason to be grateful. Rania cautiously reminded him, please, keep this a secret. This isn't something that should be spread around. Waitawai bowed his head in agreement. You don't even have to ask. I will remain silent. He then made a mysterious offer. I also have someone I'd like you to meet. Once you've fully recovered, please come to the Waitawai Tower. Alright then, Benoa, you should head back before it gets too late. At that moment she looked at him inquisitively. You're not leaving. Is there something you wanted to say to me? He hesitated before asking. Yes. How did you do it? How were you able to put your lifespan on the line? I tried to calculate it as a part of the body, but the exchange didn't work. If I could have offered my own lifespan, I would have been able to defeat that dark knight. Hearing this, Rania was completely bewildered. Once she understood, she flicked his forehead to stop him. No. If you're not careful, your soul will shatter into pieces. Instantly, before Benoa could react, he was flicked on the forehead. Rania gave him a reassuring smile. If that's the kind of power you want to pursue, then don't worry. She then added a cryptic warning. After all, you know who I am now.